Here, welcome back. I think it may listening to me play itself, but this is I know where what not what to listen to. So let's start from here. Let's see. If we get the name off, resist. Start from here then.
Good morning, Mr. Azawa, the two students say instinctively. Their teacher mutters a quick greeting back before standing at the front of the room. The first thing I want to say is good job at the sports festival, he says, cutting right to the chase. I expected you both to place high, but I was pleasantly surprised at your tactics and innovative uses of your quirks, as Awa locks eyes with each of them in turn. That being said, there's always more to improve on, which is what we'll be focusing on for the next 3 days. After that, however, are the internships. He raises his hand, which is holding a remote, and clicks it. Behind him, a screen flashes to life. Offers Midoriya Izuku 5672. Nibiru Mai 4973. Obviously, there's usually a lot less offers per person, Aizawa says, ignoring the shocked looks of his students. But due to this year's unique circumstances, this isn't a surprise. Now, he reaches under his podium and pulls out two overly thick binders before handing them out. These are all of the offers in writing, along with basic stats about each agency. You'll have today and tomorrow to look through and choose. I don't have to say that you should be careful with your picks. Izuku's only half aware as he flicks through his binder. There are only 15,000 individual hero agencies in Japan. If 5,000 send him an offer, then that meant. Yes, it's all very exciting. Aizawa huffs, conjuring his sleeping bag out of nowhere. But there's another thing we have to focus on first. Code names. Oh, hell yeah. Nibiru flicks her binder shut. I've been waiting for this since forever. What about you? As same, Izuku admits. Though looking back, the names he came up with in the past were all parodies or obvious homages to All Might. Considering one for all, none are usable. Yes, yes, get excited. Azawa slips into his bag and zips it up. The principal says that I'm not qualified to help you pick names, so you two can bug someone else for a while. Have fun. As if on cue, the door immediately slides open. He's talking about me, of course. Midnight says, walking through the door with her hands behind her head. I'm your very own expert in hero names and costumes, you know. Quite fitting, huh? Izuku and Nibiru exchange glances and shrug. Midnight waltzes up to the podium and wastes no time getting to work. Now, usually we have our students write their names on whiteboards and present them in front of the class for me to judge. We can't do that, so you two will get something different. She takes the remote Aizawa left and clicks it again. The screen changes to blank white with simple black text that reads what's in a name. A lesson on hero names. Midnight explains eagerly, cracking her whip for dramatic effect. Nothing too boring or drawn out, I promise, but I find that it's important to know what makes up a good hero name. The lesson is really informative, Izuku finds. Midnight uses a bunch of familiar names, both modern and old, and breaks them down. The gist is that a solid hero name worked their quirk or an aspect of their quirk into it, or found a way to describe their type of hero work, or even played off their personality. A name doesn't have to have all of the qualities, but it's recommended that they use two at least. Midnight also stresses that a name that's easy to pronounce is best, along with being easy to remember if you want to be popular. They also go over taglines, which, while not necessary, are great for categorizing oneself. Right? Do you guys have any ideas? Midnight says, leaning against the wall. There's no rush. We have tomorrow as well. I'd just like to get an idea of what you're going for. I'm thinking about something involving spikes or pointy objects, Nibiru says, tapping her nails on her desk. And I definitely want to sound strong. Midnight nods. That's a good start. You should write down any ideas you have and sit on them for a while. Look back at them later and see what you like or dislike. Do you have any now? Nibiru shakes her head. All right. What about you, Midoriya? Izuku frowns, tapping his pen against his notebook. If you were normal, then something that labeled him as a strength-based hero would be ideal. But his quirk is the opposite of normal, and truthfully, Izuku is starting to agree with Gran and All Might that he should find his own path. The sports festival only reinforced that idea since he won by using his head like in the second and third round or flying like the first. Midoriya. Midnight says again, a little amused. Izuku flinches. No, I don't have any ideas. Midnight cocks her head. None at all. Surely you came up with some when you were younger. Those are definitely out of the question. The last thing Izuku wants is for people to know that he used to and still does dream of being called All Might JR. That's all right. Midnight looks down at Aizawa, who's still sleeping, and gives the homeroom teacher a nudge. He doesn't stir. She looks back at Izuku. What kind of hero do you want to be? What kind? Yeah, you know, a sexy type, a smart type, a tough type, a reliable type, whatever. Midnight forward leans on the podium. Nibiru is clearly leaning towards the tough and reliable type, but you? I'm not so sure what sort of hero you be. So tell me, what kind of hero do you want to be? Izuku thinks, and remembers, the day he met All Might before he agreed to take one for all. The electric villain threatening a young heroine. The squad of heroes who wouldn't move. His frustration at watching their lack of action. The need for someone, anyone to do something. The despair when people realized that no one would. The relief of All Might rushing in. A hero that can do anything. A hero that can look at any situation and immediately know what to do. Who can reassure people because everyone knows that they're ready for anything and everything. Someone who will never waver, never hesitate. That's what I want to be. A can-do hero. Izuku fades out at the end, unsure. The room falls silent. That was really good, dude. Nibiru finally says. She looks at Izuku with a sort of starry expression. Yes, I quite agree. Midnight says, her smile stretching from ear to ear. I just love that passion. If you can come up with something catchy for then I think you'll have the perfect hero name. No offense to your classmate, of course. None taken. Nibiru says, also smiling. Thanks. Izuku bows his head, grateful for the compliment. I'll have to do some thinking, but I'll try to come up with something. The rest of homeroom is spent as a study hall. Midnight wishes them both luck with finding names before leaving, and Izuku and Nibiru do some English work together. When it's time for them to leave for a hand-to-hand combat class, they pack up and leave quietly as not to disturb Mr. Aizawa. Izuku never notices how Eraserhead keeps one eye open to watch him and how the sleeping bag hides a small, near imperceptible smile. X, how did you pick your hero name? Young Midoriya asks, taking care to not lose his rhythm as he floor presses a pair of dumbbells. Toshinori sets his book down in his lap and looks up. I put a lot of thought into it, actually. It wasn't a spontaneous thing like some heroes I know of. Could you explain how your thought process went for me? Midoriya holds his weights up and looks over. I'm stuck on picking one for myself, so. Toshinori smiles. I understand. Naming yourself is never easy, especially when you're planning to be a pillar of society. I knew I needed to sound omnipresent, so in my first brainstorming session, I had a lot of names with all, any, and half of the word infinite mixed in. I also knew I needed people to recognize my strength, so I tried a lot of tough-sounding words. I probably thought about everything for weeks, but one day I was flipping through an English dictionary and I saw it, the word almighty. As you can guess, it was quickly changed to All Might, and the rest is history. Midoriya continues to move the weights up and down, a thoughtful look on his face as his muscles contract and expand. I'm not sure if something like that would work for me. I want people to know I'm always there, but I can't see myself with a name like that, you know, and our secret only makes it a better decision. I understand. Toshinori nods. My hero name is completely different from my master's, after all. He smiles softly, reminiscing. What was her hero name? Midoriya asks. He's always been interested in Nana, occasionally asking about her at times like this. Read, Toshinori says, always happy to talk about her. Like the mother of the gods, bringer of hope and protector of families. What kind of hero was she? Midoriya carefully sets his weights on the floor and stands to change lifts. A happy one. The sort that could smile in any situation, no matter how dire. She had a presence that could calm anyone and everyone, even if she never cracked the top 100. Toshinori watches as his successor stretches a resistance band around his back and gets on the floor to do push-ups. What kind of hero do you want to be? Dependable. Midoriya answers instantly, dipping down and back up. Ready for everything. Someone who you can count on. And soothing, too, I guess. And a symbol like you are, but I'm not sure I have the right personality for it. My boy, how different are Yagi, Toshinori, and All Might? Midoriya continues to do his push-ups, thinking. Very, he answers after a while. There's similarities, but you're almost two completely different people. If I didn't know your secret, then I wouldn't suspect. Exactly. Toshinori says I play a character every time I buff up. Aspects of Yagi seep into All Might, obviously, but for the most part, it's an act. The smile, the poses, nearly everything iconic about All Might isn't present in Yagi Toshinori. And that's perfectly fine. So I should try to act while in costume, too. Midoriya looks up from the ground at him. Not necessarily, but I know it helped me get over my nerves and fit into my hero name, especially when I was younger. What's important is that you do what's comfortable. Toshinori picks his book back up and continues to read. I hope I helped. You did? Midoriya insists. Every piece of your advice makes it better. I still need some time to think, though. Don't overthink it, Toshinori suggests, flipping a page. If you spend too long staring at the same thing, then you'll never notice when it changes. It'll come to you, I'm sure. Me too. X, how did you pick your hero name? Midoriya asks, tailing his teacher. Azawa tosses his empty jelly packet into the bin and walks out of the classroom. It was given to me by a close friend. He answers truthfully. Midoriya looks thoughtful and turns the opposite way to leave campus. Hopefully he picks one soon. Names are almost due. X, how did you pick your hero name? I wanted something short and sweet so to stick in everyone's mind. I also needed something AIM-related, so I picked Snipe. X, how did you pick your hero name? Though with extreme difficulty. Took me 3 tries, but I went with Present Mike to remind myself to always speak up. If you're asking for advice, mine would be to take it slow. Your first pick doesn't have to be your last. X, how did you pick your hero name? I didn't pick so much as always know what it was going to be. I watched that old Ghostbusters movie the day before I made my first clone, and I fell in love with the word ectoplasm, even more so when I saw how it was similar to how my quirk works. Ever since the realization, I knew it would be my name. X Gran, how did you choose your hero name? Sorahiko chews thoughtfully on a bite of hot pastry. I've always had gray hair. Ever since I came out of the womb, I had the same shade as my granddad. Luckily, I've yet to get his hairline. He chuckles. But that's not the point. Kids are mean bastards. I know Toshi got a lot of shit for being quirkless, and you probably did too. All Might was quirkless. Yes, but don't interrupt. The kid closes his mouth and resumes his thoughtful expression. Anyways, you two numbskulls were probably bullied, but so was I. Not anything bad, just some teasing. The kids all used to call me Grandpa Torino, and it drove me nuts every time someone said it. If you wanted to pick a fight with a teenage me, then saying that name was the way to go, even all the way through high school. Especially high school, I should say, since I went to a real shitty one. No, I never actually went to an official hero school. I just used an old warehouse for training and fought for cash a lot. A real delinquent I was, don't be like me. When I finally got good enough to take a licensing exam, they needed a name to take in. I didn't have one ready. The lady at the desk got all pissy with me when I took too long and told me to just take a name and make it mine. He pauses, drinking in Midoriya's expression. It's focused, and Sorahiko can practically see the gears turning in his head. I'm usually not one for metaphors, deeper meaning, or any of that philosophical junk, but that phrase has always stuck with me. Take a name and make it mine, she said. So I did. I put down Gran Torino and made that my name. No one could ever use it to insult me again because it's mine, and I decide how it's used. That answer your question? The kid looks starstruck and foggy-eyed. Yeah, it definitely did. He blinks and starts to talk rapidly as he stands. I need to go home now, is that okay? I just have an idea. A really, really good idea, and it's all thanks to your advice, so thanks and do what you need to do, kid. Sorahiko props his feet up. This is clearly more important than theory lessons with me. The kid nods, thanking him again before rushing off. Sorahiko smirks to himself. He definitely has a good idea. Hopefully the name isn't anything stupid. Izuku slams open the door of the apartment building, thanking whatever deities there might be that his mother isn't home. He rushes through his home, hanging up his jacket and slipping off his shoes as he makes a beeline for the bathroom. Stepping in and locking the door, he looks in the mirror. He looks like he always does, green eyes and hair that's a bit too shaggy and long at the moment, freckles, a small nose. His cheeks have slimmed recently, and his jawline is better pronounced. Whether it's due to regular growth or the buildup of muscle, he doesn't care. He's not here to scrutinize his appearance. He's here to claim a name. The idea had popped into his head as soon as Grant had finished his story. At the time, Izuku felt like it was the only name for him. But now he planned to make sure. Looking directly at the reflection of his eyes, Izuku says it barely above a whisper. He cringes when it leaves his mouth, the sound so derogatory, so harsh. But he pushes on. He says it again, louder this time. He doesn't cringe, but his stomach churns and his eye twitches. Again, almost at a normal speaking voice. The weight in his stomach lessens. Another time, said as loud as if he were talking to his friends in the lunchroom. The weight disappears. Once more, almost a shout. It feels good, fulfilling. He says it again, yelling this time. It makes him feel strong, like he's better than the name. Another and another and another until he's screaming at the top of his lungs and his voice is hoarse. He never looks away from the mirror. When he finally stops, Izuku smiles. The name is his now. No one will ever use it to hurt him again. Aizawa silently strolls through the halls of UA, coffee mug in hand. He usually wouldn't drink or eat in front of students, but last night he had to complete the lengthy paperwork required for his students to attend internships, so he made an exception. The door to one is open, like usual, and the voices of the two kids are floating through the air like usual. Aizawa walks in, not bothering to mask his presence. "Good morning, sir," they say. He greets them back and occupies the corner. He takes a sip of his drink. "I trust you both have code names ready." Aizawa looks them over critically, noting how Midoriya's shoulders are set firm. They both say yes. Good, midnight will be here any second now. Hopefully she approves them. On cue, Nimiri walks in, loudly proclaiming that the day has come. Aizawa sighs and drinks more coffee. It's too early for anyone to be that happy. "Noburo, why don't you go first?" Nimiri suggests. "You had some good concepts last time." Okay. Do I have to stand or just say the same in tagline?" Aizawa cuts her off. "Short and sweet so we can get to training." "Right, right." Noburo nods before sitting up straight. "I'm the pointy hero, Iron Maiden." "Ooh, not bad at all." Nimiri coos. "A smidge violent, yes, but so is your quirk. The tagline is simple, and you even worked a reference into your name. Iron Maidens are those spiky coffin things, right?" "Yeah, they are." Noburo confirms, a relieved smile slipping onto her lips. "Thank you for helping, ma'am. Your lessons were really good." "Daw, you shouldn't flatter me, especially since I threw those together in 5 minutes." She gives Noburo one last proud smile and turns her attention to Midoriya. "Did you figure one out?" she asks. Midoriya nods firmly. "Yes, I did." "Well, go ahead and share with the class. It's a little personal to me, but after I got some advice, I knew this had to be it." He takes a deep breath, and as always to hide a smirk under his capture weapon as that familiar fire lights back up in his eyes. "I'm the can-do hero, Deku." Aizawa immediately looks to Nimiri with his best blank expression. Deku is the type of name she'd usually refuse due to the connotations, but with the way the kid said it, there's a snowball's chance in hell that Aizawa would ever let her. There's no worry, though, because Nimiri sees it too. She smirks coyly. "How interesting. Oxymorons aren't usually used, but I take it this is ironic or something like that." Midoriya nods, though it's a bit noncommittal. "Well, all right then. I'm not one to judge. Deku is a fine hero name." Midoriya looks relieved and happy, obviously fully confident that he made the right choice. It's the look Aizawa wants to see more from him. He's dealt with self-conscious students before, and it's always a relief to see them grow into their own. Perhaps with his new name, he'd tap into his full potential. 16 Deku. The hell kind of name is that? Grant's words make Izuku flinch, and he loses his focus, nearly ramming into a wall. Easy there, kid. I'm not judging your choice, but I'm definitely judging your lack of concentration. Get back to your spot and stay there. Izuku nods and kicks off the nearest hard surface, flying to the center of the room. Staying in the same 2-meter cubed area usually isn't that hard, but ever since he'd figured out that he could use one for all, a 10% float had gotten more uncontrollable. It's like when he first unlocked it all over again. Staying still is a nightmare, and the speed is blinding. But seriously, I'd like to know why you chose that name. It must be interesting. Izuku opens his eyes, taking care to keep his center of balance level. I took inspiration from you, Ground. Everyone at school called me Deku because, well, I gotcha. Gran looks up at him, almost fond. That takes guts, kid, lots of guts. And I suppose it's not an entirely bad name. Kinda rolls off the tongue. Izuku smiles. Thanks, I'm still not entirely comfortable with it, but it's at least mine. No, whoa. Float suddenly shoots him straight up, and he has to brace his arms to push off the ceiling. He lowers himself to the floor to save 2%. Gran shakes his head. I really hope that Heron fellow you picked for the internship fixes that. You mean Hawks? Izuku corrects, stretching out his arms. Whatever. He's ranked number 3. How can you not know his name? Izuku asks, incredulous. PSSH, he's like 19. Still a baby, if you ask me. Hawks is 21 and has had his own agency for years. Izuku says, still a bit exasperated. They say he's the fastest pro to ever live. He adds as an afterthought. Gran's gaze immediately sharpens. You watch your tongue, Brett. I could kick the kid's teeth in before he could blink. Izuku blinks skeptical. Prove it? You sure about that? Gran asks, looking deathly serious. Izuku nods, much more curious as to what's about to happen than arrogant. Your funeral. Izuku doesn't even get a chance to think, much less blink, before he's flat on his back with the wind knocked out of him. Meanwhile, Gran Torino is perched on a ledge with a grin that could only be described as shit-eating. WH or what? Izuku wheezes. I warned you, Gran says. You asked for this. How? You're like 80. I thought you were taking our spars seriously. Fear the old in a profession where they die young. Gran hops down from his ledge. You may not be a zygote anymore, but compared to me, to Tashinori, other top pros, to your teachers at that fancy school and Nana back when she was in her prime, even to some psychics, you're a toddler lost in the woods. Not helpless, but exceedingly weak compared to the real big hitters of the world. That's quite the good lesson, but did you have to be so rough with the boy? The cheerful voice of All Might echoes through the room. Izuku's face lights up, and he immediately bounds over to his mentor. All Might, how was your patrol? He shuffles from foot to foot, eager, uneventful. All Might says, but that's a good thing. It means I'm still a crime deterrent. He looks over to Gran. Maybe don't kick him so hard he pukes. And why not? It sure as hell worked for you. Gran bites back. Besides, he needed a demonstration. He's a teenager after all, and teenagers need to be taught respect. I understand that, but the boy's got a big day tomorrow, and it's Midoriya. All Might smiles down at his successor. You'd like the rest of the night off to spend time with your mother, yes. If that's all right, Izuku says. I would have thought you'd want to get one last day in before I left. Perhaps. All Might agrees, but spending time with your family is also important. Heroes aren't solitary creatures. Did you lift already? Yes, then you can go. Have a nice night, kid. Izuku gives a quick thanks and hurries out of the building. He doesn't get to see the pair of fond smiles directed at his back. The next morning comes after a night of movies and good food, courtesy of both of the Midoriyas. As all as the two students grab their costumes and sees them out to the train station, he leaves with a final warning to behave and not to cause any trouble. It's a little weird getting on a train less than an hour after getting off one, Nibiru points out, sliding the case containing her costume under her seat. Izuku does the same. Yeah, I guess. But having us go right to the agencies from home would be even weirder. They take their seats, Izuku right on the end next to the door, and Nibiru to his left. Even if the seats are plenty big and the compartment is empty, she settles close to him so they're brushing shoulders and knees. It's nice, Izuku thinks. It feels good to have a friend who's comfortable showing affection, even if this is the last time they'll see each other for a while. Hey, don't get mopey, Nibiru says, instantly catching on to his melancholy-filled expression. You'll be meeting Hawks in less than 2 hours, and I'll get to see the inside of Edshot's agency. It'll be great. She tries to be cheerful, but it's clear she's a bit bummed as well. Izuku can't blame her. I've always wanted to visit Edshot's agency. He tries to match her false cheer. There's no pictures of it online, and he's really big on security, so it's not like you could send me some. I could try. Nibiru smiles, her foot tapping on the floor of the car. I'm pretty sneaky. Having siblings does that to you, among other things. Having a big family can't be that bad. Izuku says, debating the obvious sentiment her sentence carried. You'd never get bored at home, and there'd be more people to listen to you. Sure, but when you're the youngest of five, the teasing is awful. Nibiru shakes her head. The amount of shit I got for getting second at the festival is astronomical. And don't even get me started on the overprotectiveness. Yeah, the ride continues in silence after that. A few people get on off at a couple stops, but the two friends are not among them. When it does come time to change trains, however, there's hesitation after they get off the first one. Nibiru looks over her shoulder at the subway entrance where Izuku is supposed to go to reach Hawk's agency, which is further away from Yue and Edshot's, which she can walk to from their current position. So, she says, fiddling with her case, I think this is goodbye. Izuku awkwardly asks, finding the surrounding shops and office buildings very interesting. You'd be correct, she answers, trying to catch his eye. She eventually does, and they stare for a while. Then Nibiru takes a deep breath and drops her case, wrapping Izuku up in a tight embrace. I'm gonna miss you. Text me. Why, yeah, of course, Izuku says, bringing his arms around the middle of her back. I'll miss you, too. Nibiru pulls away, one hand still on his arm. Good luck, Deku, she says with a smile. You too, Iron Maiden. And that's that. The ride after that is dull. Izuku reads on his phone for most of it, idly passing the time and ignoring the fresh bout of sadness that washes over him, but it's futile. No matter how hard he tries, he can't get over the fact that he's lost another friend. The train car that Izuku's in stays empty for most of the ride, only making it more difficult for him to distract himself. 2 stops pass, and not a single soul steps on. But on the third one, that changes. A father and son, or at least Izuku thinks it's a father and son, get on and take a pair of seats across from him. They are both taller than him, the father more so than the son, who is at least 2 centimeters on Izuku. They both have black hair, the son's styled down in a spiky mane, and the father's carefully gelled back, giving it a glossy look. The boy, who's probably around Izuku's age, is also wearing a black medical mask and coughs a couple of times. Izuku smiles politely at the man, who nods in return and procures a newspaper from somewhere and begins to read. They must be good or getting back from the doctors, he figures. It's the only logical reason for a high schooler to be taking a train with a mask at this hour. Izuku looks over to the boy and is startled to see that he's staring. Red eyes. That's the first thing Izuku notices, and his heart nearly leaps from his chest once he does. But the other boy's eyes aren't angry and hateful like Bakugo's. Instead, they're more like his father's gray ones, cheerful and polite as well as dark in color. Izuku smiles and waves at the boy before meaning to look at his phone again. He never gets the chance. You're the guy who won the sports festival, the boy says, voice a little muffled by his mask and looking like he wants to get up and sit next to Izuku. Dude, that was so cool to watch. I was cheering you on from the start, so it was awesome to see you win like that. Your name's Midoriya, right? Why, yeah, Izuku says, the feeling of flustered pride at being recognized bubbling through his chest. Thank you for cheering for me. It was really tough at times. Really, the way you fought, I thought you were breezing through everything. It's very obvious that the boy is smiling under his face covering, and he gets up. My name's Kirishima. It's really nice to meet you. Jiro, maybe don't shake the guy's hand right after we found out you're contagious. The voice of the father says, though it's the opposite of stern. Right, sorry, Dad. Kirishima chuckles and returns to his seat across from Izuku. It's still really cool to see you in person. You're actually kind of shorter than I expected. He trails off at the end, scratching the nape of his neck. Not that that's a bad thing. Small but mighty is a really manly thing to be. I just thought that with that crazy quirk of yours, you'd be taller. Izuku forces a laugh, not quite sure of how to react. Thanks, I think. I haven't really thought about my height a whole lot. Hey, don't worry about it. Kirishima laughs. I wasn't making fun of you. Anyways, could you tell me what you like? I want to apply next year. I'm aiming for the hero course. Oh, I can do that. Izuku relaxes. This he can do. The entrance exam is tough, but if you go with your gut in the practical and study hard for the written, you've got a good shot of getting in. Now hear that, boy. Study hard or you will make it. The father says, flipping the page of his newspaper. Heart won't make up for being dumb as a rock. Yeah, Kirishima says, obviously brushing his father off for the time being. What about classes? You a crazy rich, right? So they've got to have all sorts of state-of-the-art stuff for training. They do. Izuku confirms. They've got a massive dome half the size of my home district just for rescue training. And that's not even talking about the fake cities, which are really cool. I haven't been in them a lot yet, but they're amazing. Oh man, that does sound awesome. Kirishima cheers. It quickly develops into a coughing fit, causing the conversion to stop for a while. Sorry. I've got a bug or something, and I haven't felt good for 3 days. Anyways, it's no surprise they let you in. I mean, you were practically a hero before you even took the entrance tests. WH or what? Izuku asks, furrowing his brow. The Quake incident, remember. Kirishima explains, when you rushed in to help the new hero when no one else would, even if you were just a kid. I saw that on the news. It was totally manly. Izuku feels himself color. Oh, that. The day he met All Might. How could he forget? I gotta know, what were you thinking? The red-eyed boy asks, leaning forward on his knees. You looked scared out of your mind, but you kept moving. What were you thinking? I wasn't. Izuku answers. In that moment, my mind was blank and my body moved on its own. Well, the train stops and Izuku stands, unsure of how to deal with Kirishima's stunned expression. This is where I get off. He tries. Kirishima blinks out of his trance. Don't let me hold you back, he says, waving Izuku on. You just given me a lot to think about. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Thanks. Izuku smiles as he grabs his case and walks out of the train. Get well soon. I hope I see you in UA next year. I'll try. See ya. Izuku walks from the station to the agency with a smile and a pep in his step. The streets and roads are mostly empty, with it being a workday, so he can walk as fast as he likes. With one final left turn, he finally sees it. Hawk's Hero Agency is a 10-story building with a massive radio tower on top, providing an additional 300 meters of height. It's blocky and square, painted a plain beige with gold and red accents. A black sign runs from top to bottom of the front left corner, letting people know what it is clearly. Without the sign and tower, Izuku feels that it would be indistinguishable from the normal office buildings that surround it. With a deep breath, Izuku walks up to the front entrance and opens one of the many glass doors. He enters nervously, looking around. Inside, he sees what's probably a waiting area with chairs and coffee tables. There's a lady patiently waiting in one of the seats, and in the back of the room is a desk along with a wide double door leading deeper into the building. The receptionist looks up from his computer. Can I help you? He asks, a respectable sliver of caution in his voice. I'm here for the internship, Izuku says, walking further into the room. It's painted like the outside, but with a lighter shade of beige. Potted plants and paintings of birds of prey serve as decorations. The man flicks through a thick binder for a moment, and Izuku stops and stands awkwardly in front of the desk. Midoriya Izuku, he asks casually, twirling a pencil with two fingers. That's me. What's your date of birth? The man looks down at his binder, the heightened part of the desk hiding it from view. July 15th, 2305. The man nods, satisfied. He wheels back and pulls open a drawer, procuring a lanyard with a plastic card on the end. This'll get you to Hawk's office. Go in that door and straight back all the way to the elevator. Go to the top floor, not the roof, the actual top floor, and take a left right away. At the first junction, go left again, and the room will be the first door on the left. If anyone asks who you are, just show the badge. Got it? I think so. Izuku takes the lanyard. Thank you. You're welcome. He'll be with you soon. Probably. With that, Izuku dutifully follows the instructions of the receptionist. The first hallway is practically empty, with only a single door other than the elevator that reads locker room. On the ride up, he's not the only one and is joined by a few sidekicks who get off on the third floor. Once he gets to the right floor, Izuku walks through the halls without having to show the badge once. The door to Hawk's office is wide and dark and pops out against the hardwood floors and the brown walls. Izuku knocks 3 times and waits. Nothing happens. He knocks again, then once more. Eventually, he just turns the handle and, finding it unlocked, walks in. The office is barren, Izuku thinks. There are no decorations barring the single dead fern that sits in the far right corner. The far wall is taken up completely by a massive window, which gives a great view of the city below. There's a desk with a backless chair and a stool across from it. Izuku takes a seat and waits, noting how the window has 2 sets of large hinges, likely so people can fly in. Izuku waits for 10 minutes. He doesn't play on his phone because it would be rude and kind of embarrassing. He does look over his costume, however. It's the same as when he first got it and in perfect condition. He almost wishes there was something wrong so he could try and fix it. Izuku and waiting don't exactly mix well most of the time. After another 2 minutes of waiting, Izuku spots a small dot in the skyline from the view of the window. It gradually grows bigger and bigger, and Izuku feels his heart speed up. Finally, a mere 5 seconds after noticing it, Izuku can definitively say that the dot is Hawk's. Izuku stands up from the stool and brushes off his uniform. This is it. Maybe if he's good enough, he could get an autograph out of this. Is it wrong to think about that? He's here to learn, so that should be his priority. But then again, All Might and Present Mike sign stuff for him, so maybe it's okay. Or maybe it just depends. The number 3 hero slams into the window at top speed and bounces off with a comical thunk. Izuku can't help the little snort that exits his nose. Watching carefully as Hawks glides backwards and uses 2 feathers to open the door, he takes a step back. The pro hero then casually flies in. But he doesn't sit behind the desk, or stand behind it even. Instead, the man casually walks right up to Izuku and looks him in the eye. Hawk's eyes flash something serious for just half a second. "No one will ever believe you," he says. "W what?" Izuku squeaks, suddenly doubting if this was the right choice for his internship. "Nah, just playing." Hawk's expression shifts to something more playful, and he unceremoniously turns and sits on top of his desk with his legs crossed. "I left that window open this morning, so someone must have closed it. Happens all the time. I'm just messing with you. You're that sports festival kid, right?" "Yeah, I'm a Midoriya Izuku, I know." Hawk stands and brushes past the younger boy. "Follow me," he says, walking out of the room. Izuku obeys, following him to the elevator. "So," Hawk says, tapping his foot to the ambient music of the elevator car after he selected the button that read roof. "Why'd you pick my agency?" "I wanted help with my flying," Izuku answers honestly. "I haven't really gotten a chance to really fly. I have at school some, but that's always inside. But I want to see what it's like in the open sky." "Oh, good," Hawk says as the elevator dings. He steps off. "I sent you an offer because your flying was awful. Nice that our goals align." "Yeah." "Why, yeah." Izuku's a little bit hurt by the dig at his use of float, but he can't really disagree. He's here to learn after all. "MK, I'll have you go around with my new sidekick, and then we'll see what you've got to work on." Izuku steps out of the elevator car and onto the roof. The floor is padded slightly, with some kind of plastic to cushion. Should I really be fighting someone at that level? Izuku asks, taking the massive radio tower he'd spotted from the ground. It is also padded at the bottom at least and painted a bright gold with flashing lights. Probably not. But I'm not here to see you win. I want to see how you fly up close. Hawks points upward. I'll be watching you and Talon, that's my sidekick, in there. He'll be here in a bit, so go get changed. There's a room over there. Izuku takes his case with him over to the short structure Hawks had pointed to. It's more of a shack than a room, with tin walls and a plywood roof. It would definitely collapse with a strong enough wind, but then again, it's probably temporary. After changing into his costume, Izuku steps out to see Hawks having an animated, albeit one-sided, conversation with who must be Talon. The man has an obvious bird mutation, with skinny yellow arms and legs that had long black claws, a falcon's head, and a pair of large wings. He dwarfs both Hawks and Izuku and wears a serious expression that matches the old-timey look of his costume, which is modeled after a bomber pilot from the 1900s. That him? Talon asks. Yep, Hawks says, drawing the word out and popping the P at the end. You can probably take him easy, so don't be too rough. Slip your gloves on and remember that he's got a fraction of your training. Talon grunts and pulls out a pair of thick leather gloves tailored to his bird-like hands out of his jacket. He slips them on and flexes his fingers. Satisfied, he looks to Izuku. You've got a good grasp of ground-to-ground combat, Talon says. But Hawks said your air-to-ground is awful, and your air-to-air is non-existent. Is that true? Izuku nods. Are you sure we should be doing this? He addresses the pro. It'll be fine. The Hero Hospital is a 2-minute flight away, and I'll be watching everything. Hawks leans against the door to the elevator. Just pretend you're roughhousing with your siblings. That's something that happens, right? Talon only rolls his eyes. Are you ready? The sidekick asks, spreading his wings. Izuku nods, prepping float at a safe 5%. Very well. I won't go easy on you. With that, Talon flaps his wings hard enough to stir up a sizable breeze and dashes forwards, arms outstretched. Not to be outdone, Izuku moves, too, meeting the young man halfway. Thinking he has the advantage with the extra strength of one for all, Izuku tries for a tackle. Talon, however, is much too agile and leans out of the way, grabbing one of Izuku's legs in the process. Kicking wildly, Izuku breaks free and turns to face again. It's too slow, and Talon has already closed the distance, and he drives Izuku back with a hard kick to the chest. Using the newly created space, Talon moves upwards, angling his wings and limbs. Izuku chases after, trying to get a hold of a leg. After reaching his desired height, Talon levels out and sharply turns away from the tower. Instead of copying the exact move, Izuku stops midair and spins. He does so just in time to be kicked with 2 legs into the tower. It's all downhill from there. No matter how high his power output goes, or how hard he tries to anticipate Talon's moves, Izuku cannot get more than 2 feet from the tower. It limits his movements and attacks severely, crippling his chances of winning. With every kick and punch he takes, Izuku is raised higher and higher back, hitting the cold metal of the tower. Eventually, Talon pins both of his arms against a beam of steel with his feet claws and claims victory. All right, I got what I needed. Talon, you rendezvous with Stratosphere. She's your patrol leader, and Midoriya, you come down. Hawks orders, circling the tower. I've got some tips for you. Bidding a polite goodbye to Talon, Izuku swiftly descended along with Hawks. The pro looks at him carefully for a moment before speaking. So, what went wrong there? I couldn't maneuver. Izuku answers immediately. His fighting style relies heavily on maneuverability, so if he can't move, he can't fight. Hawks nods. Yeah, that's one part of it. But you also let Talon control the pace of the fight. Izuku blinks. The pacing. Hawk's lips move oddly, conjuring from one shape to another as he thinks. You know how when runners have a race, they go at a certain speed for better efficiency, he says after a moment. Izuku nods. It's like that. You want to go at a speed comfortable for you. Think about how I always go blindingly fast. I set the pace of the fight at such a speed that villains and criminals can't react. Talon did something similar, fighting at an uncomfortable rate for you, but a good one for him. Got it? Yeah, I think I do. Izuku says, taping his foot thoughtfully. Grand and All Might always fight at his pace, but if Izuku wants to be a better hero, he should fight at slower and faster ones. Talon also did a great job of restricting your movements. Hawks adds, holding up a finger. Fighting Erdware is all about control. If you can't move freely and your opponent can, you've lost. There's also a dimensional change for air fights. He holds up another finger. On the ground, you'll always have the floor, and you only have to worry about the X and Y axis, or at least almost always. Anyways, up there, it's different. You have to worry about the Z axis, up and down. Really, the only constant you have with airware fights is gravity. Izuku mulls it over for a moment before nodding. Thank you for teaching me this, he says, half tempted to bow. PFFT, don't thank me yet. Hawks laughs, slipping his hands into his pockets. You've got 6 days here, and I'm going to work you hard, starting right now with the flying lesson. He pulls one hand out of a pocket, and with it a spare pair of his usual yellow goggles. Here he tosses them to Izuku, who catches. What are these for? And how will you be teaching me? There's all sorts of junk and bits of dust in the air most days, not to mention the wind. Hawk says, stretching his crimson wings wide. They're for you to use temporarily. Gotta keep your eyes healthy, right? And as for your other question, he looks at Izuku, a cool and casual smirk on his lips. For all intents and purposes, he looks as casual as ever, but Izuku can't help but feel on edge. I find that learning on the job is best. We're going on patrol. X bonus. Facts about Nibiru. Originally conceived for the express purpose of giving Izuku a friend for his early days at UA, Nibiru was initially of a Latin American background, like I, the author, and I scrapped that idea and made her Filipino after realizing that the amount of Latin American immigrants to Japan is probably exceedingly small. In the first outlines, she was supposed to willingly leave UA, finding the fly by the seat of your pants style of teaching to not be a good fit for her and not being comfortable with a class of 2. I changed the reason after realizing that it's very out of character for someone like her who's so driven. Her name was the product of a 2-minute Google search on Japanese names. The site I used said Nibiru means he who hides. I have no clue if that's accurate, but that's fine because it has no bearing on her character. Her first name, Mai, was taken from the LA character Mai. The two have nothing in common except for general badassery. As I've hinted, she has a crush on Izuku. However, she's also the type to focus on her career first, so them getting together would never happen even if she stayed in Japan. Nibiru's favorite music is metal, though she has a guilty pleasure for electronic music as well. Her favorite food is soba, piping hot in temperature, and as she can get it, in spice as well. She is also a closet nerd and will talk your ears off about video games and the history of music if you let her.
Okay, let's continue. I'm waiting for the new chapters to get. Oh god, my body cracks a little bit more than enough. Let's continue then.
Petrol, Izuku says, shocked so much that he nearly drops the goggles in his hands. But I'm not ready. I couldn't even keep up with you, and what if there are villains? Relax, it'll be fine. Hawk stretches his arms over his head and cracks his neck. Stay behind me and don't worry about falling behind. There'll be sidekicks following me, so if you get lost, stick with them. All right, let's go. With that, he takes off in a single wing beat and rockets into the midday sky. Izuku hastily slips the goggles over his head, tightening the straps so they don't fall off. He looks around once they're on, searching for a flash of red among the vast blue. He finds it already hundreds of meters away and starts off at 10%. Flying in the open air is nothing like flying in enclosed spaces. It takes Izuku all of 2 seconds to realize this because his attempt to go right for Hawks is stopped by the wind. Pushed back and forth, Izuku desperately tries to climb, the literal force of nature fighting his every move. But he pushes through and trails behind the hero. Not wanting to be left in the dust, Izuku pushes to 12% to straining his body. There are parts perfectly around the goggles, and he angles so his face is pointing forward and his chest is pointing down. Their pressure forces him to keep his arms to his sides and his legs together, and even then he still doesn't feel sleek, but he still moves forward. In the distance, Izuku can see Hawks soaring high above the city, doing lazy loops and swinging low occasionally. The hero's path is random and almost erratic, and Izuku is forced to change course many times, his frustration growing each time. Every time Izuku gets within 100 meters, Hawks picks up his pace, swooping around buildings and stopping crimes with a few feathers. If it were any other scenario, Izuku would be in full fanboy mode. Hawks' captures were always amazing to watch, and he often moves too fast for cameras to catch. But now, with every beat of the hero's wings, Izuku is reminded of the fact that he isn't fast enough. Not fast enough to keep up, but fast enough to keep in sight. That's what Izuku finds his level to be. He does consider giving up and going with the sidekicks, but it would mean he'd have to run, which is not what he came here for. So Izuku continues to bite his lip and fly on, lagging behind all the while. From Izuku's count, Hawks manages to make 30 villain takedowns in the time he spends on patrol. Considering that the average hero could only pull 2 or 3 a day, the number is almost unimaginable. Of course, Izuku also knows that Hawk's record is exactly 105 captures made in a single day. It's a ridiculous number that could probably never be repeated almost entirely because of Hawk's quirk. And what a quirk it is. Fierce Wings is something that would have taken at least a decade of intense training for even the most talented people to master, but Hawks isn't even 25. The sheer talent the man possesses is something Izuku could never have. It's a depressing thought, but also doesn't change anything. With enough hard work, Izuku could be a great hero like Hawks. He just has to make it back to the agency first. It might not seem like it at first thought, but using float is taxing on the body. Or maybe it isn't float so much as one for all in general. Even if Izuku could use up to 14% without immediate harm, the power still puts strain on the body. A long training session with All Might showed that outputs up to 10% have almost no extra backlash, meaning that the strain is comparable to if Izuku ran or did another form of cardio exercise for the same amount of time. But above 10% is a different story. Even after 30 minutes, 1% above that threshold, Izuku gets sore, and if he spends just 2 continuous minutes at 14%, he'd be walking with a limp for the rest of the day. Izuku has just gone upwards of 2 hours without dipping below 12%. He's almost tempted to stay floating above the ground all day so he won't have to feel the ache in his muscles, but as Hawks himself lands back on the roof of his agency and waves Izuku down, there really is no choice. He regrets his choice the instant his feet touch the ground. Izuku is no stranger to muscle soreness and fatigue. The aim to pass American Dream Plan saw to that. But nothing that came from All Might's training is on the same level as what he's experiencing at that moment. Biting back a swear, Izuku stumbles forward. He very nearly hits the ground, but a crimson feather hooks onto his utility belt and steadies him. Looking up, he sees Hawks casually leaning against the tower. You can take a break if you like. The hero says, making sure Izuku is able to stand before letting the feather fly back to join with his wings. It's not a big deal. You're here to improve, not die of. Is it quirk exhaustion or poor endurance? Neither. Izuku braces himself on the ledge of the roof with one hand. My quirk is a massive pool of energy. I don't think I could use it all in one sitting if I tried. Did you see what happened in the second round of the festival? Not really, I just watched the final event. Hawks twirls a pencil-sized feather with two fingers. My body can't handle my full power. Izuku explains, so if I go above my safe limit, I get drawbacks. Hawk stops spinning the feather and looks at Izuku. That sucks. And there's nothing you can really do about it here. I didn't sign up to help a kid with quirk conditioning. Anyways, you should take a break. Or not, I don't care. He spreads his wings again and prepares for takeoff. If you follow me, don't die. It's a lot of paperwork for me, and I'll probably get sued. Without another word, Hawks takes off. Izuku is left on the roof alone. But where do I go if I want to take a break? He asks, hoping for an actual order. Don't care. Do whatever you want. Izuku sighs and turns around to look over the edge of the building. Since it's only the first day, he shouldn't be too disappointed with the lack of actual teaching. The advice he got at the start was good, and he got a feel for flying in open air. But he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Eraserhead, Grand, and All Might are always good about not wasting a moment in their lessons. Each and every exercise is designed to build good habits and increase his abilities. Hawks just isn't like that. There's no lesson to be learned from flying around in circles trying to catch up to someone who couldn't be beaten. Or maybe there is and he's missing it. Taking a deep breath, Izuku calls for float again. Hawks said he could do whatever he wanted. Hawks also seems to be a really laid-back person. Surely he wouldn't mind if Izuku keeps practicing on the roof, right? It couldn't hurt if he ignores the fact that he has no idea what he's doing. Rising to the top of the tower, Izuku pulls out his phone and opens it. There is probably a rule against texting and flying, but that isn't important. He needs moves. Actual, legitimate maneuvers, preferably something he could use like full cowl. Basic but effective and easy to apply in most situations. It's at times like this that he wishes for his notebook. Izuku knows for a fact that he has a whole section in the 13th one dedicated to aerial heroes and their moves. But for now, he'll just have to work with his phone. Starshot, Zephyr, Whirl, and Stratosphere are all ranged, so they're out. He mutters to himself, perching on a ring of the tower. Hawks is too. I need someone who gets up close and personal. Maybe Buckshot. No, he's only got one documented close takedown. Ugh, why is this so difficult? With the vast amount of heroes in Asia, not to mention the rest of the world, it isn't that difficult to find any type of hero one could imagine. But there's a shortage of close flying types for some reason. Even among villains, who often use knives to go with their quirks, there aren't a lot. Annoyed with his lack of results, Izuku closes out of his search engine and opens a video streaming app. There's a very small chance of finding anything of worth for his current project, but that's fine. Izuku just needs a second to let his brain relax. Most of his recommendations are news clips from earlier in the week. A robbery here, a hijacking there, they were regular happenings. There's a new All Might video that he watches, but it's only 20 seconds and shows him stopping a routine mugging. Scrolling down a bit more in search of something funny or just plain entertaining, Izuku sees a video titled 73rd Sports Festival Highlight Number 34, Midoriya Nibiru Final Pin. The thumbnail shows a still of Izuku and Nibiru mid-grapple. Interested in seeing what it looked like from the outside, Izuku taps it. The video buffers for a moment before playing. The video starts with a little intro explaining how the festival progressed up to that point. Once the actual clip starts, the overwhelming majority of the noise is cheers from the crowd. The rest is Midnight, who's counting down as loud as she can. The camera is steadily pointed at Izuku's face, which is focused on the task at hand with a lipless grin. Nibiru is struggling against the hold she's in, but it's clearly fruitless. Pausing the video, Izuku scrolls down to the comments. Most are about how exciting the video was with the odd joke thrown in. One does catch his eye, though. Lol, just imagine you're a mugger trying to make a quick buck, then 5 feet 3 inches green-haired kid drops down from the sky and fucking puts you in a chokehold. Drop down from the sky and put them in a chokehold. Shutting his phone off, Izuku thinks about it. Maybe he should be a grappler. One for All's raw power would definitely be suited to it, not to mention the advantages it would bring to capturing. But for some reason, using One for All's physical enhancement to restrain villains doesn't feel right. Something deep in Izuku's bones tells him that pins would be useless and steers him to tackles and strikes instead. Agreeing with his instincts, Izuku kicks off into the air. Fresh out of ideas for good moves, he decides to do something he's good at, imitating Gran Torino. Jet is a perfectly good quirk that should be replicable with float, so there's no reason not to try, even if it's not something he plans on using long term. He starts off by circling around the tower, mentally planning what to do. One hard push in the opposite direction I want to go. Izuku mutters, going a fair distance away from the tower, like Jet. He pauses midair and focuses One for All onto his feet. Gradually, the pressure builds. His legs feel like they want to explode, but Izuku holds firm. He floats in the same spot, waiting. Then, when it feels like he can't hold for another moment, he releases the pressure and promptly shoots 50 meters up. Whoa, Izuku says, steadying himself. The pressure in his body was still there, but it happened all at once instead of being a continuous strain. It isn't an improvement, but it's something new. He can work with this. Izuku lets the pressure build again, this time focusing in his entire body. Since float is meant for continuous use rather than short bursts, there's a whole page in his notebook dedicated to how the quirk works, but it boils down to being a field of energy that constantly radiates outward. It takes a while to gather enough energy. This time, he doesn't go to the maximum. Instead, once he's halfway there, he lets a short burst out and shoots to the left. Then, without pausing, he releases the rest of the pressure and goes to the right. Smiling, Izuku flies back to the tower and finds a spot to sit. Pulling out his phone again, he opens his notes app. Full cal but without walls. With enough practice, maybe. Izuku's thoughts devolve into a garbled mess, and he begins to type swiftly. After a couple minutes of typing, Izuku stops. Looking over his notes, he sees that there's a common theme. Short bursts on their own won't make up for speed deficiency, but if he could build power and fly at the same time, he could fix the problem. Now to practice. Izuku kicks off again. I should focus on the bursts first, then try to do the combination. He keeps One for All strictly at 5%. Izuku could technically practice at 10%, but there's no need to start out at his limit. He lets the pressure build once more, then releases. After going a couple meters upward, he lets a similar size burst out to stopping himself. He does the same, go to the left this time. He repeats the process for a while, getting a feel for the timing he needs to stop. Once he feels confident enough, he moves on to something new. Turns something that would be difficult to do with the burst technique. For this one, Izuku starts a half-meter above the roof of the building and starts to charge up. He only lets it get to a small fraction of the way full before he releases. The speed is much slower than before, giving him plenty of time to turn properly. It's actually not that hard to change directions, so long as it's a slight change, Izuku finds. All he has to do is lean in the direction he wants to go, and float does the rest. So he ups the power. Once he gets a hold of how to turn in this new burst style, Izuku loses track of time. The speed he now has is enticing, drawing out the same unadulterated joy he felt when he first used full cowling. Now for the hard part. Shooting off a burst, Izuku simultaneously focuses on charging up another. It's too much at once, and he very nearly slams into a nearby building. Undeterred, he keeps trying, and after a while he finds that it's easier to let off a small burst at maybe a third or half power and then fill up his metaphorical tank in the glide afterwards instead of using power and refilling at the same time. There's a small limitation in that he can't charge up power and turn at the same time, but that's something he can work on later. Smiling and laughing, Izuku dashes through the air, no longer needing hard surfaces to change direction. He loops around the tower, then shoots over to the side of the neighboring building, pulling up in a turn before he face plants into the wall. He starts to climb higher and higher, shrugging off the air pressure until he can see the great expanse of the city in the afternoon sun. Izuku shivers from the cold and something else. He should probably go down, now, and rest, especially after however long he'd been training. You'll need a better costume if you want to fly this high, kid, a gentle and familiar voice says. Izuku looks over his shoulder. 7, he says, shocked. How? Nana shrugs, the movement causing her cape to ruffle. Izuku had only just realized that she's untouched by the wind. Her body radiates a purple aura. This quirk is weird, so let's just ignore the how for now and focus on the why. Why, yeah, kid. Nana glides forwards, graceful and sure. Sorahiko is gonna get a kick out of your new moves. Toshinori, too. I never would have thought to use my quirk like this. Izuku swallows nervously, somehow feeling hot even though he's wearing 2 layers of spandex so high in the sky he can't make out individual people on the streets below. Sorry, I just wasn't fast enough. Nana waves him off. Don't worry about it. I actually like what you've done. By using it as your own, you've made it better for you. She smiles, and Izuku's heart flutters as he notices how similar it is to All Might's. Let's go for a fly. But I'm supposed to stay by the agency. Izuku looks down, trying to spot it. And I might get in trouble for illegal quirk use. Nana raises an eyebrow. Your teacher said to do whatever you want. That means that if you do something you weren't supposed to, it's his fault for not telling you. But I don't want to get Hawks in trouble, Izuku argues. Nana shakes her head fondly. 9, he's 21 and the number 3 hero. Trust me when I say no one will care about this in a year, maybe even less. Now come on. She dashes off, her 2 capes trailing behind and her sleek black top parting there easily. Or more likely, she's simply not bound by the laws of physics anymore. Either way, Izuku feels compelled to follow. Nana looks over her shoulder for a half second before orienting herself downward and going into a steep dive. Izuku copies, loving the rush of adrenaline that courses through his veins as he starts to free fall. They don't pull out of the dive until the last second. Nana somehow manages to aim right for the top of an apartment building and curves so she just barely avoids face planting. Izuku does the same, using a small burst to help his turn and barrel rolling for fun. Izuku doesn't know how long he spends flying with Nana. All he knows is that at some point he started to use the extra strength one for all gives him to get running starts on rooftops and skywalks, and by then the sun's already gone down. By the time Nana takes him back to the agency, the moon is part way up. Landing with a roll, Izuku pops up with a smile, looking up to Nana, who has her arms crossed with a smile. He's breathing heavy and his body aches, but it's satisfying rather than frustrating this time. You did good, kid, she says, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Her hand phases right through his head and she grimaces. Right, that. Izuku looks away, not sure of what to do. Thank you for the fly. He settles on. I should be the one thanking you. Nana looks up at the sky. I haven't ever had that level of freedom. Even the day before I died, I couldn't move that fast or precisely. But then how? I'm not sure. This quirk is weird, remember. She smirks, almost like she had just won a long argument. Anyways, I'm not here to have fun. There's something important you need to know. What is it? Izuku asks, not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing. You'll be getting another quirk soon. What? Izuku nearly jumps out of shock. How? Why? When? What quirk? Because of how this works, you've impressed someone I don't know, and that's a surprise. In that order, Nana starts to flicker and swears quietly, we're out of time. You'll probably feel exhausted because of this, I'm sorry. Don't try to force anything, okay? And work hard with that brain of yours. By 9, with that as she fades from existence. Izuku stares at the spot where she stood, left with more questions than answers. Another quirk. 3 quirks. The thought is as daunting as it is exciting. On one hand, Izuku has only just barely scratched the surface of what float could do, and if he has to manage another power on top of it, one that could be completely different from both the strength enhancement of One for All and the flying of float, it seems impossible. But on the other hand, 3 quirks. There's probably some kind of cosmic joke to be made about Izuku, a boy born quirkless, having three quirks handed to him. Strong wing beats fill Izuku's ears, pulling him away from his thoughts. He looks across the roof to see Hawks land. He's a little ruffled and missing his usual easy smirk, but otherwise unchanged from earlier. Hawks begins to walk across the roof, focused on something. When he sees Izuku, he stops short. His smile is quickly plastered on. Hey, what are you doing here? I told you to take a break. Izuku straightens his back. You told me to do whatever, so I got some training in. Hawks blinks slowly and in such a way that Izuku thinks can only be described as I like. Did you spend the last? He checks his left wrist, which has a small digital watch on it, 10 hours up on this roof practicing. 10 hours, Izuku exclaims. It's been that long since you left. That's not what I'm getting at, but yes. Hawks gives Izuku a quick once-over. Are you tired? Hungry? We can get something to eat if you like. I was on my way to this great roasted chicken place. On cue, Izuku's stomach grumbles. Yeah, that'd be great. But can I change first? There's no need. Hawks takes a couple steps closer and unfurls his wings. If we're in costume, then we can fly and get a private room. I'll even try and drag some sidekicks along. Hawks does, in fact, drag some sidekicks along. Izuku is quickly introduced to Stratosphere, a short and lithe woman with bright red hair and eyes, and Cyclone, an average-height man with broad shoulders and brown hair. Talon is also persuaded to come, and all five of them fly across town to a decent-looking, if a bit old, diner. Dinner is good. Hawks and Talon both scarf down a whole chicken each. Stratosphere and Cyclone settle for splitting a plate of hot wings, and Izuku, who skipped lunch and trained all day, has 4 drumsticks and a breast. Afterwards, they skip dessert and head back to the agency. The sidekicks are all sent home, and Izuku is shown to a smallish room to spend the night in with a warning that he'll be woken up early the next morning. He showers and then suit texts his mom good night and goes to sleep. The next morning, Izuku is woken up by 3 loud knocks on the door of his room. I'm awake, he responds immediately, kicking off the covers. The knocking stops. Get in your gear and be on the roof in 20 minutes. The voice of Talon comes through the door. Don't be late. Calling back a confirmation, Izuku hops out of bed and pulls off his shirt and shorts. His costume is hanging up in the shower, so he rushes into the bathroom. After dressing at top speed, which still takes 6 minutes, he exits his room and makes for the elevator. Taking the car up, Izuku stretches out his muscles. Since he was able to sleep deeply for a long time, most of the stiffness would be gone in moments. Of course, it's still a bit painful to make the trip to where he needs to be, but anything he learned from Hawks would be worth it. Probably. The elevator slows to a stop, then opens. Izuku steps out to the familiar roof and looks around. He sees Hawks, who's watching one of his loose feathers float around in the gentle morning breeze. Hey, there you are. Hawks walks over to Izuku, who meets him halfway. Ready for another try keeping up with me? With all those hours you put in yesterday, you'll either collapse from exhaustion or actually manage it. I'm ready, Izuku says, slipping on the spare goggles Hawks gave him the other day that he may or may not have forgotten to return. I think I'll do better this time. Cool, cool. Hawks leans back a bit and stretches his arms out like a second set of wings. You know, I'm all right if you make an arrest today. Just make sure it's one I'm already going for. Yeah. Don't want to accidentally take out some jaywalker. It's clearly a joke that or Hawks is overestimating him. But Izuku isn't going to let that stop him from trying. All right. Do we start now? Hawks nods. Yep, he says, then disappears with a blur of crimson and brown. Not wanting to be left in the dust for the second day in a row, Izuku activates full cowling at 10% and immediately begins to build up a burst. He sprints across the roof all the way to the edge. Taking a flying leap, he lets off all the power he stored and swiftly cuts through the air, trailing green lightning. Izuku moves fast, faster than he's ever gone before. So fast, in fact, that for a brief, glorious moment, he passes Hawks, who's already halfway done in progress car theft. The older hero's eyes widen in surprise. Izuku can't see it, but Hawks backs off and lets him drop down to the ground. Deku, clad in green and red, hits the concrete of a parking lot and rolls to a stop. He stands, already dashing forward, startling a pair of men who are in the middle of using their quirks to pry open a car window. He tackles them both simultaneously, taking care to limit the force of the impact. Now on the cold, hard ground, the two villains groan and try to get up. They are quickly wrapped up in white tape, courtesy of Deku. Two down, who knows how many to go. X bonus. Contents of Deku's utility belt. Capture tape handed out by Yue upon Aizawa's request. First aid supplies. Miniature notebook for notes. Ballpoint pen for writing notes. Chalk for erasable markings. Cell phone. A couple $100 for a quick meal. Two granola bars and a small flask of water to avoid spending the yen. Family photo info and Izuku 18. For a while, all Izuku can do is stare, frozen in shock. The two thieves, both average-looking men in their mid to late 20s, strain against their bonds, but it's to no avail. Yue doesn't skimp on their capture tape, only quirk-enhanced strength could break it, and it's apparently partly fireproof. But that's not the important part. Izuku caught villains. He saved someone. Sort of. The worst that could have happened was a lost or totaled car, but neither of those are exactly small things either. He helps someone, Izuku decides. He didn't hesitate and acted when he saw a situation he could help. The sheer pride and fulfillment he feels is comparable to when he first used One for All without hurting himself. It's exhilarating. Hey, not half bad. Hawk's compliments, gently landing on the roof of the car that was almost stolen. You caught me off guard there. That's pretty hard to do. Let's see if you can manage it again. With that, he takes off again, and Izuku follows. With the beating of wings and the small gusts generated with each burst, the pair climb high. Izuku is still lagging behind, but it's at a fraction of what it was before. Hawks leads him in random directions across the city and instructs Izuku to keep one eye on the ground. Even if he doesn't have enhanced vision like his teacher, another pair of eyes looking down would be helpful. It's also a really great view. Like last night, Izuku can spot the streets and buildings, but unlike last night, he can see people too. With the lower altitude, he spots people walking their dogs, cars cruising down the streets, and the occasional bird that flies below them. Hawk swiftly makes two arrests, stopping an armed robbery and a purse snatcher before anyone can even realize what's going on. Izuku watches carefully, taking mental notes on how Hawks operates. The common theme is overwhelming speed and needlepoint precision rather than brute force. Hawks also carefully limits how many feathers he uses, only expending 2 for the robbery and 1 for the purse thief. It's an interesting style, one that isn't as common in modern heroics, which favors raw power and flashiness. Izuku finds that he likes Hawk's style and begins to think about how he could do something similar. He'd need a ranged attack for one. Close quarters combat would take longer than ranged, if only for the fact that the distance has to be closed. But Izuku doesn't have any ranged attacks. Well, he does, but they break his bones. Delaware's smash is powerful, but also wild and uncontrollable, and that's not even getting into the fact that it can only be used 8 times. All Might and Recovery Girl have made it clear that Izuku is to avoid broken bones at all costs, so finger flicks are out. But there are other options too. All Might uses full arm punches that generate wind all the time. Their pressure usually pales in comparison to the force of the blunt impact, but if it could be focused correctly, it might be something strong enough to work with. But it all relies on if Izuku could get enough power out of a 14% punch, which focus on flying. Hawk's voice jars Izuku out of his thoughts, and he nearly loses a grip on float. Sorry, he says, leveling out. The two of them are currently a couple hundred meters above the city streets. Hawks is flying backwards as Izuku hurriedly tries to regain his bearings. The hero's eyes narrow. Is that how you've been flying this whole time? Izuku nods. Yeah, is it wrong? His legs are ramrod straight and locked together, and his arms are snug to his side. Oh yeah, it's wrong. Hawk stops moving, hovering in there. Izuku does the same and changes position so he's perpendicular to the ground. See, I've got wings to help with the aerodynamics of my human body. Without them, I'd have an awful time trying to fight the wind pressure. You're trying to fly in the same position as me, almost flat as a board. Don't you? What should I do instead? Hold your arms out at an angle. Hawks demonstrates raising the entirety of both of his arms so the angle between his body and the limbs is roughly 40 degrees. Also, don't square your shoulders. Spread your legs too. Izuku maneuvers into the pose Hawks suggested, finding it to be comfortable. Whether it'll work or not will have to be seen, but if a seasoned pro says it will, it's probably a good bet. Hawks looks Izuku over and nods in satisfaction. That's better. When you get back to UA, ask for a costume change. Tell them to make you better suited for flight. They'll know what to do. Izuku thanks the hero, and the two set off again on the hunt for more villains. The rest of Patrol is less interesting. Izuku still picks up a lot, mostly in how to react to different situations along with the importance of reflexes and quick thinking, but nothing big happens. Instead of 10 hours of patrol like yesterday, Hawks calls it quits after 7, claiming that he'll make up for it tomorrow or later in the evening. Izuku makes it back to the agency by 1:30 and happily eats a plate of some kind of cooked bird while he writes down as much as he can in his notebook, which he stores in his costume case. After lunch, Izuku is given a couple hours to rest, which he spends reading articles and old studies on air-based heroes. He also makes sure to text his mom that his second patrol went well. Izuku also sends a quick message to Nibiru saying that he already caught 2 villains and made headway with his quirk. He gets a thumbs up back along with a selfie of Nibiru in front of the agency while in her costume. When the digital alarm clock in his room shows 4 private message, Izuku promptly shuts his phone off and slips into his red high tops. He hadn't bothered to take off his whole costume, but he does have to put on the gloves, belt, and respirator. Once that's done, he steps out of the room and nearly walks into Talon's chest. The both of them take large steps back and stand in silence for a while. Finally, the sidekick speaks. "Follow me," he says, pointing down the hall. "There's a training room in the basement that the boss wants us to spar in." Izuku thanks Talon and follows into the elevator. They take the car down, awkwardly looking away from each other while a pop-styled instrumental plays through the speakers. The elevator eventually comes to a stop, and the two of them step out, right into a massive room easily the size of Izuku's floor back at his apartment and twice as tall. Yes, it's impressive, but don't let it distract you, Talon says, stepping forward into the room, which is padded like a wrestling mat. "We're going to fight now. Hopefully you'll apply everything you learned yesterday successfully." Izuku nods and shakes out his somewhat stiff legs. "Can I have a moment to stretch?" Sure, after 2 minutes of thorough stretching, Izuku stands before Talon, ready for a fight. The psychic has already put on the gloves that cover his deadly claws and gently beats his wings up and down. Without warning, he rushes. Izuku, far from being caught off guard, activates one for all at 10% and dashes to the side. Talon banks to follow him, turning tightly and attacking feet first. In response, Izuku goes high, pushing as hard as he can on the floor and hitting the ceiling. Bouncing off the roof with a kick, Izuku tries to get the drop on Talon. The man easily dodges, however, spiraling around Izuku's attack as he climbs higher in there. The fight turns more into a chase after that. Izuku bounces around the room, familiar with fighting when there are walls and a ceiling, using a burst or two of flow to add more speed to his maneuvers. Talon trails behind, trying to corral Izuku into a corner or a wall, but the boy takes care to not go anywhere near a corner and doesn't stay near walls for long. Of course, they can't play tag forever. Both of them want to test Izuku's direct combat capabilities, so Talon allows himself to slow down after a couple of minutes. Izuku notices and uses a quick burst to make some space before turning and launching an offensive. Talon is good at dodging, Izuku finds. Every punch he throws is expertly ducked or blocked, and he's forced into a slow-paced aerial boxing match by Talon's counters. Deciding that he doesn't want to fight like this, Izuku shuts off his quirk completely, using Talon's surprise to latch onto his leg. The trainee drags the psychic down with him, turning one for all back, and just before he hits the ground and absorbing the impact with his legs, Talon also hits the ground, though much less gracefully. Izuku capitalizes on this, going in for a grapple. This is a mistake. Talon's quirk-enhanced strength is probably on par with 2 or 3% one for all. In theory, Izuku should be able to easily overpower him. The Talon has, well, talons, and he uses them. In less than a second after his tackle, Izuku finds himself with sharp claws digging into his lower calves and is forced to release his opponent lest he be injured. Talon, noticing this, uses his wings to change positions so Izuku is the one being pinned. In a flash, the boy is flat on his back with two very sharp black claws resting on his face. "I win," Talon says, stepping off of Izuku. "You did better that time. Thanks." Izuku stands and brushes off the front of his costume. He's a little banged up, but it's not bad compared to some of the early training sessions he had with Gran Torino. "What now?" Talon checks his watch. "More spars," he settles on. "We'll keep fighting until Hawks returns, and then you'll go on another patrol before bed. That's your schedule for the week, so you'd better like it." The rest of the internship passes in a blink. Izuku makes no more villain captures, but leaves Hawk's hero agency with a concrete understanding of airware combat as well as how to conduct an air-to-ground takedown. He also uses his downtime to think through his new burst style and toy with air blast attacks on paper. By the time he's called back to UA, he feels ready for anything, but only after a quick meeting. "You what?" Toshinori winces as Gran Torino nearly drops his mug of hot coffee. "You're supposed to make your own style, not copy mine." Young Midoriya doesn't bother with arguing and continues to warm up. "It's just a stopgap for now," he claims. "It's just that with the base speed, I'm not quick enough. Here, watch." He takes off in a flash, trailing light as he bounces from wall to wall. But on closer inspection, he's not even bothering with the walls. Midoriya is changing directions midair, and at a much faster rate than usual. "How?" Toshinori says, puzzled despite the fact that it was explained to him not even a minute earlier. "I don't know," the brat muttered up a storm, like usual. Gran Torino takes a disgruntled sip of his drink. "At least he's progressed to imitating me instead of you. I'd call that improvement." Young Midoriya stops short and comfortably suspends himself a few feet off the ground. "I call it burst style. What do you think, All Might?" "It's quite impressive, my boy," Toshinori says, already seeing the practical applications. "We'll talk more about it later. What else did you learn with Hawks? I know you said you made your first catch. Stuff about air fighting, and he mentioned pacing a lot. Oh, I also had this idea for long-ranged attacks." Midoriya descends, pulling out his notebook. "I know 100% is enough to make a flick of my fingers generate wind, which is a powerful attack. But I can't do it without hurting myself, so I thought of this." The notebook is thrust into Toshinori's arms, who quickly looks it over. There's a sketch of a column of wind extending from a finger and another below it showing a whole arm with the same, though with less air. The arm is marked 14%, with a flurry of notes below it. Toshinori passes the notebook to Gran Torino, who also takes a look. "You'll have trouble focusing there," Gran Torino says almost immediately. Nana didn't use air blasts like that often, mostly because she needed to use one for all of her. I think it was 60% to do it. I'm not sure because she could always use it at full power. Anyways, my point is that when she did use the type of stuff, it was always for a wide area or a large target, and it didn't have a lot of oomph. Young Midoriya nods. "I thought about that, and I could talk to the support teacher and get help. Power Loader is really good at what he does, but if there's no way to focus the air, then I can still use it for clearing out wide areas." Gran Torino looks to his former student. "What do you think, Toshinori?" The taller man thinks for a moment. "We'd better go out to the roof for testing." Gran has a point. These air blasts have a wide range of effect. "It's why I use them sparingly and only in open areas with no structures," he says. Midoriya's face lights up. It's a partial success. Young Midoriya's arm aches after throwing a punch at 14%, but it does manifest a half-decent blast of wind. It's enough to knock over a grown man point blank and travels a good 10 meters before stopping. But true to Gran Torino's word, the area of effect is wide, and the power weakens sharply as it travels. "I can't wait to try this out at school," Midoriya says, excited as the three of them all head down into the basement for coffee and biscuits. Mr. Aizawa is always talking about pushing limits, so I bet he'll like that I'm coming up with new stuff all the time. I'm not sure how he'll work it into my schedule, though. Toshinori chuckles. That won't be a problem. Midoriya's head swivels over to his teacher startlingly fast. What does that mean? It's a secret, Toshinori explains. They're in the basement now, all seated around a low table. But be patient. Gran Torino butts in. You've got school tomorrow, and you'll see what he means then. You kids these days can't even wait a day. It's ridiculous, but it sounds important. That's because it is, so bite your tongue and wait. Midoriya seems a bit bummed for a moment, but a spark soon appears in his eye. I saw Nana last week. Toshinori very early spits out his coffee. Pardon? Yep, she took me flying and said I'd get another quirk soon. He looks up and eyes the shelf behind Gran Torino, which is the one that holds the notebook containing the quirks of the previous holders. Oh, no, you don't, Gran says, catching on. Can't get one secret, so you go for another. I may be old, but I've got a brain still. But it's important. What if I manifest one and don't know what to do? Then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Now drink your coffee and go home to your mother. God knows she deserves some time with her boy. X. It's funny, really. Izuku doesn't feel like he's on his own until he steps into classroom 1A and finds it empty. He was fine recounting his internship to his mom, along with Nibiru's heartfelt goodbye. He was happy when he told Gran and All Might that he caught his first villains, and downright ecstatic when he showed off burst style. He was fine on the train ride to school, too, so one would assume that it would continue throughout the day, but no. His footsteps echo through the classroom. The air is still and dead. The light is now dull and lifeless rather than bright. Everything feels sterile, and Izuku notices for the first time that the room is almost bare. Mr. Aizawa apparently doesn't like decorations. He takes his seat, uncomfortably getting all of his supplies out for a regular homeroom. The bell rings shortly after, and Eraserhead steps in not a second later. He looks exhausted, Izuku notes. The bags under his eyes are much darker, and there appear to be more wrinkles than usual. His hair looks unwashed, and his stubble is nearly a short beard. Good morning, Aizawa says, blinking slowly to moisten his dry eyes. Good morning, sir, Izuku says back. His voice is quiet and completely inoffensive, like it was back in middle school. The room is too stifling for it to be anything else. Aizawa sighs, slouching up against the wall. I trust your internship went well. That's right, sir. Izuku twitches, half tempted to show off his new notes. I captured my first villain and learned a lot. Good, good. Aizawa almost seems to fall asleep, which is odd because the man always seems alert even when he looks half dead. It only lasts a short moment, however, because his expression suddenly changes to something serious. He walks around the podium and stands right in front of Izuku's desk, arms crossed. Do you truly wish to be a hero that can do anything? The teacher asks. Yes, Izuku answers, confident in his goal. Aizawa looks at the boy for a long moment before taking the silence as a signal to continue. It's a simple question. Why do you want to be that kind of hero? Is it for fame, respect, for the money? Or are you the type who wants to be the strongest guy around? It's for none of those. Izuku whispers, his confidence a bit shaken by his teacher's stern voice. What was that? Aizawa cocks his head to the side. I can't hear you. Speak up. It's because what? Aizawa snaps out his words. Tell me why. Why be someone strong when you could settle for something easier? Tell M. All Might can't last forever. Izuku shouts, almost jumping from the volume of his own voice. We all depend on him, but he's not getting any younger. I want to make sure that when he's gone, there's no worry, so I can do what he does and keep people safe. I can't do that if I'm not ready for anything. Aizawa's face softens somewhat before morphing into an almost devilish smile. Then follow me, and grab your notebook. His homeroom teacher leads him swiftly through the halls of the school. He takes a similar route to the one he led Izuku, Oto, and Nibiru down to get to the principal's office, only this time he doesn't get on an elevator. He takes the stairs instead, going up a flight and turning into a long, well-lit hallway with numbered rooms every 10 feet. Aizawa goes all the way down to the end and stops in front of a tall steel door marked Meeting Room 0. Grabbing the handle and giving it a turn, Aizawa opens the door and waves Izuku in first. Stepping in, Izuku sees a long rectangular table with 5 chairs, 3 on one side, 2 on the other. There's a window in the back, letting lots of natural light in. Take a seat, Aizawa says, gesturing to the side of the table with 3 chairs. Izuku sits in the middle seat. There's an electric burner on the table with a kettle sitting on top of it and 2 small ceramic jars of what must be sugar and tea. A glass of milk rests on a small doily, and if Izuku strains his ears, he can hear the faint sound of bubbling water. Aizawa takes the seat across from Izuku and dips his head as though asleep. They wait for roughly 5 minutes before the door swings open. Izuku looks over and sees All Might slimmed down, smiling, and wearing a loose-fitting black suit. "Mr. Yagi," Izuku asks, getting up from his chair. "What are you doing here?" All Might greets Izuku with a quick pat on the shoulder. "I'm your personal teacher, remember. We're here to work out your new regimen." "We," Izuku says, looking around All Might's shoulder. "Yeah, kid." Gran Torino walks through the door looking a bit strange, not wearing a hero costume or baggy clothes. He's in a pair of khakis, with a light blue button-down tucked into a brown belt with a massive buckle. "Don't stare at me. I'm not the last one in." "Then who?" "He's talking about me, Midoriya." The warm, high-pitched voice of Nezu comes through the door. The principal himself hops up onto the table directly from the floor, his ever-present tea missing. "It's been a while since we've spoken. I trust you've been learning a lot." "Yes, sir, I have." Izuku fidgets, not sure if he should sit down. "Just last week with Hawks, I learned a lot of things hands-on." "Oh, I'm sure." Nezu walks across the table and lifts up the lid of the kettle. He spoons in some tea leaves from one of the jars and kills the heat from the burner. "We'll let that steep for a bit. Please, all of you, take a seat. Aizawa, I ask that you start paying attention now." Gran and All Might take the seats on either side of Izuku, who finds himself feeling comfortable in his spot. Aizawa wakes up from his fake nap and immediately applies some eye drops before resting his hands on the table and sitting up straight. "I am Aizawa Shoda," he says, keeping half of his attention on Nezu, who's delicately setting up an expensive-looking tea set. "You probably know this already, but I'm Midoriya's homeroom teacher." "Who are the two of you?" "I am Yagi Tashinori," All Might answers, his personal trainer. "And this is Torino Sorihiko, a former teacher of this school and a veteran hero with 60 years of active duty. And counting." Gran adds, "I put in more hours last week than that of All Might." Izuku finds himself torn between suppressing a laugh at the subtle dig and expressing his annoyance at the insult. In the end, he can't do either and snorts loudly, not missing the strange look he gets from Aizawa and the gleam in Nezu's eyes. "You taught at this school." Aizawa focuses on, deciding to ignore Izuku, who's unable to meet anyone's eye. "For how long?" "Just a year." Gran Torino slouches back in his chair. "I'm not good at dealing with youngsters. Midoriya here already drives me up a wall enough as it is, so you can imagine how I do in a classroom." "Yes," Aizawa says, turning to Nezu. "Forgive me, but I thought MS Midoriya would be here, not these two." His tone suggests that he's more exasperated than angry, but it's hard to tell with a man. "I contacted Midoriya and Co. just last night." Nezu replies, picking up the kettle and pouring a cup for himself. "She said it was all right so long as she got a schedule sent to her. She trusts our professional opinions." "Tea, anyone?" Tea is quickly poured into 2 more cups, one for All Might and the other for Izuku. Aizawa lets them enjoy their drinks for a moment before he speaks again. "I trust that you have 60 years in Torino. Nezu wouldn't have let you in otherwise, but I can't trust that you're qualified to teach. There's more to it than knowing more than your student." Aizawa locks eyes with Gran and All Might in turn. "And you didn't give your occupation. Are you a professional personal trainer?" "First of all," Gran spoke up, squaring his shoulders and crossing his arms, "I very vividly remember the first day All Might himself walked into my classroom. He was puking his guts out 10 minutes later, like the idiot he was, and frankly, still." All Might coughs, cutting off Gran's rant before it can truly begin. Sora Hiko is a license to take on hero trainees and held a conventional teaching license for 3 years back in the day. I myself am very experienced with weight training, dietary plans, and the limits of the human body. As for my real profession, I help out All Might with his paperwork. All Might has his eyes on Midoriya. As Alice says, like one would say the sky is blue or grass is green. Toshinori and Izuku both go red in the face and begin to sweat, looking anywhere but Aizawa. Gran Torino only smirks. My, what a twist. Neji takes a short sip of tea, not even trying to hide the fact that he knew all along. Aizawa, what should we do about this? Have a meeting with the symbol of peace himself. Aizawa locks eyes with All Might, who subconsciously squeezes his own thighs to make sure that they're still skinny. But I doubt that's something that can happen, right, Yagi? No, not at all. All Might says a little too quickly. To the left of him, Gran Torino resists the urge to facepalm. All Might is very busy with his hero duties and only very rarely checks in on the boy. It's mostly me and Sorihiko. Aizawa studies Izuku carefully. He has potential. The teacher agrees. I'd be a fool to deny that. But why does the man who's held the top spot for over 30 years have interest in a high school freshman? All Might thinks Midoriya has the right stuff. Grant says before Toshinori or Izuku can say anything. The right stuff for what? That 600-pound lunk of muscle ain't exactly a spring chicken anymore, Grant explains. He'll be heroing for a while yet, but at the rate he's going, he'll have to retire in the next 20 years or so. All Might is the type to make sure we don't all die in the inevitable collapse after he quits, and so Midoriya is his champion of sorts. Aizawa finishes. He sighs. With the similar quirks and ridiculous work ethic, I can't say that he's a bad choice. Yes, I quite agree. All Might nods, satisfied that they've gotten through. I think we all understand each other now. Neju smiles. Like the last time Izuku saw it, the expression is just a little too bright to be genuine. Shall we talk details? Fine. It takes hours. 6, to be exact. They even have lunch brought up to them, All Might casting a few not-so-subtle envious looks at Izuku's cut of steak as he sips on his smoothie. It takes hours, but they get it done. The final product is something that would make anyone with even the slightest doubt of conviction pause. Luckily, Izuku doesn't harbor such doubts. Izuku is to spend a total of 13 hours a day on hero training 5 days a week. He'll run every morning and lift weights every day except Saturday. Yue will coordinate lessons with Gran Torino to make sure they don't work on the same things during school and after. Izuku will spend time learning from the support teachers as well as the business ones. He'll have one-on-one blocks with 13 Aizawa, President Mike, and Udate's martial arts expert. But the crowning jewel of Izuku's unholy schedule is private lessons with Netsu. Aizawa, All Might, and Gran all protest against it, but they can't find a single flaw in it. Netsu is a very intelligent fighter. Izuku has the makings of one. It would be stupid to not let it happen. So Izuku happily agrees to it, not noticing the dread radiating off of every adult human in the room. What's the worst that could happen? Note Skolin for Izuku. Not a lot. For anyone he fights verbally, physically, or in any other shape or form. Everything. I'm a big fan of fighters who aren't afraid to be mean, and I love fights with a lot of thinking involved. It's why I really like watching Nedza fight, and I want Izuku to get good at that type of stuff too. Anyways, I didn't intend for this one to be a meeting of Izuku's familial figures plus one questionably sane rat, but here we are. All we need is a dad for one, Eri and Koda, and we've got a full-on Deku-found family. 19 So Midoriya. Nedza carefully sets up a rather expensive-looking chessboard on the coffee table between him and Izuku. All the pieces look hand-carved with such detail that no normal human could produce. What do you expect from our meetings? Izuku studies the board. He's never been all that interested in chess, but he does know how to play. It was a product of many lonely nights spent waiting for his mother to return home. You said you wanted to teach me. He starts. Neji nods and waits for him to continue. I guess that you'll be helping me with regular academics. That's part of it. The principal agrees. He pours 2 matching mugs of green tea, the fragrance filling the room as steam wafts into there. But there's more. Do you play? A little. Izuku says. White goes first. Correct. Correct. You may move whenever you like. Nezu touches each of his pieces in turn, making tiny, unnoticeable adjustments. Izuku settles for moving his queen's pawn forward 2 spaces. My job is to teach you what I feel you need, Midori. Nezu moves a pawn to stop Izuku's from moving forward. Does that make sense? Yes, Izuku says, bringing a bishop into play. The wood is surprisingly soft to touch, and there isn't a single sharp edge except for the little cut in the front. What do you think I need to learn? The better question is, what don't you need to learn? Neji moves another pawn, attacking Izuku's bishop. The boy quickly moves it back to its original position, looking a bit confused. What I mean is that being All Might's successor isn't something simple. Do you know of any former #1 heroes? Yeah, the first one was Bolt Thrower way back in the early 2200. Izuku says, moving his pawn that's furthest to the right. He had a pretty powerful electric quirk for the time. He only held the spot for 2 years before he was discharged for criminal brutality. That's correct. Neji brings one of his knights out from behind his line of pawns. There are others, of course, but do you know what they all have in common? Izuku shakes his head and moves a random piece, interested more in what the principal had to say than the game. None of them were anything special. What? Izuku says, watching Ned's move his other knight. They made them #1. That's gotta be worth something. True, Neju admits, but not one of them could stack up to All Might or even Endeavor. You should ask Yagi why he became a symbol later today and see what he says. My point here is that they weren't like All Might. They were driven, sure, but by desire for wealth, power, or other things. They focused on being as flashy as possible and trained for high-profile villain fights. But those are important parts of modern heroics too. Izuku defends, moving a pawn. It's quickly captured, and he moves another piece to attack the bishop responsible. Yes, but you want to be more like All Might and not like the other former #1. Nedzu pulls his bishop back. And if you ask me, you should also strive to be a better hero than All Might. I'm already working on that. Izuku replies, moving his queen to better defend his king. That's how One for All works, right? The student surpasses the master. I said better, not more powerful. Nedzu brings his other bishop out, capturing an exposed pawn. Those are two very different things. Theoretically, anyone off the street could inherit One for All and grow to be stronger than All Might. But you'd need to look hard to find one who could be better. Do you think I could be better than All Might? Izuku asks. Neju nods. How All Might is, he's just so him. Yagi has always been able to use One for All at full power and was quirkless beforehand. Because of that, he adopted a rather basic style and moveset. It's worked wonderfully for him. I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. Do you understand? I think so. Izuku's hand itches to go for his notebook. By sticking to the basics, All Might can apply them to any situation. He's just so powerful that even the simplest of attacks can be devastating, and he's gotten so good at using his limited moves that they'll basically work for anything. Yes, bravo. Neju claps. But do you see how the same won't work for you? Yes, Izuku reaches for his backpack and pulls out his notebook. I won't be as strong as him for a while, so if I stick to one kick, or even 5, I won't be good enough. I need to add more moves to my arsenal so I'm ready for more diverse situations, and that's what I'm here to help you with. Nezu smiles as Izuku scribbles in his notes. My small stature and keen intellect forced me to come up with unorthodox and, frankly, absurd solutions to even the most simple problems. Similarly, your lack of raw power is what forced you to come up with full calling and burst style. I'm going to teach you how to do more with less, think both in and out of the box, and how to make decisions in a fight. We'll go over your options, revise your style, and even run through hypothetical situations. But first, Ned's eyes gleam in a way that seems primal. Azawa tells me you're quite the amateur quirk analyst. Let's look at that first. Hello there, Midoriya. The voice of 13 echoes in their helmet as they walk through the door of one. I'm here for your first rescue 101 lesson. Am I late? Not at all, Izuku says. He's already changed into his hero gear for the day, mostly so he can get used to it quickly. You're actually a bit early. Perfect. 13 walks deeper into the room and taps on the board with one of their metal-tipped fingers. The screen flickers on and shows a chart divided into 6 portions. Upon closer inspection, it lists the basic protocols for the main kinds of rescue. Do you already have all of this down? I know it's been a while since we've had a rescue workshop, but with the sports festival and all, I do. Izuku pulls out a notebook he dedicated exclusively for rescue stuff and shows it to the teacher. Stellar, please follow me. 13 takes a few steps towards the door and then pauses for Izuku to follow. He gets up, and they begin to walk through the halls of UA. You know, some key aspects of rescue operations are overlooked by the public. I know it wasn't the best day for you, but we touched on it back at the USJ, remember? I remember. Only the worst of the worst get televised, right? Yes, but that's not the only thing. 13's shoulders turn a bit like they're looking back, but it's difficult to do so with a full spacesuit. Who do the cameras focus on when a rescue is in the making? Izuku thinks for a moment. It depends on what's happening. He decides. Explain, please. Well, before the rescue, I'd say the cameras would focus on the problem, be it a natural disaster or a man-made one. But during and after the rescue, the hero that made the biggest impact would. And maybe the victim if they're all right. Izuku nervously plays with his utility belt. He's not all that confident with rescue stuff yet. It's just not what he focused on as a kid. Is that right? Yes, you answered perfectly. 13 reassures. But do you know what the cameras aren't showing? No, Izuku says honestly. That's okay, you're here to learn. The basic info I'm trying to teach you here is that there's so much that goes into a successful rescue. 13 holds up a hand and starts to put up fingers. First responders, scouts, first aid, heroes on standby if the situation worsens, and if it's bad enough, people who set up first aid stations, helipads, and resting areas for rescuers. The two of them stop walking, having gone out of the building and into a fake suburban neighborhood, which, while nothing compared to the fake city deeper into campus, is still very impressive. After today, I want you to leave my class with an understanding of what you should do in the most common types of rescue operations. Got it. Izuku nods, tugging on his gloves a little tighter. Got it. Extra stealth. What do you know? Izuku rubs the bottom of his chin, torn between looking Racerhead in the eye and pulling out his notes. Not a lot. He says I know that the right color to wear at night is navy blue, not black, and that most of the time people don't look up. Racerhead nods, causing his scarf to shift down just enough to reveal his yellow goggles. Those are both correct statements, but they also barely scratch the surface of sneaking and taking care of things quietly. Do you know how to breathe? No, you don't. Azawa gestures to the room around them, which is modeled after a rundown warehouse. It's brightly lit, but there's a switch in the corner that will douse the place into darkness. In a place like this, and especially in confined spaces, sound will echo a lot. I want you to take a couple of seconds and just breathe normally. Get a feel for how loud it is. Izuku does as the man says and finds that when he inhales or exhales, the noise is way louder than he would have ever thought. How do I fix this? He asks. Breathe slowly. Aizawa coaches. Work on breathing in through your nose as quietly as possible. The volume of air is going to be less due to the slower speed, so you might have to inhale for upwards of 20 seconds. When you're full of air, don't hold it. Instead, open your mouth and let it drift out. Got it? Yes, Izuku says, already starting to practice. Not now, kid. Aizawa stops him. Do that on your own time or when you do homework. But then what are we doing now? Aizawa smirks and pulls out 2 strips of cloth from his belt. We're playing blind tag. No flying. I'm at first. Izuku swallows, already foreseeing how badly he'll lose. Yes, sir. Martial arts is something Izuku hasn't really considered much in a heroic setting. Sure, it seems like common sense to hone the body as well as whatever quirk you may have, but he'd never really had an in-depth think about it until now. You have a strengthening quirk, no UA top hand-to-hand combatant, a man by the hero named Mr. Pink says. His costume consists only of a hot pink gi that comically screeches over his bulging muscles. What do you intend to do against someone just as strong as you? or someone stronger, or someone like me who knows exactly how to counter you. Izuku stares for a moment. Sir, I don't think you'd know exactly how to counter me, he says as respectfully as possible. Do you doubt my skill? Mr. Pink snaps. No, sir, not at all. It's just that. It's just nothing. Come at me now. The teacher orders, his long and dangling mustache swaying as his lips move. Izuku, clad in his gym uniform bottoms and a black tank top, reluctantly raises his fists and activates one for all at 1%. I'm waiting. Izuku doesn't bother with float, instead rushing forward as fast as 1% will allow. When he gets to be a couple of feet away from the man, he steps to the side, intending to tackle his teacher from behind before he can react. He fails terribly. Mr. Pink sees the attack coming from a mile away and spins to dodge Izuku's tackle. He follows up with one of his own, using the boy's lack of balance to drive him into the padded floor of the wrestling room. Izuku is almost instantly placed in a chokehold. Do you doubt me now, boy? Mr. Pink asks, not quite putting enough pressure on Izuku's windpipe to choke him, but certainly enough to be uncomfortable. No, sir. Izuku wheezes, trying to regain the air that was just knocked out of his lungs. Mr. Pink mercifully lets him go. After they both get up, the teacher looks at the student critically. I'll be teaching you a unique form of mixed martial arts with an emphasis on working with your small stature. It'll be a combination of judo, Western-style wrestling, and Krav Maga. We'll work on throws and Muay Thai aspects as well. If you can, ask Midnight to teach you acrobatics. It'll be a great help with your flexibility. Are you ready? Yes, sir. X. And if you want to go for something more stylish, but at the same time keep the function over form approach, adding different shades of green to your suit and belt would be a great idea. Midnight carefully traces her pencil over a section of her drawing, darkening the underside of the fake hero's gloves. Beside her, Izuku carefully does the same, but on a sketch of his own costume. Thanks, he says, but I plan on talking to Power Loader about making at least the upper chest area more streamlined. I'm not sure how he'll do it, so I can't say that I'll be able to use this. Oh, that's not a problem. Midnight reaches beside their shared desk and into a basket of rolled-up poster paper. She pulls out a tube and removes the rubber band. Rolling it out onto the table, it reveals a woman in a costume. She has a pair of small wings sticking out of the back and a rather peculiar set of armor. This is Peregrine, Midnight says, an alum of UA. She's got a basic flight quirk, and her costume is specifically designed for better aerodynamics. Have a look. Izuku studies the drawing carefully. The perspective of her front doesn't give away much, but does show that her shoulder plates are rounded off. The side does a better job of showing the curves of her armor. The front starts off nearly flat at the top, only rounding to better fit her chest. But the bottom of her armor sticks out a bit, with curves on her thighs to allow for better lift and spoiler-like fins on the back of her calf. The back, by contrast, is almost flat. Overall, the design looks good and taps into a more angelic look with whites and light grays. The armor itself, though, is stylish on its own. It's intricately designed, almost to the point of being overboard. I don't think I'll have anything this extreme, Izuku says, but I get it. Plates can be painted and also designed to look good, too. There you go. Midnight rolls up the sketch and places it back in the basket. You're definitely the function over form type, but that's not a bad thing. Just remember that people have to be inspired by you, and that starts with a good costume. She checks the clock. We've got a half hour left. Do you have any other questions? Just one. Izuku awkwardly taps his pencil on the desk. Could you give me a few pointers on acrobatics and that kind of stuff? My martial arts teacher says I need to be more flexible. Midnight smiles warmly, but it quickly turns into something a little more sinister. Oh, kiddo, I can help you with flexibility. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be a human pretzel. X. How these aren't half bad specs for a first-timer. Power Loader walks over from the literal drawing board, which is Izuku's new costume design pinned on it, over to a basket full of scrap metal. I can definitely get you what you want. The Hero Commission is pretty flexible when it comes to mobility stuff. That's great. Izuku pulls out his notebook, or rather, one of his many. Ned's with him categorizing now, and he has separate ones for quirks, costumes, special moves, every one of the regular civilian subjects and hero laws. He also has one for support items, which is the one he intends to show to Power Loader. I have one more question, though. The support head sets a sheet of aluminum on the table and pulls out a Sharpie. What is it? Opening the notebook and putting it down on the metal, Izuku points to a sketch. I want to shoot compressed air, but I can't focus it enough and it's not as powerful as I like. Is this a viable solution? Power Loader looks at the drawing for a bit. The premise is nothing special, just a simple series of cups that slide out around his hand to better guide the air. That's something that I'll need to talk to my HC guy about. Power Loader points to the cups. That is technically a quirk enhancer, and quirk enhancers are a touchy subject. You can have storage systems for what you emit without any issue, but something that literally strengthens your individual attacks. It depends on how powerful it'll be. Well, right now I can generate enough force to knock over a full-grown man. Does that help? Do you send the guy flying or just trip him up? Trip them up. Or, actually, I've managed to push a 150-pound weight back 5 feet. Izuku explains, wanting to be as specific as possible. Is that specific enough? Power Loader nods. Yeah, you should be good. I'll just need to check in with my guy to keep everything legal. I understand. Great. The man claps his hands together. Now, the notice Ned sent me said I should teach you how to design support items. You've already got a half-decent handle on that, so we won't have to go over the basics. Let's start with a hypothetical request. A hero with a jumping quirk needs something to cushion their landings, but doesn't want to be weighed down. Go. Yeah, explain to me how you'd solve this problem. He crosses his arms. This is what actual support item manufacturers get on a daily basis. So go. All right. Izuku flips to a new page in his notebook. I need the details of the quirk first. How high can they jump? How much do they weigh? Special moves. What kind of stuff do they expect to see on a regular outing? The person in question is an average Japanese male, 15 years of age. They're first year in a hero academy, so their quirk isn't developed yet. They can reach a maximum altitude of 10 meters and leap 25 meters laterally. Power Loader starts to mark the aluminum in his hands with the marker, the lines forming some kind of outline. Also, he says, noticing that Izuku is writing everything down, the item should be easy to use, put on, and be comfortable. Got it? Izuku mutters, scribbling furiously. Try not to give me too much of an idea of what you're going for. I'd like to be surprised by the final product. X. All right, you've been yammering on about pacing ever since you got back from the Heron Feller, so today I'm finally gonna beat it, or teach you about it. Gran Torino carefully draws a car speedometer on a sheet of paper, marking a couple points with different numbers, ranging from 1 to 14. His name's Hawks. Izuku protests, fully knowing that it's futile, and he explained what it meant. Yeah, I'm sure he did. Grant says, just a touch sarcastic. But did he explain what it means for you? No, Izuku furrows his brow. Doesn't it mean the same for everyone? On paper, yes. Gran cracks a smile as he shakes the leaf with his drawing on it. But in reality, no, look at this paper and tell me what I'm getting at. Izuku takes the drawing and looks it over. My percent are like the gears or the speed of a car. He catches on almost instantly. I used this before in the sports festival. I switched to 8% to change my timing. It was a smart play. Grant agrees. But have you done anything like it recently? No, not at all. I've just gone at my maximum this whole time. I've dialed it back a bit so I don't hurt people, though. That's also a smart move. Excessive force lawsuits are no joke. Grant takes the paper back, crumpling it and tossing the ball into a wastebasket. Anyways, what do you think will happen if you stay at the same gear all the time? I'll be easy to predict, Izuku answers, or at least easier to keep up with. Correct. How do you fix this? I change gears regularly. Izuku pictures a speedometer in his head. It swings back and forth, never sticking to the same percent for long. It would make it more difficult to fight me, but the concentration needed. That's what I'm here for. Gran gets up from his spot and slips in his familiar domino mask. We'll work on this for a couple of hours, then you can go home. Toshinori will be here tomorrow. X. All might, Izuku says, looking up at the sky. It's dark, and the two of them have just spent the better part of 3 hours working on aiming air blasts. Why did you become a symbol? People couldn't smile, Midoriya. The hero says, eyes flickering between his apprentice and the night sky. I don't think you could properly imagine, but almost no one would smile as they walked down a street. Even in business, held their own homes, fear of attack persisted. It was awful, so you worked to get rid of that fear. Yes, but that's not all. A false symbol wouldn't work. Sure, people might have been happier, but they wouldn't have been safe. I wanted the people of this country and the world to be safe and happy and free to live their lives without the constant shadow of villainy. I want the same. A smile and a ruffle to the hair. That's why you're my successor. X emotional manipulation. Midoriya's voice seeps through the door, muffled. Aizawa, who has only just gotten to the door of the private meeting room, stops dead in his tracks. It's starting, he thinks. They're all as good as dead, but that's just so unheroic. Or maybe not. Midoriya, I assure you that it's not as heinous as it sounds, the principal says back. His voice is easier to hear through the door. Why, you did it back in the festival. Remember the second event? What about it? Towards the end, you got a great deal of your enemies to fight themselves and not you. It was a good move, one that saved your spot. How did you do it? I pointed out that they had a better shot at fighting themselves. Midoriya explains, and they took my suggestion seriously. But that's not emotional manipulation. I'd argue that what you did was a textbook example of manipulation. More specifically, using an incentive to change someone's behavior. Or not, Aizawa corrects himself. They're definitely screwed now. You see, Neji continues, manipulation gets such a bad rep in mainstream society. It's not entirely unjustified. I hold no love or respect for abusers, but it's useful. It's ingrained in your human mind and my animal one. Not to mention that it can be used for good. How well, for one, All Might manipulates would-be criminals with fear. The crime rate is low because anyone who might want to rob a bank has to deal with the constant threat of him taking them down. What's another way? Neji chides. Our time is up. We'll touch more on this tomorrow. Have a good day. The door soon swings open, Midoriya nearly bumping into Aizawa. The boy offers a quick apology before heading for one of Azashi's English lessons. Aizawa waits for him to turn the corner of the hall before entering the room. Hello, Aizawa, Neji says, pouring himself another mug of tea. To what do I owe the pleasure? Midoriya is lonely. He cuts right to the chase. But is he really? Sir, Midoriya is busy. Neji takes a sip. His mind is constantly occupied, and he is constantly growing. The boy has the reassurance of his mother and his many teachers. How could he be lonely? Sir, with all due respect, your understanding of the human psyche is lacking. Aizawa's words make Neji pause, so he continues. Humans are social creatures, teenagers especially. We need to have peers we see as equals. Midoriya doesn't have that right now. He has mentors instead, which, while necessary for his development, aren't the same. He eats lunch alone, has almost no downtime, and doesn't go out on the weekends. He's had this schedule for 2 weeks, and already I can tell he'll be burnt out before finals. Ned just stares at Aizawa for a long while, pondering. I understand, he says. What do you propose we do? Aizawa hands the man a file. I've just the student. X. Lessons with Cementos are always interesting. The quiet teacher always explains his points in such a way that they make sense and are easy to remember, which is really good because he's in charge of teaching Izuku and every other UA Hero student about structural integrity. Izuku looks forward to all of his lessons, but the ones like Cementos, where he was taught how to best save a life, are his favorite. They make him feel heroic and really treasure the fact that he got into the top hero school in Japan. The same reasons are also why he feels crushing disappointment when he walks into Training Room Gamma and finds it completely empty. Izuku looks around for a while, and his heart starts to race. Not being around a teacher in a training room is just plain weird, and it makes him feel antsy. He goes to check the door. Maybe Cementos is just late. Swinging the metal door open, Izuku runs right into what feels like a sturdy wall. He bounces back, stumbling, but a hand grabs his arms. Izuku looks up. He sees a mop of wild blonde hair, a pair of royal blue eyes, and a happy-looking face with a blinding smile. Hey, man. I'm Tagada, let's fight. 20H high. Izuku backs up a bit, and Tagada releases his arm. I'm Midoriya, and I'm not really sure if... Oh, it's totally fine. The larger boy brushes past Izuku and enters the warehouse. Mr. Aizawa, you can come in now. A less tired than usual looking Eraserhead follows the student in. He locks eyes with Izuku. You're sparring with him today, got it. Izuku nods. Good to take him seriously and remember what we've taught you. He's probably one of the stronger second years. Hey, thanks, sir. Tagada spins around, having looked around the room the moments previous. His UA gym uniform is stretched across his broad shoulders and chest, something Izuku is just a tad jealous of. The rest of it fits just fine, though the pants look a bit loose. So, Midoriya, do you want to start now? Or maybe we should put our costumes on. Ooh, you're right, we should totally do this in costume. Or if that's all right. He looks to Aizawa, who nods. Make it quick. Perfect. Tagada starts to walk to the door, grabbing Izuku by the arm and taking him with. We'll be right back. He calls over his shoulder. Izuku is quickly led across the hall and into a locker room. Tagada, who picks up his costume case which he left outside the door, lets Izuku in first. So, the blonde says, opening the case and pulling out a pair of blue pants. Who'd you pick for your internship? Hawks. Izuku answers, opening his own case and slipping out of his gym uniform. He puts on his newly designed pants, which are a slightly darker green with highlights running down the tops of his thighs and extra padding on the knees and shins. How about you? Sir Night Eye, the same as my first year. Tagada's smile gets even brighter as he tightens his pants. He's a really good teacher, and I'm a better hero because of him. Wow, Izuku says a little starry-eyed. All Might psychic himself. I can't even imagine what that must have been like. Intense, Tagada informs. He's strapping on a pair of boots now, and a red cape is draped over a bench, but also really fun. He loves a good joke. I've heard rumors about that, but I never really put much thought into them. Izuku pulls over the top of his costume, which is a brighter shade than his pants and his patterns of red and black highlighting the curves of his muscles. He's just so serious in his interviews that you wouldn't think he appreciates humor that much. Then again, he did work with All Might for over a decade. Yeah, sir really loves All Might. Tagada finishes putting on his costume, the top and cape slinging on in one go. A large golden 1 million takes up his chest, instantly drawing Izuku's and probably anyone else's attention to it. The younger boy wonders for a second if it's meant to distract people or focus attention on Tagada. My hero name is Lemillion. He says, noticing Izuku's line of sight. What's yours? Deku. Izuku says, adding the final bits of his costume to his person. The aerodynamic armor is primarily on his shoulders and upper back, designed to lessen drag then provide lift. 2 small shoulder pads clip on colored green. And his back go 2 curved, lightweight plates, also green. Why Lemillion? Izuku asks, pulling on his gloves. They have the cups and a pop-up sight for his air blasts. I want to save 1 million lives. Tagada explains enthusiastically. You can't save them all, but that's not an excuse to do nothing. I thought that if I set a goal for myself, I'd work harder. That's really inspiring. Izuku closes up his case and takes care in folding his gym clothes. He starts to walk for the exit, the older boy following. Why did you pick Deku? Tagada asks politely. I used to get picked on a lot, and all the kids would call me Deku. And well, I didn't want it to hurt me anymore. So I made it my hero name. For a while, Tagada is silent. His face freezes for half a second, and his eyes seem contemplative. That's amazing. He settles on, clapping Izuku on the back. It's really brave of you to do that. I'm not sure I would have done the same. Izuku forces laugh, not sure if he should prop Tagada up after that last sentence. What he didn't wasn't anything special. Gran did it decades ago, and anyone could have done the same. Thanks. He settles on, walking in the door of the training room. So do we just get started, or? I think we should defer to Aizawa. Tagada looks around and spots the teacher leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Mr. Aizawa, he calls, cupping his hands. Can we start? Try not to kill each other. Racerhead calls back. I'll take that as a yes. Tagada turns around and raises his fists. He is to take a few awkward steps back to increase the distance between the two of them, but it doesn't bother him. Whenever you're ready. Izuku nods, placing one foot in front of the other and dropping his stance. He weighs his options. Tagada doesn't have anything on him that indicates his fighting style. He doesn't even have a utility belt, which are quite common in the modern day. Izuku's first instinct is to hit him with an air blast, but that could backfire easily if Tagada is a ranged fighter. Thinking it better to play to his strengths, Izuku kicks forward, helped along by a burst of float and a 7% kick to the ground. He backs off the power as he draws closer, cocking a fist back for a 2% cross to the chest. Strangely, Tagada doesn't bother moving. He simply holds his stance. Unbothered, Izuku throws his punch and phases right through Tagada's body. Izuku goes flying through the air, almost hitting the far wall before he manages to stop and regain his regular stance. 50 feet away, Tagada laughs. The look on your face is hilarious. Want another go? Izuku preps another burst, ready to try for a tackle or a punch, but Tagada promptly sinks waist deep in the floor. Nah, I want to try something out before you do. Here I come. He sinks the rest of the way into the floor, and Izuku is left to metaphorically scratch his head because what? A split second later, he gets a fist to the bottom of his jaw. Phantom uppercut. Tagada cries as Izuku sent sprawling back and seeing stars. Shaking off his daze, Izuku rushes forward, aiming to feint high before going low. He never gets a chance since Tagada falls through the floor again. But this time, Izuku is ready. He kicks off into the air with float and carefully watches the spot on the ground where he just was. Not a moment later, Tagada slips out of the ground, fist cocked back and ready to strike. Izuku only lets him have a half second to realize what happened before he drops and slams the older boy into the ground. Tagada lets out a wheeze and instantly slips under again, but only for a few seconds. He resurfaces just a few feet away from Izuku and smiles. That was pretty good. I'll have to work on dealing with stuff like that. Thanks, Izuku smiles back. They rush each other again, this time Tagada doing it the normal way. When the distance is closed, Izuku applies his limited martial arts knowledge into a hand-to-hand fight. He figures that if he tries to fly, Tagada will simply sink again and pop up somewhere else. The older boy wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Tagada, for his part, is clearly comfortable with slugging it out. He ducks and weaves around Izuku's strikes, only having to use his phasing ability every now and then. He throws his own punches back, too, but with One for All's enhanced speed, Izuku can dodge most of them. Wanting to land an actual hit, Izuku starts to vary the power output of One for All. It takes intense concentration, and he very nearly gets a fist to the ribs, but he does manage to catch Tagada off guard with an 11% leg sweep. The older boy grunts and starts to fall and slips through the floor once more. He pops back up a second later, ready for another skirmish. They move back and forth for a while, neither feeling the need for a big move. No hits are truly landed, not like before, though one of Tagada's fists brushes by Izuku's cheek, and the smaller boy trades with a 1% knee to the thigh. Of course, they can't box forever, and when Tagada takes a step back that's just a little too big, Izuku cocks his arm back and unleashes an air blast. Without the specially designed cuff, the pressure of the air isn't enough to do much, but it still slows down Tagada enough for Izuku to kick off into the air so he can more effectively use burst style. Doing his best Gran Torino impression, Izuku phases in and out of Tagada's body. The older boy doesn't seem to mind and simply walks over to the other side of the room, throwing out the occasional joke. It's frustrating, Izuku finds, not being able to land a solid hit or even weaken his opponent by forcing them to block. He starts to push on the gas a bit, the lightning on his skin glowing a touch brighter and his fingers start to itch. Something starts to build up deep within his chest, and it's right about to break free. Then Tagada sinks into the floor again and it disperses. He made the same mistake twice. Izuku's smile, already feral, widens. He stands in there, waiting. Nearly 15 seconds later, Tagada pops back up and Izuku dashes. He promptly hits the floor face first. He rolls over, ready to kick back up, but he's too slow. The back of Tagada's boots dig into his windpipe, pinning him to the ground. Izuku freezes for a moment, then taps the other boy's leg 3 times. He's promptly released. They both get up, Izuku rubbing his neck and Tagada breathing deeply. "That was amazing," the older boy says. "I haven't had to think like that in a fight since my internship." "Thanks, you were great too," Izuku compliments. "That was nothing." Tagada waves a hand. "Anyways, why did you tap out? You could have broke free." Well, you had me in a chokehold, which was really cool, by the way," Izuku says. He continues after Tagada thanks him again, and if a villain had me in a similar position, they could have, well, you get the picture. Izuku laughs nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. "If you would have broken out, I would have kept fighting, though," Tagada points out. "We're heroes, yeah. No need to think so morbidly in a friendly spar. Yeah, but I like to keep stuff as realistic as possible. Sue yourself." They stand there for a moment, one question burning through Izuku's mind. He wants to ask it, but it feels impolite to do so. "My quirk's permeation," Tagada suddenly says. Izuku's attention snaps to him, away from his thoughts. "You look curious, so I just assumed it was about my quirk. Sorry, was I wrong?" "No, not at all," Izuku assures. "You have a really cool ability. I'm guessing you can, well, permeate through stuff. Hey, it's not all that great." Tagada's smile dips a little, but it brightens right back up again. "But yeah, I can go through anything, solids, liquids, gases. Heck, even light and sound go right through me. Light, air, and sound go through you." Izuku asks, interested in the drawbacks and possible weaknesses of permeation. "Yup, but just me specifically. If I'm wearing clothes, then they fall right off if I activate my quirk. It's a little embarrassing, but I wind up naked a lot. Also, whenever I'm inside of another thing and I turn off my quirk, the mass of my body's taking up the space of the thing I'm in. That doesn't make sense scientifically, so I just kind of pop out," Tagada explains. "That's how I get those really big jumps." "That's an awesome way to use your quirk," Izuku exclaims. "But what about your costume?" "Made of my hair so it's triggered when I activate my quirk," he explains. "Back during my first year internship, Sir said I should work on getting underwear made of the same stuff too." He reaches up and tugs on a strand of hair. "I've only got one right now, so I'll be growing this out for a while, at least until I can get 3. How I wonder if they could work for other people with similar problems too." Izuku rubs the bottom of his chin, which is still tender from Nagata's uppercut. "Probably." The other boy agrees, but you can think about that later. Let's go another round. The second round is different. Izuku has a plan and knows how his opponent's power works. All he needs to do is to keep an even head and end it quickly. They start out 8 feet apart. This time, it's Tagada who rushes first, sinking to his hips and then using the mass he displaces to go shooting out of the ground. Izuku allows him to close the distance, firing up one for all at 6%. He waits for Tagada to take a swing and axe. Ducking to the side and weaving out of the way of a follow-up hook, Izuku swings one of his arms as hard as he can at Tagada's head. The boy predictably lets it phase through. Instead of allowing his arm to go all the way past Tagada's head, however, Izuku stops his arm right in the middle of where the boy's brain must be. Now that Tagada is blind and deaf, Izuku spins and kicks him in the ribs at 3%. Forced to take the hit, Tagada stumbles back and solidifies his head. Izuku doesn't want to let him get any breathing room, so he dives right for his feet. Again, Izuku phases through, and again he stops so he's in the middle of Tagada's body. Kicking up, Izuku phases through the entirety of his torso and legs and intentionally stops so he's inside of Tagada's lungs and head. The blonde boy switches off his quirk, though, already catching on to Izuku's plan. The two are forced apart, both flying back and Tagada gasping for breath. Izuku doesn't let him do so for long. Using float, he rams his shoulder into Tagada's chest. They land on the ground in a heap, Izuku straddling the older boy's stomach with his hands around his throat. Tagada taps Izuku's wrist 3 times. The smaller boy stands up, offering a hand to help his upperclassman. Tagada accepts it, heaving himself up. He's still breathing raggedly, and there's a fair amount of red in his face. That he pants out. Izuku flinches, thinking he did something wrong, but then Tagada slaps a hand on his shoulder and squeezes. That was awesome. He coughs. I could never had that happen to me. Just hold on a sec, K. Izuku gives a quick nod and waits. Tagada takes a couple more seconds to get a better grip in his breathing, and even if he doesn't need help balancing, his hand never leaves Izuku's shoulder. Woo, he says, finally feeling better. That was really smart of you, man. Thanks for pointing out that weakness of mine. It was nothing. Izuku stutters. I'm sure Night Eye went over something similar at your internship. He did. Tagada agrees, but he only told me it was a problem. I've never actually experienced it before. Oh, well, I'm glad I could help. Me too. Tagada gives a thumbs up. Say, why don't we go another couple of rounds? I think I might have an idea of how to deal with those new attacks you used. Sure, I'd really like that. They fight for hours. Tagada, having been training nearly twice as long as Izuku, wins more bouts, but it's a close thing. By rough estimate, Izuku wins 4 out of every 10 fights and Tagada the other 6. Neither really mind, though, and they lose track of time until Aizawa cancels their quirks mid-fight and forces them to eat lunch. Not bothering to change into their full uniforms, the 2 boys head for the cafeteria in their gym clothes. They get a couple odd looks, and Izuku suddenly realizes that they are both heavily bruised. He tells Tagada about it, but only gets a laugh and an agreement to see Recovery Girl after school. They wait in the lunch line together. Izuku grabs his usual large plate of protein, and Tagada grabs a random assortment of food, most of it vaguely healthy, but at the same time there's no shortage of sweets. Come eat with me, he says, shaking his head in the direction of a table across the cafeteria. And no thanks, you don't have to, Izuku says, looking over at his usual spot. I wouldn't want to interrupt your time with your friends. Come on, Tagada insists, lightly bumping him on the shoulder. No one will mind. Well, someone might be a touch uncomfortable, but he'll warm right up to you. You won't be interrupting anything, if you're sure. I definitely am. Tagada leads Izuku through the lunchroom, stopping every now and then to greet a couple random students who must be in the upper years. Most of the people he greets at least wave back, but many also have a quick exchange. Izuku somehow doesn't feel awkward during this, though. It's probably because no one's paying attention to him, he thinks, which is nice. After a couple minutes of wandering, Tagada finally makes a beeline right for a table in the corner closest to the entrance of the cafeteria. It's small, and there are only 2 people there. One is a nervous-looking boy with pointy ears and dark, messy hair. The other is a bubbly-looking girl with blue hair all the way down to her lower back and a bright smile. The girl is taking the boy's ear off about something, to which the boy nods absently and mutters the occasional one-word answer back. Hey, guys. Tagada greets, setting his tray down across from the pair. He takes a seat and gestures for Izuku to take the one to his left. This is Midoriya from Class 1. Hi. Izuku greets, cautiously sitting down. His eyes flick back and forth between the 2 new people, unsure of who to focus on. Hey, man. The blue-haired girl leans across the table so close that she's almost nose to nose with Izuku. A strand of her hair lands in whatever she's drinking, but she either doesn't care or doesn't notice. I really like your hair. Is it dyed? Or does it just grow like that? She gasps. Or is it your quirk? Wait, no, you're in a hero class, so green hair probably isn't it, unless you're like super badass, which if you were then you wouldn't be at you. She doesn't pause for breath once, but does stop after her last thought. This is Hato. Tagada introduces her with a smile. She's pretty hyperactive, so don't feel nervous about all of her questions. Sorry, Hato says, leaning back in her seat and fiddling with her hair. Did I make you uncomfortable? I just haven't heard anything about the new first years, which is a real bummer because having underclassmen is fun. I think it's fine, no worries. Izuku says, a little flushed but happy to meet another nice person. It's really nice to meet you, Hato. My quirk is a pool of energy. I use it to fly and enhance my strength. He tags on at the end, wanting to answer at least a few of her questions. Hey, my quirk is energy too. Hato holds out a palm, face up. A golden spiral forms above it, spinning for a couple of centimeters before it starts to fade. The spirals move kinda slow, but if I've got enough stamina to put into them, then they can really pack a punch. Oh, so it relies on your physical stamina. Izuku asks. Hato nods eagerly. That's really interesting. I bet you've got lots of energy so you can make the most of your quirk. Yep, Hato says, popping the P at the end. I have to run a tank every day outside of class. It's a bit boring, but since someone had to go and get strong over break, she not so subtly looks at Tagata. We've got to pick up the slack. Right, Amajiki? Izuku looks over the boy across from Tagata. Mirio has always been amazing, he says, not looking up from his steaming bowl of chicken and rice. It's been that way since we were kids. Thanks, Tamaki, but you shouldn't sell yourself short. Tagata reaches over and pats his friend on the shoulder. He's been working really hard this first term, he says to Izuku. He's probably at the top of his class now. You're too nice, Tamaki mumbles. And Hato is better than me anyways. Oh, so you three are in the same class? Izuku asks. Just me and Amajiki. Hato answers. We're in 2 and Tagata is in 2B. How there's only a 1 in my grade. Is there a difference between the hero classes? Nope, Tagata says immediately. Maybe technically, but the students of each class start out at the same level, so the only differences are because of how hard the students work. But that's not important. Hato says, cutting off the question Izuku was about to ask. What is important is if the rumors are true. She looks at Izuku exactly. For his part, the green-haired boy can only look at the three of them in confusion. What rumors? He asks. Some people are saying that there's only one first-year hero student. Hato explains. Amajiki and have a bet going. He thinks it's all made up, but I think it's true. Why would you only let in one new hero go train? Amajiki says quietly. It just doesn't make sense. Well, there were 20 of us. Izuku explains, gaining the attention of the three sitting with him. But a lot of them were transferred to Gen Ed in day 1, and after that, a lot of them were expelled for stuff. So is it really just you? Tagata asks, losing a little bit of his cheer. Izuku nods. Yeah, just me. He looks around and sees the rather uncomfortable expressions. It's not all bad, he insists. I get a lot of training in, and the teachers here are amazing. Yeah, Hato says, trailing off. They all sit there in silence for a couple of seconds. You should eat with us tomorrow, too, she suddenly says. Yeah, Tagata agrees. We've got room at our table. Just remember to eat quickly or Tamaki will take your lunch so he can use his quirk more. I don't do that, Amajiki protests weakly. I only eat your food when you offer, even if it's really good looking. Yeah, sure. Izuku agrees. He starts to dig into his lunch before asking Amajiki, what's your quirk? The dark-haired boy looks up from his food and holds out a single hand. Without warning, it turns into the foot of a chicken. I can manifest what I eat, he says. Whoa, that's really cool. Izuku hastily unzips his bag and retrieves his notebook and a couple pens. Is there a limit on how many different things you make? Do you need to have a certain amount of the food to manifest it? Are you limited to animals or can you do plants? What about metal or rock? The chicken foot was the size of your hand, not an actual chicken foot, so you can change the sizes of what you grow, right? Amajiki freezes up, mouth slightly open and looking quite overwhelmed. Izuku finally stops his rapid-fire questioning and goes beat-red. Yes, sorry, he mumbles. Geez, and my parents call me hyperactive. Hato laughs. Sorry. Izuku apologizes again, starting to tuck things away. That was really impolite. I shouldn't. Tagata stops him with a hand on his wrist. It's fine. He smiles. Tamaki was the same way when he first met Hato. She followed him around all day talking, and he didn't know what to do. That's actually how we all met for the first time. He laughs. But you didn't do anything wrong. Tamaki can answer all of your questions. Really? Izuku looks to Amajiki. That's sure, the boy says, rubbing his hands under the table. Just slow down, please. By the time lunch is over, Izuku has 2 pages for manifest, along with 3 for permeation and 1.5 for wave motion. They're all very interesting quirks that would be very powerful in almost any situation if applied correctly. Manifest is definitely a melee type, but could easily become a long-ranged ability in a pinch. Wave motion is definitely a mid to long-range quirk, but Hato could easily use it to enhance any hit she decides to dish out, be it her fists or feet. Then there's permeation. Tagata's quirk is probably the most dangerous, both to him and other people. While the more brutal ideas that one could come up with for a phasing ability aren't possible due to how solids push Tagata out of them, blocking a hit from him is impossible. Sure, if you could harden your skin, you'll be fine, but even then the momentum that you can generate could theoretically be enough to overcome it. Landing a hit would also be extremely difficult once Tagata has more experience, but that only means Izuku would have to work harder to keep up with him. So, after lunch, he throws himself into combat training, and once he learns that Tagata is supposed to spar with him 3 days a week, he starts to work even harder. Izuku trains and thinks about Tagata's quirk so hard, in fact, that he forgets all about the weird feeling he got while fighting Tagata. It's a small matter, though. He'll remember eventually.
Okay. 21 through 24. Because I want to be black as early as fucking possible in this video. Oh, shit, I'm it. Okay, so 22 is where Black Panther actually is when the manifested, but 23 is actually where the heck it. I feel more or less is Bajin. Not because it's a power, because it pairs well. It basically, Izuku was, let's say, Izuku was like, let's see, fourth user, okay? When to deal with that situation, it basically, let's see, how do I explain this? How do I want to explain this without making it sound crazy as fuck? No, I'm gonna have to do one more chapter. 25 most likely, because of how the fuck this one actually works. Let me explain this. Say Izuku was a third user. Izuku can never be the first, okay? That's mostly the thing. Izuku can't be the first user one for all. He can't be the second, because that's already, if Izuku was. Okay. Izuku was the third. Let's say Izuku was the fourth user. First user is the first user is Yoshi. Second user has Yoshi. Third user has Fajin. Now let's say Izuku was the fourth user. He was using patches of quirk. Say if Izuku only was able to unlock, let's say, Fajin. No matter. He's already overpowered because Fajin works so well with it. Oh my god, what the hell? 26. The hell? How many habits are there until that actually works? Because Bajin and Morphle pairs that really well. Bajin works on building kinetic energy. It's like when it moves, mostly just did a bunch of doing it. Let's say Zuko runs like for a mile. Boom, Bajin already has energy. When all he moves along around, and he can over to that energy, and as it, he basically uses a fake 100% power without breaking his bones. Bajin is not one for all. It doesn't hurt his bones. No matter how much energy he uses, it will just fucking go. Basically, he can have a fake 1,000,000% if he wants to. The only thing is, there's not really much backlash except for physical power. How much power comes out, he'll still fly his body backwards. He won't actually get hurt by that. How much power he actually uses, probably. A lot of it. There is one that did a fake Bajin in, which was great.
The next day after school, Izuku heads right for Gym Midoriya. Yesterday he was forced to skimp out on after-school training, mostly because he and Nagata beat each other black and blue and Gran didn't feel like fighting him when he wasn't in top form, but also because Izuku, right as he left the building, remembered what he felt during that first fight. Power, an uncomfortable amount of it straining against his skin, begging to be let free despite the fact that Izuku had no way to let it free. He described how he felt in those moments to Gran, the frustration, the annoyance, the borderline anger, and the strong desire to capture. Gran didn't feel like dealing with a new quirk that day because it's almost definitely a new quirk. Apparently, he's been working with Sakachi on some new kidnapping case. Izuku didn't blame him. As powerful and skilled as Gran is, he's still pushing 90. The average human body isn't meant to last that long. And so, a day after meeting Nagata, Izuku walks into his gym, ready for actual training. But instead of Gran waiting to pounce on him, Izuku walks into the building to see All Might casually sipping on a glass of water with an open notebook in front of him as he sits behind the counter. "Young Midoriya, hello," he says, standing up and setting down his glass. "How was school today?" Smiling, Izuku walks over to his mentor, who ruffles his hair and brushes a skinny but still muscular hand across his back. "Good," he says. "I ate lunch with Tagata again, and I'm getting better at sneaking around. Azawa was almost impressed with my progress today. And your talk with Nedzu?" All Might asks, a touch cautious. "That was nice, too." Izuku unslings his backpack and sets it on the floor. "I'm getting better at chess, and we've been talking about fighting efficiently the past few days. I've even drawn up some new attacks." "Good, good." All Might reaches for the notebook and picks it up. "Gran Torino said you had an interesting sensation during your fight with your new friend the other day. Tell me about it." Izuku wrings his hands, recalling what happened in vivid detail. "I was frustrated because I couldn't touch him. I really wanted an opening or the chance to close the gap, but I had nothing that would work, and the pressure started to build.
Oh yeah.
I got angry. Then what happened?" All Might coaxes. "My hands started to itch, and my skin got hot, I think hotter than it usually is when I use one for all anyways." Izuku chews the inside of his cheek. "Gran says it was a new quirk trying to break through. Is that true?" "I think it sounds that way." All Might says, turning his back. Izuku hears the sound of pages turning. "Come look at this." Izuku moves to his master's side, leaning in to get a good look at the notebook. Number 5, Lariat Aka Banjo de Goro. Quirk Black Whip. 5th, Izuku says, scanning the page. "You think I'm going to get his quirk?" He can't help the eagerness that slips into his voice. All Might nods proudly. He's the most likely candidate. None of the other users have a quirk good for capturing, which Black Whip is perfect for. He was pretty accomplished back in the day. Izuku notes seeing the stats of his hero career printed neatly below a copy of an old photograph. 30 years of service, credited with over 5,000 takedowns and 200 rescues. Died on the job but never cracked the top 500. All Might humps. Yes, but I think that was intentional. Seeing Izuku's confused expression, he continues, I mean his ranking, not his death. The past holders weren't like you and me. The two of us are, well, for lack of a better term, were chosen ones. We were both picked for our ideals and our drive to hold society up as a pillar. The other seven, well, I know Nana was given one for all by happenstance. She rescued a cat from a tree in front of the sixth not 3 days before he died. He was already being hunted by All for One, so he gave it to her so she could carry the legacy forward. Compare that to me. I was picked because Nana overheard me spouting off my ideals to a tree. All Might chuckles. Or even you, who rushed into danger to save that young hero after that day in the alley. Izuku ponders for a moment, focusing on the profile of five. He was a big man and would have towered over Mr. Aizawa. His costume was styled like biker gear with a leather jacket and tough-looking jeans. A bullet belt was slung across his chest, and a pair of goggles rested on his bald head. But All for One is dead now, Izuku says after a while, so we don't have to worry about me being in the spotlight. But what? All Might asks, gently closing the book. Black Whip is completely different from what we've been calling One for All, Izuku says, worry crossing his face as he looks over the specs of Black Whip. My quirk is listed as superpower, an energy source/strength enhancer that I can use to fly. Black tendrils they don't fit with that, and someone could connect me to Lariat, or if they think I have multiple quirks, then they could think I'm like All for One. Izuku shudders at the thought. All Might had told him a little about his nemesis, and the details were anything but good. All Might considers that for a moment. Midoriya, what are your parents' quirks? Attraction of small objects and fire breath. Izuku lists instantly. There's no way the two powers wouldn't be burned into his mind. He spent long hours trying to manifest one after all. Could you tell me about attraction of small objects? All Might asks. Not a full in-depth analysis, though. A simple description will do fine. It's a telekinetic quirk, Izuku explains. It only pulls stuff to her and is entirely localized in her hands. She used to use it to carry me when I was little, but by the time I turned 3, I was too heavy. All Might smiles. Thank you. I think I have a solution. You see, Black Whip, at its core, is a puller. He opens the notebook again, this time to a page containing a Laura's printout glued onto it. The image shows 5 with an arm outstretched and black tentacles extending from his hand. The strands are wrapped around a large steel beam, pulling them. We can simply pass it off as a mutation of your mother's quirk. Powers change from generation to generation, so no one would suspect. That's a pretty smart idea. Izuku leans away. Could something similar work for the other quirks as well if I get them? Not at all. All Might closes the notebook and tucks it into his back pocket.
Oh.
The others are too unique and different from the quirks of your parents, and a normal energy quirk we listed One for All is on your new registration, and I couldn't find information on the powers of the second and third users. But that's no matter. 3 abilities is practically overkill for a hero. He smiles and pats Izuku on the shoulder. Now, you said you were frustrated when the feeling came. Izuku nods. Yeah, angry, too. At myself, though, for not being able to do anything. Interesting, All Might scratches his chin. Would you like to try to awaken it again? Now Izuku asks, shocked. All Might nods. But what if it's like Float was, and I can't control it? I could hurt you, oh. Smirking, All Might buffs up into his hero form. Young Midoriya, have you spent so much time around that pathetic form of me that you assume I'm that squishy all the time? His voice booms, full of energy and power, the opposite of his other form, which always sounds frail. No, sir, Izuku denies, waving his hands. I was just worried about the building. All Might laughs. Sure, sure. Now hurry up and get changed out of your school clothes. Let's try to summon Five's quirk. They try for hours, but to no avail. Izuku zips and dashes around All Might as fast as he can, looking for a shot, repeating what he did to Tagata. All Might fights back, though, making Izuku dodge. It's solid practice, something the two holders rarely get to do together, but it's not something that'll awaken Blackwood. Or at least, that's what they agree on. With a final goodbye, All Might walks Izuku to the nearest train station and tells him
I
not
know
to
where they're gonna
force it.
be.
He goes home to his mother, eats, and relaxes for the night. For the rest of the week, Izuku goes through the motions, sparring with Dagata on some days, but on most he sticks to the usual schedule. It's fun, engaging, and coupled with eating lunch with his new friends because their friends Hato and Dagata made that very clear on day 2. Time flies. Izuku doesn't think this could get any better, but he's soon proven very wrong. Azawa's lessons are always in the afternoon. The man prefers to have a somewhat full stomach and a few cups of coffee down before he teaches, which makes sense because he always looks better in the afternoon than in the morning. Azawa's lessons are always in the afternoon, and they always take place in the same building. So when Izuku is told to go to a different building, or rather a different section of the main UA campus, he knows something's up. Entering training field Kappa, Izuku idly plays with his rebreather. The room is high, with walls 30 feet tall. The room is partially wide, however, at least not compared to the usual training fields at UA at 50 feet square. But the main thing that draws Izuku's attention isn't the size of the room. It's the concrete pillar in the center of it. From floor to ceiling, the round piece of stone dominates the room, perhaps 10 feet in diameter. It's meant for you flying types. Izuku hears from behind. He turns to see Aizawa, who's standing with his arms crossed. Heroes operate in cities, so a lot of those who fly practice in rooms like this. You did that with Hawks, correct? Yes, sir, Izuku answers, approaching his teacher. But you can't fly. Why are we here? Aizawa looks behind him for a moment. He sighs. They're supposed to be ready by now. Sir Izuku cocks his head to the side, curious. You'll have some guests with you today, Aizawa explains. They'll help you focus on teamwork, more specifically in two-on-two fights. But who? Us, of course. The bubbly voice of Hato echoes through the room, and the girl herself flies over top of Aizawa, propelled by a pair of golden spirals emitting from her feet. She lands a few feet to Izuku's left. Hato, you said you wouldn't make a dramatic entrance. Tagata steps out from behind Aizawa, his voice teasing but not unpleasant. I lied. Hato replies shamelessly. Where's Amajiki?
Pretty much.
Right here. The boy replies,
Nice.
hurriedly walking to Tagata's side. You guys changed too fast. Sorry, Tamaki, we were just excited. Tagata says, patting his friend on his shoulder. It's not every day we get to fight someone new, you know. Yeah, I do, Amajiki says, pulling down the hood of his white cloak. All three of them are in their hero costumes like Izuku. Tagata's is the same as always. Hato's is a bodysuit of various blue shades with a headband that has spiral horns, and Amajiki has a big, loose cloak along with a sturdy-looking pair of cargo pants and a thick shirt covered in pouches. You four should get started before you run low on time, Aizawa suggests. You'll fight in every possible team combination, and I'll be the referee. Follow the normal rules. Submissive holds mean you're out, and nothing too brutal. Yes, sir. The four of them chorus. Tagata immediately forms a team with Amajiki, leaving Hato and Izuku to pair up. After a brief discussion, they all agree to have a couple minutes to plan before the fight actually starts. Tagata pulls Amajiki into a corner, and Hato does the same to Izuku. So the older girl says, still hovering an inch above the ground. Got any ideas? Well, I need to know how you and Amajiki fight first. Izuku explains. I'm a close type, but I've got enough strength to generate an air blast. He flicks his arm out, bringing the slotted cups down in their attack position. That's what these are for. Ooh, that's super cool. Hato falls to the ground with a soft tap. She takes Izuku's hand in hers and studies his glove and the cups. I'm a mid to long range girl myself. I don't really do melee, you know. Amajiki, though. She looks up, still holding his hand. He's all melee, pretty much. I know he started out aiming to be a backline support, but his quirk is just so perfect for direct combat. Or at least that's what all the teachers say. Why, yeah, I get it. Izuku stammers, pulling his hand back. Seeing that he's a little red, Hato lets it go without a fuss. So we're up against two close specialists. Not really. Hato says, poking a finger into her cheek. When those two team up, and believe me, they do it whenever we have joint training between our two classes, Tagada is always the front line and Amajiki waits behind him for an opening. It's really effective because Tagada is crazy good at making people slip up, so that's probably what they'll try to do. Izuku states. Hato nods. I think we should force them out of their comfort zone. He suggests recalling an important lesson from Nezu when fighting people who chose to specialize or stick to one strategy. Do you think you could separate them with a big enough shot? Hato nods eagerly. Amajiki is really good at taking hits, but if you distract them enough, I can definitely force him away from Nagata. What do we do after that? Izuku smiles. Wolfish. We divide and conquer. Aizawa watches carefully from his spot at the entrance of Field Kappa. This whole situation isn't normal in the slightest. The gap between first and second years was always too great for an even match like this. Sure, there were the odd times where there'd be someone lagging behind or pushing ahead, but it was never enough to make a real difference. But this year is different. Midoriya has talent. It's like his mind is made for thinking about the applications of quirks along with the instincts of a hero. Or that's what Aizawa would think if he didn't know how hard the boy had trained in the past. By keeping notebooks and being a massive hero fan for almost his entire life, Midoriya has worked for his mind and intellectual prowess. Gran Torino, a veteran of great skill, claimed that he'd been doing active combat training months before the entrance exam. And that isn't even talking about his weightlifting schedule, which he's been on for almost a year and a half now. All of that combined with his new schedule puts him in the ballpark of the entire second year in terms of skill. If Aizawa had to order Midoriya to spar with a third year, he'd feel confident in the boy's ability to hold his own, if only briefly, but he wasn't asking that of him. Instead, Midoriya is to fight with his new friend group, something very important for budding heroes. This first round, Tagada and Amajiki.
Oh yeah, I think it's actually on. There's one thing that Zuko is lacking out of every single hero year, okay? And that is teamwork. Legitly, every other year, like legitly, Zuko has no has legitly has not had much work with teamwork actually with anyone random more or less. Always definitely says like you have to work with random heroes, which is also true but not true at the same time. Because with hero agencies, you know who you're always gonna work with. At least if it's like they say it's like as Hawks, like there's like at least 5 people here there. You at least know how they work enough that even if you switch them up like have to switch them up, have to do someone new basically that's been there like for a week. At least you know what you're expecting at least. Always an example of like either randomly team up with random people. Izuku hasn't had that much experience with teaming up at all with other random people of his skill or below or above his skill more or less. This is actually one exercise that he needs more or less than anyone else in UA. I'll make him team up probably. We seen him up before, so he's pretty good. Izuku doesn't have much of that. That's when he said he really needs at this point teaming up.
Against Hato and Midoriya is one Aizawa predicts as a loss for his student. Amajiki could probably solo his opposing team on one of his rare days where he gets over his nerves, and Nagata isn't a slouch either. Hato is good, Aizawa would admit that freely, but she and Midoriya are practically equals. Watching the teams and their planning periods, Aizawa stands taller. You may start whenever, he calls out. No countdown, go! Immediately, Tagada takes his position in front of Amajiki, the smaller boy already manifesting his usual light armor, which consists of clamshells and cow muscles. His blond teammate takes a battle stance, ready to sink into the floor at any moment. Hato and Midoriya, standing shoulder to shoulder across the room, exchange glances. They nod in unison and immediately kick off in opposite directions, flanking their opponents. In response, Amajiki and Nagata stagger, each keeping an eye on an opponent. Hato and Midoriya circle around, searching for an opening. They're both attack ready, Midoriya with his air blast enhancers down and Hato with spirals spinning lazily in her hands. Without warning, Midoriya dives down. Amajiki sees this and prepares one of his legs for attack, ready to knock the younger boy out of the air. In response, Midoriya sharply turns in front of Tagada. Amajiki calls out a warning, and his teammate sinks into the floor. Immediately after, Midoriya is kicked in the chest with a cow hoof. The green-clad boy goes flying back, all the way into the wall. Amajiki starts to look around, probably for Nagata, but Hato doesn't let it happen for long. Twin waves of light erupt from behind Amajiki, sending him crashing to the floor. In the distance, Midoriya peels himself off the wall and dashes forwards. Tagata chooses that moment to resurface, jumping up and quickly looking around. Seeing Midoriya and Hato about to double-team Amajiki, he moves to intercept the first year. Even from his spot 20 feet away, Aizawa can see Midoriya's grimace. He had clearly planned on knocking out Amajiki as fast as possible before dealing with Tagata together with Hato. But now, instead of the fight progressing to a 2-on-1, it's a pair of one-on-ones. Tagata and Amajiki probably don't like it either, but they clearly have the advantage. Midoriya's fight with Tagata goes the usual way, lots of double bluffs, underhanded tricks, and exploitations of the weaknesses of each other's quirks. Hato's fight with Amajiki, however, is something different. Aizawa has seen all three of the second year's fight before. He'd be a fool to let them fight Midoriya if he hasn't, but Hato has clearly progressed since the festival, which is the source of the video Aizawa saw. She's much less brazen with her quirk than before, using it as little as possible to dodge Amajiki's attacks. She also counters carefully, never letting a single drop of her precious stamina go to waste. Aizawa is impressed, but it's not enough. Amajiki is a whole nother beast. He fights like a robot, almost carefully calculating when to strike and when to dodge. He isn't as careful as Hato, taking the occasional conservative risk, but he still doesn't waste a moment if he can help it. Striking with a combination of cow, chicken, and even fish appendages, and blocking with celery stalks and clamshells, he gradually wears Hato down until the girl presents a large opening. In a flash, she's bound in vines. She has enough energy to break through and tries to do so. She only succeeds in blasting through a layer of vines before Amajiki uses his other hand to generate more. In a real fight, this would devolve into a battle of attrition. Hato would keep breaking vines and Amajiki would keep rewrapping her until one of them gave out. But this isn't a real fight. Hato is eliminated. Please disengage, Aizawa yells, cupping his hands. Amajiki immediately releases his vines. Hato gets up, giving the boy a one-armed hug before flying over to Aizawa to watch the fight. Across the room, Midoriya and Nagata don't pause, though Midoriya appears to slip deeper into thought. Come on, Midoriya. Hato cheers. Aizawa fights back a wince at the sudden noise. You got this? Midoriya doesn't react to Hato's cheers, but he does move away from Nagata as soon as possible. It's a good move, too, since Amajiki wastes no time backing his teammate up. Taking to the air, Midoriya ducks and weaves around Amajiki's octopus tentacles. The second year isn't quite as good with them as he is with cow and chicken bits, so Midoriya stays aloft easily enough. Meanwhile, Tagata stands on the ground, unable to do anything. The fight turns into a stalemate. Amajiki and Tagata can't reach Midoriya, and Midoriya can't beat both of them on the ground. Aizawa lets them horse around for a little bit before calling them over to him. Now, with four heavily breathing and wide-eyed kids, Aizawa thinks on what to say. Midoriya, he settles on, what was your plan? I wanted to break them up and deal with them individually, he explains. I thought that if Hato and I hit Amajiki from two angles with really hard hits, he'd go down. We never got a chance, though. And why was that? Aizawa asks. Mirio is too quick, Hato answers. He locked down Midoriya and left Amajiki to deal with me, which was a good matchup for them. Good, Aizawa says. Learn from that. Amajiki and Tagata, you two should as well. The other two students nod, always happy to learn. Form new teams now. By the end of this block, you'll have fought in every possible pair. If you're quick about it, you'll get to fight more than 6 bouts. The four quickly break off into pairs again. This time Nagata claims Hato as his partner and Amajiki warily follows Midoriya. The two boys talk in their corner, or rather, Midoriya talks and Amajiki nods along. The younger of the two must be saying something rather interesting because he waves his hands a lot and is clearly rambling about something or another. In the opposite corner, Hato and Nagata are also talking. It's a lot less one-sided and intense than Midoriya and Amajiki's conversation, but Aizawa can see clear communication and agreement between the two, which is always good. Moments later, the fight begins. Amajiki lets Midoriya take the lid, the green-clad boy meeting Hato and Nagata head-on. But he doesn't stay that way for long. Right when Nagata is about to throw the first punch, he vaults over him, scoring a quick hit on Hato before landing on the opposite side of them. Then Amajiki strikes. Two tentacles extending from his hands knock Hato out of the air and force Nagata to dodge. Midoriya capitalizes on their confusion and goes for Hato. The two begin to duel in the air, Amajiki distracting Nagata with his tentacles as Midoriya and Hato weave around each other above. But Midoriya and Amajiki clearly don't intend to stick to fighting solo. Seconds after splitting up, the two boys begin to drive their opponents closer to each other, wearing them down and taking away breathing room until Hato can't dive down without risking hitting Nagata, and Nagata can't use his leaping ability without crashing into Hato. Then they finish it. Midoriya goes high, a good 6 feet above Hato, and completely switches off his flying. The girl tries to spin out of the way of his fall, but he grabs onto her ankle before she has the chance. Midoriya spins, dragging Hato around in a circle before throwing her to the ground. She hits the back of Tagata, landing on him in a heap. The two are quickly wrapped up in vines, with Midoriya hovering above them, ready for another attack if need be. That's the bout. Aizawa calls. Break it up and come over. You all did good. Yeah, Midoriya is definitely on a similar level as these three. Aizawa will have to schedule more spars with them. After what feels like minutes, but is really 3 hours, the four of them all crowd into the nearby locker room. Hato is polite enough to duck into a shower stall to change, but the three boys are left in the open. Man, that was really fun. Tagata comments, peeling off his costume bottoms. Do you think if we ask, we'll be allowed to do it again? Probably. Hato calls back. There's the sound of a pair of boots hitting the ground, and then a zipper unzipping. I don't see why not. We're only missing Japanese literature and first aid for this, which we can make up for easy. I'm missing out on English and math for this, Tagata says. He's shimming into his pants now, leaning on a wall for support. If you guys are missing class, then you don't have to spar with me again. Izuku carefully laces up his non-combat shoes, uniform pants already on. He quickly puts a shirt on, too, tucking it into his waistband. It's not a big deal if you don't come again. I'm fine on my own. Maybe, but you shouldn't have to be. Tagata says. We like being here with you. Right, Tamaki? Amajiki had been the first to change, being out of his costume and into his uniform in 30 seconds flat. He's in the corner now, flipping back and forth between looking at the floor and Nagata. It was nice. He smiles softly. I'd like to do it again. You're only saying that 'cause you only lost once? Hato teases, stepping out of her stall. Izuku averts his eyes, but it's not necessary. She's already dressed. You totally carried, and I ended up on my butt more times than I could count. I think we all did great. Tagata disagrees. They're all fully changed now, and he leads them out of the locker room. And we'll do even better next time. If there is a next time, Amajiki says pessimistically. There'll be a next time, don't worry. Tagata lightly bumps Amajiki's shoulder with his. Try to keep the future bright, right, Sun Eater? Why, Amajiki's cheeks turn a touch pink. To his left, Izuku feels a tap on his arm. He looks over to see Hato, who somehow manages to look like she's floating with 2 feet on the ground. She holds a finger to her lips and her head jerks in the direction of the other two. She wiggles her eyebrows. Izuku takes a second to get it, but when he does, he struggles to not make a noise of realization. Izuku must have pulled an interesting face because Hato visibly bites back a giggle. Anyway, Tagata continues, casually draping an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Midoriya, the three of us are going to hang out this weekend, probably at the beach. Would you like to come too? Oh, I wouldn't want to intrude. You wouldn't be. Hato cuts him off. We want you there. You don't have to come if you want, though. I'd have to ask my mom first. Izuku relents, though he's happy to spend time with friends. I know I'm free Saturday, but she'll need to know where I'm going. Not a problem. Tagata slips a hand into his pants pocket and pulls out his phone. Here, let me get your number. In 30 seconds flat, Izuku has 3 new contacts in his phone and plans for the weekend. It's nice, and he feels his heart warm. Friends are amazing, he thinks. Izuku wants to stick with them for a long, long time. 22. The beach. Izuku's mother nearly jumps in surprise, sending bits of soap and bubbles all over the sink and counter. There's even some in Izuku's hair. That sounds wonderful. When are you going? Saturday at 10, if it's all right. Izuku says, washing a ceramic plate. They just finished dinner, and his hair is still slightly damp from his after-school shower. Of course it's all right. His mom scrubs a bowl in her hands, but she's looking at Izuku's face. It's been a while since you've hung out with a friend. Who are you going with? Just those upperclassmen I eat lunch with. Izuku smiles because having friends is amazing. We've been texting a bit, and we think we'll meet at Dagaba tomorrow morning. You can go, his mother says, making it clear as she hands him a dish to dry. Izuku accepts it and towels it off. The beach probably won't be crowded. It's only been clean for a couple months, so I doubt word has got around. Why, yeah. And it's not quite summer break, so you'll beat the rush. His mother squirts another pump of dish soap onto her sponge. How long will you be there? I don't know. Izuku answers honestly. Tagada said he wants to spend the day, so maybe until 5. He's not quite sure of it, but really, if they all wanted to hang out until dark, he wouldn't have a problem. Well, I'd like you home by 10. You've got weights Sunday morning. His mother's smile widens. Well, I'll give you extra cash so you can buy some lunch and other snacks for yourself. Tea that's not necessary. I've got enough saved up. Enough for a meal, anyways. Izuku, I want to. His mother says, suddenly serious. You're going to take some money, and you're going to use it to have a great time. Understand? Yes, ma'am. The meeting room is dark. It's 9 a.m., though, so the only reason why the windows are closed and the lights are dimmed is for dramatic effect. Aizawa sighs, taking a seat at the table. Nedzu has always enjoyed all things dramatic. The animal also loves irony, but that's not something Aizawa wants to think about right now. Finals, the man says, setting down a clipboard full of notes. What are we going for this year? For the second and third years. The usual. Team battles against robots will do fine. The principal hops up to the table, not spilling a drop of his black tea. He takes a quick sip. But for your student, I think we need to take a different approach. I agree. Aizawa flips through his clipboard and pulls a few leaves of paper from the stack. Should we play to his strengths or his weaknesses? Why not both? Nezu smiles his usual smile, which isn't vicious at all. Given the situation, though, Aizawa doesn't feel particularly comfortable with it. Sir, he says Midoriya is just a first year. All Might's prodigy or not, he's probably not ready for what you have in mind. Have a look at my plan. It's modeled after a basic infiltration and extraction mission. All robots, one hostage to save, bonus points for keeping enemy casualties to a minimum. Aizawa slides a sheet of paper across the table. On it are the specs of the entire exam. Nezu doesn't even glance at it. Aizawa, it doesn't matter if the boy is ready. The rat turns around and hops down to his chair. He hops back up to the table with a simple tablet in paw. He pushes the power button and hands it to Aizawa. His dream to be ready for anything is admirable, but realistically, he'll encounter things he's not ready for. We must show him this and teach him to make the most out of a horrible situation. Aizawa looks over the tablet, which displays a PDF. He scrolls through a fraction of it before he looks up and shakes his head. Principal, there's no way for him to pass. It'll cripple his morale and he'll bounce back even more determined. Ned's eyes sparkle and his scar stretches a bit around his eye. Failure is the greatest motivator. No, I'm fine with Midoriya failing. He needs to experience it at some point. But this... Aizawa holds up the tablet, which shows a very complex-looking blueprint. You intend to throw him in there with faulty information to plan, with no chance for withdrawal droids and 3 UA teachers hunting him down. He won't fail. He'll be crushed. Mr. Aizawa, that is precisely my point. Nezu's smile turns vicious, resembling a snarl. We'll break him down in the final and build him back up over the summer. Plus ultra, he says. Aizawa can do nothing but relent. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku looks up from his phone to see Tagada, who's tailed closely by Amajiki. They're both wearing swim trunks for bottoms along with simple t-shirts. Hi, guys. Izuku waves, slipping his phone into his pocket. He gets up from his spot on the bench and meets them halfway, sand between his toes. Where's Hato? Tagata gives Izuku a slight bump in his arm for a friendly greeting. She's over in one of the tents, changing. He says, jerking a thumb over his shoulder at a row of striped tents set a good 50 feet back from the high tide line. She'll be over in a sec. Do you have a spot yet? Nope, Izuku says, looking back at the bench. There's not a lot of people here, so I didn't think to pick a spot. Is that okay? That's perfectly fine, Tagata insists. Tamaki, do you want a spot by the wall? There's some shade. Amajiki shrugs, awkwardly tugging on the long sleeves of his shirt. That's fine. Cool, let's go put our stuff down. I know Nejar wants to swim as fast as possible, Tagata says, starting to walk over to the shaded part of the beach under the wall. Izuku quickly grabs his bag and shoes from the bench and follows. The three boys lay their towels out, Amajiki's in the shade and Nagata's and Izuku's out in the sun. After that, they sit down, waiting for Hato. Izuku alternates between tugging at his swimsuit, which is from before he bulked up and is a touch too tight, and looking out to sea. Are those all-night swim trunks? Amajiki suddenly asks. Izuku looks over to see him staring down at his lap. Yeah, Izuku says, a bit embarrassed. The trunks are blue with yellow and red lines, an obvious nod to the symbol of peace. I've had them for a little while, and I really look up to him. Hey, I do, too, Tagata chimes in. He's to Amajiki's left, already trying to make a sandcastle. It's futile, as the sand this far back isn't wet at all. Though to be fair, I think almost everyone does. Yeah, that's true. Izuku agrees. You know he saved me once. Amajiki looks up, clearly interested, but it's Tagata that speaks. When last Feb, no, it was actually over a year from now. Izuku says, a little stunned. Has it been that long already? I was walking home from school, and there was this villain attack. My mill wasn't in the best part of town, so that actually happened a lot. I guess with how hard he works, it's not surprising to run into someone he saved. Tagata comments. What happened? I think it was a purse snatching, Izuku recalls, or some kind of theft. I got there too late to see, but the guy had an electric quirk, but there weren't any heroes there that could have stopped him right. The only one was this new hero, Quake. I've heard of her, Amajiki says quietly. She patrols near my house sometimes. Yeah, she's got an earth quirk, so they sent her in to capture the guy. Izuku continues. But she wasn't that good, and the villain was about to hurt her. I couldn't stand and watch, so I ran in and threw my book bag. I would have been fried if All Might didn't show up right after. Tagata and Amajiki stare at Izuku for a moment, and the younger boy starts to fidget. That's really cool, Midoriya, Tagata says after a while. You saved someone like that. I'm sure All Might would have stepped in before anything could have happened. Izuku says, flushed. He wouldn't just stand there and do nothing if he could help. But what if he wasn't there? Then I would have been hurt. Or worse, probably worse. Izuku looks down at his feet. He was the hero that day, not me. To his right, Amajiki opens his mouth to speak, but never gets the chance. Hey, boys! Hato cheers, jogging up to their spot on the shade. She stops short and sets down a handbag. Let's go swim. They all take to the water after that. It's early enough in the day that the beach is the opposite of crowded. There are maybe 10 people every 50 feet and a handful of lifeguards for the whole beach. Tagata and Hato immediately get into a splash fight, dragging Izuku and Amajiki in as well. There are no sides, though Hato manages to convince everyone to gang up on Tagata. The fight ends with them tackling each other in the water, which is probably against the rules of the beach, but none of the lifeguards seem to care. The four of them swim calmly for a bit after that. Tagata and Izuku take turns diving down as far as they can go while Hato judges and Amajiki keeps watch for sharks because both Hato and Tagata insist it's a necessary job even though there's almost no chance of one appearing. When the sun rises high in the sky and Hato's stomach starts to grumble, they take a break for lunch. They all dry off and slip clothes over their swimsuits and take a break from the beach. There's a cafe a few blocks away, and they walk there. They order, each getting a different thing to avoid confusion, and take a small table outside of the building to Gata next to Amajiki with Hato and Izuku across. You guys ready for finals? Hato asks, carefully stacking their silverware into a tower. I've been studying a lot, but it just won't stick in my head. Yeah, I get what you mean. Tagada laughs. Hopefully the written stuff isn't that difficult. I've really been focusing on the practical stuff. Does the practical part of the test change? Izuku asks. Yep, last year every semester practical was completely different. Hato informs. I know the class had rescue stuff for the first one and combat for the second. What about you, Mirio? I had the opposite, Tagada says, rubbing his knuckles. They made us fight robots, and I swear my hands still hurt from punching them. You should have used something else to fight with, Amajiki comments. That or run away. Yeah, but how many people do you know that could say they've punched a robot? Tagada counters good-naturedly. Everyone who's taken the entrance exam, Izuku says, absently fingering his straw wrapper. I mean, I know I have at least. There's a murmur of agreement before a bit of silence. Suddenly, Tagada stands up. There's an ice cream parlor across the street, he says, patting down his pockets for his wallet. You guys want some? Hato immediately reaches for her bag. Dude, that's a great idea. She pulls out a wallet, and from it comes some cash. Get me blueberry shake. Not too big, though I want to swim. Tagada takes the money and looks at the two other boys. You guys want anything? I'll have mint cone, Izuku says, already fumbling with his walk. Thanks. He hands Tagada what he hopes is enough yen. No problem. The blond boy smiles. Tamaki, what about you? Hot fudge sundae like usual. I'll just go with you. Amajiki mumbles, pushing away from the table. We don't even know what they have. Fair enough. You two keep watch for our food, okay? Tagada says, walking out of the gated dining area. You got it, Mirio, Hato affirms. Then right after the pair crosses the street, she turns to Izuku. So what do you think of UA so far? It takes a moment for Izuku to realize that she's talking to him. Oh, it's great. Really great. There's just so much to learn there, you know. Yeah, I do. Hato smiles and takes a sip of water. Mirio said you went with Hawks for your internship. Is that true? Yeah, Izuku confirms. It was really interesting. Oh, really? Hato cocks her head. My first year internship was super boring. Like, I didn't even see any villains, and I helped with paperwork all day, which I get as normal for hero agencies, but, like, it's no fun, I can imagine. Izuku chuckles. Hawks didn't have me do any paperwork, but I think that's because he doesn't do much himself. He just did me fight sidekicks and follow him around in there. Whoa, you got to fly? Hato asks. Izuku nods. Nice, I love flying, but no one else in my class can, so I end up not being able to do it a lot. I did last week, though. My teacher said I had to fly over a whole city to look for a certain building. Did you? Izuku asks, prompting her to continue. Nope, Hato says, not losing an ounce of pep. I have regular human eyes, obviously. I mean, why would I have bird eyes? My quirk is wave motion, not bird eyes. Anyway, I couldn't find the building because I can't see details when I'm 1,000 feet up. You went up 1,000 feet? Asks Izuku, awed. Nah, I'm just exaggerating. Hato laughs. But it felt like it, and at the end of class, the teacher let me fly around all I wanted. It was so amazing. The wind, the adrenaline, the view. She trails off wistful. It's almost as great as using my quirk at 100%. Flying is amazing. Izuku agrees. Before my internship, I never got to fly in the open air. Then Hawks taught me how to do it right and even showed me a few tricks. I can't compare it to using my quirk at 100%, though. I've never done it. Hawks taught you tricks? Hato asks, lips twitching upwards. Izuku nods, a bit flushed. That's awesome. You'll have to show me them sometimes. You can look them up online anytime you want, Izuku explains. It's not that hard to find a video of a barrel roll or a flying helix. Okay, yeah. Hato agrees, shifting so she can better look at Izuku. But if you teach me, I'll learn from a student of Hawks, which basically means I learn from the number 3 hero. I shouldn't have to explain how cool that is, I guess. Izuku agrees. but my form is a bit shaky. You could learn them wrong. Oh, that's not a problem. Hato waves him off. We'll figure it out, yeah. Yet moments later, a waitress brings their food over. Izuku graciously accepts his basket of fries and fish, while Hato takes a bite of her chicken sandwich before the waitress even leaves. Enjoy your food, the waitress says. Why you too? Izuku mumbles back. The waitress only laughs and walks away while Hato nearly chokes on her food from amusement. Eventually she pulls it together, but she has to take another swig of water to do so. I can't believe you actually did that. She giggles. Tamaki did the same thing to lunch rush the first day last year, and we didn't get over it for months. It's not the first time that's happened. Izuku admits, pink dusting his cheeks. I do it at model shops all the time. Models. Hato asks, casually flicking a few fries from Nagata's plate over to Amajiki's. Like fashion models or what? Heroes mostly. Izuku elaborates. I started off with action figures when I was little, but I stopped playing with them, so I started to make figures from kits. That's cool. Hato pops a fry in her mouth. Anyways, I'm curious. You said you can't use your quirk at 100%. Is that like a mental thing, or is it too unwieldy? I know I had trouble with full charges when I first started, but I got better at them. Is it like that for you? Izuku rubs the fingers he broke in the sports festival. No, I can activate my quirk at its max power easily. It's just, you know how quirks are physical abilities. Hato nods. Well, when you run 5 miles, you strain your body. When I use my quirk, I also strain my body, and at 100% the strain is so much that I break myself. Hato blinks. Ouch. Izuku laughs. Yeah, ouch. Hey, we're back. Izuku looks up from his meal to see Nagata and Amajiki each holding 2 bowls. Sorry for the wait, he says, setting the ice cream down on the table. There was a line, and Tamaki had a bit of trouble ordering. Also, they only had ice cream, no shakes or anything. Sorry, Nejar. What happened? Hato asks, already reaching for a bowl, which was clearly a cone to start off, but was probably placed in a container for ease of transport. And don't worry, Tagata. Ice cream is ice cream. Oh, that's a relief. Tagata mimes, wiping his brow as he sits down. He quickly hands over Hato and Izuku's change. Anyways, Tamaki already knew what he wanted to order when we got to the front, but then the cashier wouldn't stop looking at my ears. It was awful. Amajiki mumbles, taking a pair of fries and dunking them in his ice cream, which is yellow in color. I'm sure they meant well. Tagata says, taking a bite of his food. Your ears are pointy, which isn't something you see every day, you know. And they're quite nice, too, so that probably played in. To Izuku's side, Hato snorts. Izuku also can't stop himself from smiling as he looks across from him. Amajiki is poking at his calamari with a fork while Gata smiles down at his basket of chicken. Midoriya did the YU2 thing while you guys were gone. Hato suddenly says. Tagata's head immediately shoots up. Did he really? The blond boy asks. Hato smirks. Yup, Tagata starts to laugh, which triggers Hato, who is to push away from the table so she doesn't spill anything. Izuku feels a smirk come onto his lips, and even Amajiki across from him smiles. It's nice. They finish lunch and pay for their own meals. After that, they head over to the beach and relax. Being full, they don't really do much other than sit and make things out of sand. After an hour or two of relaxation, Hato challenges the other 3 to a boys against girl volleyball match. She takes them over to a court on the other side of the beach and borrows a ball from another friend group. She then proceeds to absolutely destroy the 3 boys. After the volleyball beatdown, because it was in no shape or form a match, they swim and wrestle in the shallows for a while longer. Tagata convinces them to play chicken. Hato organizes a swim-off, and Amajiki ends up waist-deep in sand. Once the ocean starts to turn cold and the sun starts to set, they pack up. But before they leave, Hato gets a random beachgoer to take their picture. The 4 of them strike a couple of poses and thank the person for their help. Hato happily sends the pictures out to them before they go their separate ways. On the train ride back home, Izuku looks the images over. 2 stick out to him. He first shows the 4 of them in a line, arms around each other's shoulders. Izuku and Nagata are in the middle, leaning into each other so they're ear to ear. Hato is to Izuku's right, reaching across his chest to grab Amajiki's hand, practically hanging off of Izuku. Amajiki is to Tagata's left, reaching out to Hato while clinging tight to Tagata's arm. All of them are smiling wide. The second photo is a bit more stylized. Tagata is in the front, kneeling in the sand in his bright red trunks with his arms in his trademark power position. Amajiki is a few paces behind him, one hand forward like he's reaching out for something or someone. Izuku and Hato are on either side of them, facing out, Izuku in his all-might trunks and Hato in her blue two-piece. Despite their swimwear, the photo gives off a heroic vibe. Izuku loves it. X weeks later, finals come. Izuku anxiously takes the written and then suits up for the practical a day later. Standing before Aizawa outside the gates of one of Udate's training areas, he feels himself start to sweat. Today's the final, Aizawa says. They both know that it's redundant. This will be very difficult, but no matter what happens, you've improved greatly. Thank you, sir, Izuku says, barely a whisper. One last thing before your briefing. Aizawa waits for Izuku to look him in the eye. There's summer training camps over break. Pass or fail, you'll be allowed to go. Since you're the only first-year, attendance isn't necessary, but I highly recommend it. That's all. Follow me. The door to one of Udate's famous fake cities opens inward. Aizawa walks through, Izuku at his heels. The man leads the boy through a maze of streets and plazas, never stopping once. Eventually, they reach the opposite edge of the city and halt in front of what looks like a prison without the outer fencing real prisons usually have. Go in, Aizawa orders. You'll be briefed on everything there. Nodding, Izuku does as he's told. The inside of the fake prison is clean. Izuku walks through the doors and into a waiting area and looks around for a bit. Then I'm over here, Midoriya, the voice of Ned's, calls his attention over to the front desk. The principal is standing on top of a stack of books, making him taller than the student. Aizawa said that you'd brief me, sir. Izuku asks, walking over. That is correct, Neji says, stepping off his stack of books and handing Izuku the top one. It's not a book at all, though. Instead, it's a packet. Izuku thumbs through the 15 pages, careful not to tear any. This is your information for the final exam. There's a time limit of an hour, though that's way longer than this should take. These are all building specs and villain profiles. Izuku says, a bit unsure. What am I supposed to do with them? Why, that's simple. Neji smiles. You're going to rescue a hostage. What? Izuku asks. He stops flipping through the packet. You are to plan and execute a rescue operation in as little time as possible. Neji elaborates. You'll be saving a real person, a volunteer teacher, playing a hostage. To be more specific, and several obstacles will stand in your way. First are the robots controlled by me. Don't worry, I can only edit patrol patterns and cannot control their every move. Second are the guards. 3 teachers, all handicapped, will be stationed in different parts of the building. Finally, there is the building itself. This whole prison is heavily booby-trapped. Be careful and study that information carefully, and please treat this as if it were the real deal. You may begin when ready. With that, Nezu exits the room and leaves Izuku alone to plan. The boy quickly looks over the packet again, as thoroughly as possible this time. He does his best to memorize the plans of all 3 floors in the basement and jots down some important things in his mini notepad. Such things include : the hostage is in the basement. There are exactly 25 robots, all one-pointers from the entrance exam. Midnight, Power Loader, and Cementos are all stationed on a floor each. The only rooms with windows are cells. The hostage is tied up and injured, but still conscious. With a deep breath, Izuku makes his preparations. First thing, he slips on his respirator. The device had been little more than a neck guard all semester, but now that Midnight is in the mix, it's a godsend. The next thing he does is study the room he's in now. He's on the ground floor, so he needs to go down. There's a vent above the door that leads further into the building, but common sense rules it out. After all, what prison is vents big enough to fit a person? Not wanting to chance the doorway being trapped, Izuku exits the door he came in from. He walks around the building, hoping to see a window or something with access to the basement. He has no such luck, but he does find plenty of barred windows. He picks one at random and carefully tests their strength. The first one is much too strong and would require him to break the bricks surrounding it to break in. He checks a few more and finds one that's loose. After prying the middle bar out, Izuku slips in as quiet as can be. He's towards the back of the building, he notes. The cell he's in is 6 feet by 6 feet and has all the normal fixings. It's also dark, the only source of light being the sun from the windows. Izuku quickly tries to think of a way out of the cell, but he hears the tapping of shoes on the ground followed by the metallic clank of robots. He throws himself up into the ceiling and clings for dear life. He's just in time, too, and midnight walks past, escorted by 2 robots. But something is wrong. There was 1-pointer, yes, but on her other side was a 3-pointer. That couldn't be right. The information Nedza gave him said only 1-pointers are in the building. Unless 60 perfect of covert ops have faulty information. Izuku mutters to himself, quoting Eraserhead. If that's the angle Nedzu and Aizawa are going for, then everything in the packet could be wrong. Mentally cursing himself, Izuku scans the outside of his cell. The first floor is divided into 2 levels. He's on the bottom one, and judging by the clinking of high heels, midnight is above. Outside of his cell, about 50 feet away, are 6 bots, all 2-pointers. They stand stationary in the middle of the dimly lit floor, gazing in all directions. The bots didn't see him breaking through the window, or they did and couldn't react. Either way, it's a good thing. Izuku waits for midnight to make another pass before letting himself fall to the ground silently. No reaction from the bots. He takes a few steps to the bars of the cell. Still nothing. Calling one for all at 3%, he bends the bars. There's no sound, which is lucky. What's unlucky is that Midnight is starting to walk down the stairs, and once she gets down to this level, she'll see the bent bars. With no time to think, Izuku throws himself out of the cell and flies over to the stairs with Float. There's a small space under the stairs, and he crams himself in the moment he sees it, but not without complication. One of the robots saw Izuku, or at least his moment. It starts to walk over to his hiding spot, slow and methodical. The boy starts to feel his heart. What are you doing out of formation? Midnight questions the bot. Izuku jumps from surprise and nearly bangs his head on the underside of the stairs. Get back in the circle and stay there. I'll call if I need to. The bot obeys, but Izuku doesn't get to relax. He has to change floors. As stealthily as possible, Izuku creeps from his hole and rises into the air. The ceiling is high, so hopefully he'll be safe high up. Now, with a bird's eye view, he can definitively say that the floor plan he was given is wrong. The hall is too long, and the ceiling is much too high. Instead of a pair of elevators at the end of the room, there's a spiral staircase, one way up and one way down. Izuku starts to float across the hall, back nearly scraping the stone ceiling. It's slow going. He doesn't want to make any sudden moves, but he makes it to the staircase. Now he has a choice, up or down. If he goes up and there isn't a hostage on the next floor, then he could try again on the third one. But if there's nothing on the top floor, then he'd have to make his way down 2 floors. The info he was given said the hostage was in the basement, but it's all wrong anyways. That means he should go up right. But what if the information has some things correct? The whole dilemma is frustrating. Eventually, Izuku decides to go up. He only has to climb a few feet before he can peek over the edge of the floor. What he sees makes his blood run cold. There, in the center of a very well-lit room, stands Eraserhead, carefully keeping an eye on a civilian dressed President Mike. The first thing Izuku thinks is why would they design a test like this, where he's bound to fail? There's no way he can sneak up on Aizawa in a well-lit room, and as soon as the man looks at him once, he's done for. The next thought Izuku has isn't a thought. It's a feeling. Anger, white hot and itchy, and replacing the cold numbness. How dare they lie to him like this? Sure, maybe this is what pros deal with, but pros have backup. Izuku is to do this completely solo, which he isn't ready for. He'd be an idiot not to realize there's no way for him to win. After anger comes the frustration. Why isn't he good enough? After nearly 6 months of non-stop training, Why is, how is it that he's not able to think his way out of this? The anger and frustration build and build, feeding and growing off of each other. If all, then the teacher could go down and all Izuku needs is to get Eraserhead, to capture him, and the hostage. Izuku's hands begin to itch, along with the rest of his upper body. Pressure or maybe power strains in his chest, howling to be let loose. Instinctively, he lets it go. Black and Kai tentacles erupt from his arms and torso, tearing his costume and clawing at anything, and they drag Izuku upwards by clinging to the ceiling, the boy kicking and screaming. The tentacles lash out wildly. There's so many of them swinging through the air, each with a mind. The bars themselves shatter, the ground cracks, and Ozawa and President Mike are both wrapped up tight in the black strands. Izuku grits his teeth, desperately trying to turn it off. Stop, he yells at it. He doesn't want this. It starts to hurt, the power to. He cries out in pain. Ozawa and President Mike rush to his side, the latter carefully cradling his head. Ozawa's eyes still burn with his power, and his face is twisted into an expression of shock and horror. What the fuck, problem child 23? Izuku's heart is beating at what feels like a million miles an hour, refusing to slow down even for a second. The cool air is heated by the obscene temperature of his now bare skin, the top half of his costume ripped to shreds. And above all else, he's hyperventilating. Midoriya, President Mike says from somewhere. His voice is calm but tinged with worry. Listen to me. Breath like I do, okay. In 1, 2, 3, out 1, 2, 3, in. Izuku tries his best to follow, but it's hard. Adrenaline is pumping through his veins, and the pain in his chest is almost unbearable. You've got this, listener. Come on, breathe. Mike continues to coach him, and after what feels like an hour, he regains some semblance of an even rhythm. Kid, Aizawa says. Izuku looks up to him. His eyes are still glowing with his quirk. Izuku finally realizes that something feels off, like he's empty or missing a piece of himself. I'm going to drop my quirk. Do you think you can rein it in? Izuku shakes his head. No, I can't. It's like the first time I used it. It just acts. The first time, Aizawa asks. I saved someone from falling trash. Izuku explains. The heat has lessened somewhat, but the ache is still there. It just flicked on and exploded out. Aizawa mutters something about getting dry eye. President Mike Midoriya got it. They wait for Izuku to calm down a bit more before Aizawa blinks. When he does, Izuku immediately feels the power start to build again. This time he fights against it, gritting his teeth and forcing Black Whip down. He fights so hard that he exhausts himself, and after a few moments spent teetering on the edge of consciousness, he passes out. Izuku doesn't wake up, but he becomes conscious of his slumber. As his body rests, his mind moves at top speed. A flurry of emotions and memories assault his senses, most of them his, but a few not. Somehow, someway, he ends up back on the beach. 8 suns hang high in a black sky, glowing in power. Izuku's feet dig into the sand below, and he reaches up as though he could latch onto the glowing lights. He feels at home. How are you? Izuku jumps and turns around, barely getting a chance to register who the voice belongs to before a finger is shoved into his chest. He stumbles back and lands on his butt in the sand. What the hell were you thinking? Letting it all go like that was a stupid idea, and I've had a lot of stupid ideas in my time. Izuku stands back and looks forward. Before him stands a man nearly 2 meters tall with a bald head and a leather jacket. Goggles rest on top of his head, and a bullet belt is slung across his chest. His combat boots dig into the sand, and a gruff expression rules his face. His entire body glows a warm, ethereal orange. You're 5. Izuku breathes. 5 scoffs. Congrats, you've done some research. But clearly you don't do enough of it if you let Black Whip loose like that. Izuku flinches. I couldn't keep it in. He defends. I just had to get it all out. Well, you did a bang-up job of that. I'll tell you what. 5 spits into the sand. Then he holds out an open palm. My Black Whip is top grade, you dig? It's got all sorts of different applications you'll figure out with that noggin of yours. From his hand sprouts a single tendril, ink-eye black and writhing with life, but it can't be used lightly. 5 lowers his hand and harshly pokes Izuku in the chest once more. Do you understand that, Nine? All of our quirks are superpowered now. You can thank your master for that. Izuku swallows. I read your file. You could manage 5 whips at once, and they were almost unbreakable. Does that mean? He trails off. 5 nods. Yeah, it does. You let 20 whips free with that stunt of yours, and you tore through the room. I wouldn't be surprised if you can conjure up over 100 once you can use all of our power without going splat. But that comes at a price. Izuku twitches. What kind of price? 5 crosses his arms, serious. Before I got one for all, Black Whip almost had a mind of its own. It obeyed me, sure, but when it popped out, it liked to do what it wanted to do. That only got worse after I got this quirk of ours, so it's impossible to control it. Izuku's heart starts to beat faster, and the beach starts to glow. What do I do if that happens again? I can't hold it in forever. Hey, calm down. 5 grabs Izuku by the shoulders and gives him a good shake. There's a way around it. Relax. Izuku takes a few deep breaths and calms down. How do I use your quirk? You were pissed when it came, yeah? 5 asks. Izuku nods. That's your trigger for it, and it's also how you control the thing. You gotta show Black Whip who's boss and manhandle it into obeying you. Do that enough and do it with the right spirit, and it'll heed your call like a loyal dog. That sounds like it's really difficult. Izuku mumbles. Holding a quirk as strong as one for all under my thumb seems impossible. It's gonna be hard. 5 agrees, but you're lucky you got 7's quirk first and then mine. If you had gotten 2's or 3's first, he shakes his head. That's not important. Work hard with Black Whip and keep doing what you're doing. I don't know if you'll get another one, so be prepared for anything. Wait, I could get another one. Izuku shrieks. That's too many. I can already fly and punch through walls. What else could I need? 5 shrugs. Beats me. Neither of us really make the decisions around here. He gives Izuku one last poke to the chest. Work hard and don't be afraid to get angry, yeah. I gotta go. Good luck, 9. With that, he puts on a soft smile and fades from existence. Izuku only gets to admire the spot where 5 stood for a short while before he feels a pull. It's not uncomfortable. In fact, it's quite welcoming, so Izuku lets it take him. Seconds later, he wakes back up. As Midoriya falls asleep, Nimuri and Cementus come rushing in, followed closely by Power Loader and Netsu. Racer, what the hell happened? Nimuri asks, kneeling on Midoriya's left and looking the boy over. I heard screaming, so I came running. Is the little guy all right? He's got a pulse. Like supplies, which would normally be a relief, but the fact that it's necessary to say that out loud is horrifying. I was right there when it happened, but it was hectic. Azawa supplies, looking over his ashy shoulder at the principal and the other 2 teachers. I didn't even see him. One moment I was counting the specks of dust on the floor, and the next I was wrapped up in tentacles, and Midoriya was swinging around in midair. Tentacles, you say? Neji takes a step closer, looking all too pleased with himself. He gives Midoriya a light nudge with his foot. The boy remains unresponsive. Well, that's not what I was expecting. So you were expecting something, Aizawa accuses. He spent enough time around the rat to know a thing or two about how he operates. You cornered him to see what would happen. That was your plan, right? Yes, Nedza says, shamelessly sipping on his ever-present tea. Aizawa huffs. He could have brought down the building with enough time, not to mention the pain he was in. How unfortunate. Nedzu scans Midoriya's body, which is red and raw-looking, with fresh bruises littering his arms and upper chest. Tell me more about these tentacles. It was like something out of an old Lovecraft novel. His Ashi speaks up. They were all ghoul-looking and never stopped moving. They were cold, too, like ice almost. The things almost cracked my ribs before Azawa turned on his quirk. And what was Midoriya's reaction to having his quirk erased? Nedzu asks. He was panicked, but that was probably residual from his earlier state. Aizawa informs, carefully watching his student's face for any sign of movement. We calmed him down, and then I stopped my quirk. I could tell that whatever those things were wanted to break loose again, but Midoriya didn't let them. He fainted soon after. What a shame. Nedzu turns to Cementus. If you could please look the room over for flaws in structural integrity, that would be great. Midnight power loader, you may resume your regular duties. Hold on a second, Aizawa says, letting his voice grow harsh and commanding. You set this up. You forced my student into a worst-case scenario situation for some kind of reaction. Tell me what it is. Ned's looks him dead in the eye, expression blank but eyes teeming with emotion, the most prominent being fascination. I hypothesize that Midoriya may have a mutation or variant of his mother's quirk alongside his superpower ability, he explains. I wanted to test if it was true. MS Midoriya can make eldritch abominations. Mike asks, sounding much too serious for what he just said. Ned's laughs. No, Midoriya & Co. has a minor telekinetic quirk. I expected her son to get some kind of pulling attribute or attraction aspect. I thought it would lean more towards telekinesis, but what you two described. Nedzu looks down at Midoriya again. It's beyond my wildest expectations. Black tentacles with enough strength to rip through concrete. How fascinating. What I want to know is how it went untriggered for years. As Ola says, setting aside a whole host of questions for later. Dual aspect quirks exist, but they're rare and almost always have both parts show when the ability manifests. Midoriya should have shown those things years ago. What repressed them? Oh, that's quite simple, really. Nedzu takes a sip of tea. Midoriya was thought to be quirkless until a few months before he took the entrance exam. Why, All Might found him on a beach the day he manifested it and took him right to Recovery Girl. Azawa lets that sink in for a few seconds, not noticing the worried look as Ashi shoots him. Let me get this straight, he says, deathly calm. Midoriya didn't get his quirk until he was 14 and was raised all of his childhood as though he were quirkless. He broke his arms and was saved by All Might, who took the boy under his wing. Then he enrolled in this school where you set him up for a crushing defeat just to see whether or not he'd have another ability. That is correct, yes. Nedzu isn't phased one bit. I just don't see how this is a problem. Do you have any idea of how bad quirkless kids are treated? Azawa asks redundantly. Yes, but I don't understand your point. Midoriya has a quirk now. No, the worst part is that Aizawa can tell that Nedzu is absolutely serious. He's not like you, sir. His Ashi speaks up. Humans aren't like you. Or maybe we are, after all. You still hold a grudge for all of those experiments. People don't get fixed when their problems go away. It takes time to heal the wounds they have, and in Midoriya's case, they might never fully heal. Nedzu stares at the boy laid out on the floor. Midoriya is deep in his slumber, eyes moving about rapidly under his eyelids, and his breathing relaxed and even. The principal's expression is completely unreadable, though his breathing is slightly shallow. Eventually, he draws himself up and speaks. Gentlemen, please watch over him until he wakes. I'd prefer it if you take him to see the nurse. Call his mother and tell her what happened. When he wakes up, tell him he passed. Yes, sir. Who could have known? Aizawa thinks as his boss of 7 years walks away. Maybe the red has a human side after all. When Izuku finally manages to wake, the first thing he notices is his splitting headache. He groans, rolling over to his side and clutching his forehead with one hand. The warm blankets on top of him tangle around his legs. Easy there, problem child. A gruff but well-meaning voice says, You're in the infirmary. You passed out during the test. Immediately, Izuku sits up, nearly launching himself out of the hospital bed he's in. What happened? He asks, frantically trying to remember what happened leading up to him losing consciousness. Did I fail? Mr. Aizawa looks at him incredulously for a moment. His scarf and goggles are sitting on the chair next to his, which is a weird sight. Izuku doesn't think he's ever seen the man without his trademark. You passed on technicality. But with what happened at the end, I wouldn't worry too much about your grade. Izuku clutches the sheet on his legs. What happened? He asks, half knowing what's to come already. Your quirk went haywire. Aizawa explains, leaning back in his seat. There's a small end table next to him with a pair of steaming mugs. He picks one up and hands it to Izuku. The boy takes a sip. It's coffee, black and bitter, but comfortably warm nonetheless. There were these black tentacles ripping through the place and attacking me and Mike. They went away when I used my quirk, remember? Izuku watches his teacher sip on his own drink. A sense of deja vu washes over him. The event described sounds familiar but also foreign. I think so. He mumbles. It's all so fuzzy. You've been out for a couple of hours, so that's not a surprise. Aizawa explains. Give it some time. It'll come back. In the meantime, you should get ready to go home. I'll phone your mom in a second. She's been waiting for you to wake up. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. A couple minutes later, Izuku has swapped out his ruined costume for a standard UA uniform and taken a train ride home with his mother. His phone is absolutely swamped with notifications, mostly texts from his friends, All Might, and his mother. They all know that something happened and that he was in the infirmary. He does his best to explain what happened to his mother and replies to his friends. Then he texts All Might 3 words. I got Black Whip. The response is instantaneous. Izuku quickly explains how and why, along with everything he can remember from his dream. By the time Izuku and his mother get back to their apartment, All Might knows everything he needs to know and has told his successor to take it easy a couple dozen times and that they'll reconvene the next day after school. The rest of the night passes quickly, with Izuku texting his new friends and helping his mother with dinner before working on some last-minute assignments. He goes to bed a bit earlier than usual and sleeps soundly. The next day, Izuku sleeps in on his mentor's orders. He eats a big breakfast and does the dishes before going his usual route to school. He says hi to the people in his car and makes some idle conversations before stepping off. It's not until he gets to the gates of UA that Izuku realizes what's going to happen. Questions. Questions on top of questions, all of which he probably couldn't or shouldn't answer. As he slowly walks through campus and down the halls, Izuku tries to get any story straight. The easiest Ned's a drill. The notion of Line Aizawa and his friends makes Izuku's stomach. When Izuku gets to classroom 1A, the door is already open. He walks. There's a cat painted. Good morning, sir. Izuku greets, walking to the only desk in the room and setting his bag down. He doesn't sit. Midoriya, good morning. Aizawa takes a swig of coffee. His eyes are very. Had he really gone to work after a day like yesterday? It seems a little odd, but then again, no one was hurt. I've got a few things to ask you, but Yes, sir, I did. Izuku's palms start to sweat, and he feels his knees start to shake. You can sit down. Aizawa says. Izuku does. Did you know that was going to happen? The man asks, clearly wanting to get straight to the point. Not exactly, Izuku says before immediately wincing. That wasn't the right thing to say. What do you mean by not exactly? Aizawa asks. Izuku is suddenly unable to look anywhere but the wall to his left. He starts to mutter and mumble, his thoughts a garbled mess. Midoriya, Aizawa says, gentle but firm. Calm down. Okay, Izuku. Then I felt that feeling before. I felt the same way I did before those things popped out on other days. What did you feel like? Angry and frustrated. Maybe a little bit humiliated, too. Izuku recounts. It felt like there was something pushing against me, and I got hot, and my skin was itchy. I never released it before, but that time I didn't want to keep it in. Aizawa stares at him for a long moment. Then he methodically reaches for and downs the rest of his mug of coffee. He then lets out a sigh and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. We'll deal with that later, he decides. But one last thing. Izuku looks up at him, curious as to what he wants to know. Sirs, he asks. You were quirkless, Aizawa says bluntly. Izuku feels his heart sink. The principal informed me that you haven't even had your power for a year yet. Considering that, all of your accomplishments are more impressive. However, Izuku swallows, prepared for the worst-case scenario. The only logical thing to ask, how are you? The man says. Izuku does a rather impressive imitation of a fish out of water. How what? How are you? Aizawa asks again. Izuku is still confused. What do you mean? Aizawa considers something for a moment. I will claim to know what it was like going through school without a quirk. The statistics we hear about are enough for me to guess, though. Izuku chews his lip, feeling guilty. He was one of probably thousands of quirkless people in Japan before he met All Might. How fortunate was he to escape that life, and how many quirkless people didn't get that same chance? What I do know, Aizawa continues, is how not fitting into society's mold affects someone. Aizawa's eyes glow red, erasure activating. Izuku can't help but feel slightly uncomfortable with the absence of his quirk. And then he understands. Oh, Aizawa nods. Yeah, we're not the same, Midoriya. But we do come from similar situations. We may not know each other well, but he screws up his nose as though disgusted with what he's about to say. You can come to me if you need to. I'll listen to what you've got to say as long as you need. Understand, problem child. Izuku can't speak, but he can nod. He does so, vigorously shaking his head up and down. He opens his mouth, but the only thing that comes out is a croak. Then the tears start big and fat and streaming down the curves of his cheeks. Think. He chokes before sobbing. Aizawa rises from his spot and moves to Izuku's desk. He rests a hand on the boy's back. This is why I don't do mushy stuff, he mumbles. His harsh words are betrayed by his fond expression. Izuku has an easy schedule for the rest of his time at UA that day. His lesson with Neds was almost relaxing, with the two of them brainstorming ideas for Black Whip and the principal being much more docile than usual. His other classes are mostly theory work focused. His costume is shot, so the teachers can't exactly have him practice right away. That doesn't stop Midnight from teaching him how to rappel down a building and Power Loader from making him think up new costume designs, though. For lunch, Izuku eats with his friends. They pester him with questions as though he didn't spend hours last night explaining everything he knew and voice their worry so much it makes him blush. After lunch, Izuku and his friends are sent over to a training room. This one is padded and painted blue and red with Mr. Aizawa has them don gloves and headgear and tells them to spar with no quirks. Tagada is easily the best at it, mostly since his quirk has no physical attacks and therefore requires him to know a lot about hand-to-hand combat. Izuku is also pretty good at applying what he's learned from Eraserhead and Mr. Pink to hold out against Tagada and beat Amajiki and Hato. After one last promise to Aizawa that he'll take it easy, Izuku leaves campus and heads home. He quickly changes out of his uniform and into a set of workout clothes and shoots a text to his mother that he'd be home by 8. Then he runs from his apartment all the way to Gym Midoriya. Gran Yagi, Izuku calls out as he steps in the door. I'm Midoriya. All Might greets from his spot at the counter. To his left, Gran Torino looks up from a book. You're here a bit early. Sorahiko, could you get the stuff? Gran gets up and heads for the basement, congratulating Izuku on unlocking Black Whip as he does. All Might also gets up and takes Izuku by the arm. Upstairs. I've got a couple drills for you to try out. Do you think you can summon it again? Izuku chews his lower lip. I think so, but power regulation is another story. So I've heard. All Might starts to ascend the stairs. But that won't be a problem. Gran and I can handle anything you throw out at us, and this building is more or less expendable. Izuku nods in agreement. They reach the top of the stairs, and Gran Torino comes up a few moments later, carrying a big burlap sack. He throws it to the floor and says, my joints are old, make the bread do it next time. Then, if one of you numbskulls makes a crack about old Saint Nick, your teeth are gonna come out. Izuku laughs because he thinks Gran is joking. All Might laughs because he knows he's not. Kneeling down and pulling open the sack, Izuku is met with the sight of a bunch of junk. Tin cans, old metal toys, a stack of used paper, and a little Endeavor plushie that's scuffed and charred on the tips of its feet. What's this stuff for? He asks. Practice. All Might says. You'll be working on fine control of Black Whip, and the contents of that bag are your targets. Izuku carefully tests the key of an old wine matchbox car. It breaks off and rust dirties his fingers. I guess it's best if no one will miss any of it. Indeed. Let's get started, shall we? Soon enough, Izuku stands 10 paces away from a soup can resting on top of a couple cinder blocks. All Might and Gran are 20 paces behind him, safely away from whatever havoc Izuku may or may not reap. Just let it all out. All Might encourages. Do whatever you need to do to activate it, then try and grab the soup can. I'll knock you out if it hits the fan, kid. Gran adds. No need to worry. Izuku bobs his head up and down, hopping in place and shaking out his arms to psych himself up. I got this, he breathes. Just get mad. I can get mad. Anger is my friend. I got this. After a few more deep breaths, Izuku throws his arm out and clenches his butt cheeks as hard as he can. One for all thrums. Well, maybe you're being too. One for all and float don't really respond to force. But Five said anger was my trigger. Izuku reminds. It came out before because I was mad. The three of them go back and forth with ideas for a short while before Izuku goes back to throwing out his hand. He tries again and again, stubbornly persisting for hours to no avail. Halfway through, by the why won't you come? He mutters to his quirk. There's no response, obviously. Quirks aren't alive, but one for all does pulse a bit stronger. I know you're in there, Izuku says, forceful. So come out and get me that can. His last word is all but a growl, and he throws his arm out in a punch. There's nothing. Damn it, he swears, kicking the floor. Why is he being useless again? Getting one for all was supposed to change that, but here he is failing and wasting hours of precious time. Maybe we should call you. Izuku ignores his mentor, choosing instead to focus on his hands. He feels his anger and frustration build in his chest. They'd been there for a while, simmering quietly in wait. But now Izuku fuels them. The boy lets his memories of being kicked down flow through his head. The years of teasing, the humiliation of being knocked down, the repressed rage and frustration of not being able to fight back. His skin starts to glow white-hot and lined with red. His breathing goes ragged and his hair flutters in a non-existent breeze. Pressure builds. Izuku holds it in until he's about to burst. Then he lets it out. Instantly, Black Whip explodes, its inkai black tentacles clawing at everything in reach. The ceiling is cracked, the floor shakes, and the wall is peppered with cuts and holes. The power is almost too great, but instead of letting go of it, Izuku digs in deeper. He holds his ground, becoming an anchor in the storm of chaos. Your mind, damn it! He screams. Black Whip refuses to acknowledge him, so he pulls on it. My quirk, my power. I control you. His voice becomes a growl, low and gravely as a teenage boy can be. With one final pull on the metaphorical chain, Izuku gives it all that he's got. You'll do what I want. The line goes slack, and Black Whip heals. The 15-odd misshapen tendrils disappear, and a single solid black strand extends from Izuku's fingers. It pierces the target soup can, creating a hole a few inches in diameter and sinking into the wall behind. Izuku swallows and breathes heavily. There's sweat soaking through his now torn shirt, along with bruises on his skin. His face is twisted up in a furious snarl, and green lighting dances across his skin. He collapses a moment later, exhausted. All Might and Gran rush to his side, making sure his head doesn't hit the floor. They congratulate him and voice their pride, but if only Izuku had seen the fear in their eyes moments earlier as they stared upon a monstrosity. Hasu City is home to the scum of the scum. Brothels, seedy bars, and black markets litter the urban scene, drawing pro-heroes and partially evil villains all the same. Hasu City is also home to hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of poor families, many with children. A pale hand, careful and silent, reaches for the glass of an apartment building's window. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fingers make contact, and the glass turns to dust in seconds. Fog, pitch black and purple, creeps in, shrouding the room and smothering all light. A child, perhaps 6 years of age, cowers under their blanket, unable to scream.
Mary?
A lean and thin figure
Question mark?
climbs through the window, delicately entering the bedroom. The child's breath hitches, and they start to hyperventilate. Shush, a deep, smooth baritone voice says. We're not here to harm you. Why, you're not. The child hiccups. The tears formally trickling
Wait,
down their face cease.
or
No,
Shigaraki, maybe. The one. Maybe Shigaraki more or less in this part, I get it. And then over here with the dust. Who knows?
another voice says, this one higher and raspy. The thin man carefully approaches the bed. They reach out a single skinny hand. We're friends of Peter Pan. Do you want to go to Neverland? I guess so, the child says, wiping their eyes. Can you take me there? We sure can. The figure rasps. Just climb out of bed and come with me. The child does so hesitantly. Their mother and father had talked about stranger danger, but these were friends of Peter Pan. Surely they could be trusted. It's only after the young one has crossed over through a swirling black portal and looks back at their new friends that they realize that the man who took them has more than two hands. 24. And how will you be spending summer break? A teaspoon clinks against the ceramic of a cup, swirling the dark liquid around and forming a whirlpool. The spoon is placed on a rest, and the cup is raised to a pair of fuzzy lips. I'm not entirely sure, the young boy says, nursing his own mug of tea, green rather than the black of his mentor. All Might and Grant are flip-flopping between making me take the whole month off and doubling down on training, especially since I can activate Black Whip now. Yes, you never did tell me how you managed that. The principal adds a small cube of sugar to his tea. I take it that the process was difficult. Across from the white animal, Izuku sets a notebook on the table between them. Opening the black cover, he turns it around to show Nezu his notes. It was hard on the first day, especially since I let it go full throttle and had to pull it back. But over the weekend, I managed to make one small whip without too much difficulty. I could still feel it fighting back, though. It all relies on my emotions. Mostly anger, but frustration works, too. Your observations make it seem like Black Whip, or maybe One for All as a whole, is alive. Nezu carefully flips a page to look at a sketch of Black Whip in action. I wonder why that is. Izuku sets his cup on the table. Well, I think it could be alive. Nezu says nothing but locks eyes with his student, who continues, this quirk has been passed down for 9 generations. All Might and I have both seen vestiges, remnants of the past holders. They talk, and I've told you about that dreamscape thing. How else could One for All manage stuff like that if it's not alive? Or if the former users didn't have some kind of control? Five even said that he didn't make the decisions, which only implies that someone else does. It all just seems funny for a quirk, which is supposed to be like my arm. Part of me, but not alive. Whether it's alive or not, it's a part of you. Nezu corrects. But yes, I agree that in your experience, One for All is alive, partially sentient, or at the very least carries bits of the past holders within itself. How did you reach this conclusion? Surely you're not sharing this with me based on one conversation and a vague feeling. I meditated a lot over the weekend, Izuku explains. It was the only thing that came to mind when I thought about how to figure out an answer. I like those old monks and stuff trying to understand themselves. I locked myself in my bedroom, sat on my bed, and turned the quirk on. And Ned leans forward, curious. It didn't feel like normal. Izuku wrings his hands. One for All is usually hot, or really explosive. When I regulate the power, actively use it, I can always sort of feel what I'm not using waiting to be let out. But when I just turned it on and sat, it felt off. Off how? Off like One for All wasn't sure what to do without me controlling it. Izuku breathes. I made a bridge between my body and the quirk like usual, but I did manipulate it. I didn't use full cowl, I didn't force it into a limb. I just let it sit and didn't even regulate the power level. And it didn't go to 100% either. It just kind of sat there for a while. I felt calm and relaxed, but something else felt uncertain. Then I think One for All tried to do something, but I'm not sure what. I turned it off before anything could happen because I had to eat dinner. Curious. Nedza sets down his cup of tea, processing his student's rambling. Do you know what it looked like from the outside? Izuku shakes his head. No, but my mom said my room was glowing, so the usual green lightning was probably there. Nedju nods. I see. Would you like to try it again? Sure. Izuku says. It's not unpleasant, just weird. Like something else is in my soul. Then let's get started. Nedzu takes Izuku to a more comfortable room than the office they were in previously. It's a cool but relaxed temperature with large windows and an offensive decor. Couches and armchairs dot the space, and the principal claims the fluffiest looking one before directing Izuku to pick a spot. Quickly getting comfortable on a low couch, Izuku shakes off his blazer and crosses his legs in a lotus position. He closes his eyes and breathes in deeply. Activating One for All, he breathes out and reaches for the power. Like before, Izuku doesn't guide it and lets the quirk govern itself. Also, like before, the quirk doesn't really do anything for a while, and Izuku feels something in the back of his head. Waiting, 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 why waiting, waiting, why waiting? They're not They're not words, but rather feelings of someone else. It's patient but also confused. Familiar, yet new. Reaching out mentally, Izuku gives it a little nudge, barely a tap, as if to say, I'm waiting, please get up and do something. It's not what he did before, but he's on a time crunch now. Izuku doesn't exactly have all day to sit around and wait for a quirk to make its own choice. Nudging the power was apparently the wrong thing to do, though. Instead of touching Izuku back or swirling in the back of his mind like before, it explodes. Free, 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 free! It screams into his mind. Energy heats Izuku's skin and the boy feels his stomach drop. His shirt begins to feel tight and his arms start to itch. He feels his muscles start to spasm and his legs lose contact with the couch. Izuku endures the roller coaster of mental and physical activity for only a few moments. The power starts off small but grows stronger all the way to his limit and beyond. Once it becomes uncomfortable, he slams on the mental brakes, taking the reins and tugging on the chain like he did with Blackwood. Instantly, Izuku falls back onto the couch and a wave of fatigue washes over him. One for all goes dormant. He opens his eyes, feeling sore. Shock hits him a moment later. WH what? Izuku breathes. The room is in utter disarray. Couches and chairs are overturned, the few tables are broken, and one of the windows is cracked. Near the exit, Nezu is partially covered in tea, and there's a small cut on the side of his face. Dear me, the principal says, dabbing at the cut with a handkerchief. I think it's best that you don't try that again until you talk to Yagi. And even then, I wouldn't recommend doing it lightly. That only took a few seconds. I did all of that in seconds. Izuku says, mystified. But I didn't even move. You didn't do this. Nezu disagrees. One for all did. You managed to stop it, though, which is a good thing. If you couldn't control the quirk, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Why, yeah, definitely. Izuku awkwardly rubs the back of his neck. So what now? Neji shrugs. Talk to All Might. What you just did was very, oh, I don't like how this sounds, but spiritual is the only way to explain it. Your connection with One for All has gotten a lot more complicated, and where you go from here is up to you. If I had to give my opinion, I'd say that you should feel this out for a couple of weeks. It's best to be more informed. With one final flourish, Nezu sends Izuku off. Taizawa with you? Trying not to give the man too many gray hairs. The boy is barely halfway down the hall when he hears the principal chattering to himself about the significance and morals of sentient superpowers. Throughout the rest of the day, Izuku pays close attention to One for All. It's a little hard considering that he's distracted most of the time, but he manages to pause every now and again to make note of things. In classes where One for All isn't active, Izuku still feels a presence of something, but it's very obviously dormant, hibernating in the back of his mind. When Aizawa uses his quirk on him, Izuku feels empty and incomplete. When Izuku has his quirk on, everything is more or less normal, though the presence is more pronounced, like it's just barely conscious. But it's when Izuku is in active combat and using his quirk that he feels the difference. Satisfaction, euphoria, fulfillment, freedom, joy, exhilaration. Not all of the feelings are his. Izuku could be getting crushed by Amajiki in a spar and feeling self-critical, or fighting evenly with Hato in the air and enjoying the rush, or gaining the upper hand in a round with the Gata and reveling in the fruits of this hard work, but One for All would give off the same feelings. It's all very confusing, and Izuku takes lots of notes before sending them to All Might, the only other person who would know about this sort of thing. Sentient and living quirks exist, but One for All just. Izuku can't put his finger on it. The only word he can think of is different, but that's far too vague. He tries to think of a better answer all day, but he can't think up one. His friends notice, of course, and try to distract him, which is nice, but Izuku might have another life form inside of him, and that's very stressful. He manages to avoid everyone's prying questions for the rest. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku looks up from his phone to see Tagata, who's regrouping with Hi, Izuku greets back, eyes twitching over to the gate and his hand clutching his phone a little tighter. What's going on? Tagata shrugs. Not much. It's the last day of term, you know. Izuku quickly agrees, and the older boy continues cheerfully. Anyways, the three of us were thinking about having a sleepover tonight. Izuku opens his mouth to say no, but then his phone buzzes. From the pattern, he knows it's from. Izuku looks down. We'll talk when you get back. Maybe, Izuku says, hurriedly unlocking his phone and typing out a reply. He's a little disappointed at the lack of a real answer to all of his burning questions, but more time with friends is always nice, and everything will be figured out eventually. I'll need to ask my. The sleepover passes in a flash, with plenty of junk food, B-list movies, and copious amounts of awful jokes, mostly from Nagata, though Hato cracks more than a few puns. Hato also absolutely destroys the three boys at the fighting game she brought along with her gaming console, which causes more than a few petty squabbles which devolve into a pillow fight for the ages. A pillow fight which Izuku definitely could have won if someone didn't use their phasing quirk. But in the end, it's nice to be distracted and not think of the bigger picture. After that night, the weekend passes calmly. Izuku packs his bags for the summer training camp and texts all of his friends along. Then Monday morning comes. Izuku, get up. You don't want to be late. The sound of a wooden spoon hitting a metal pan wakes the boy up, and he quickly kicks off his covers and throws on a shirt and a pair of shorts. He checks his clock and sees that there's plenty of time to get ready. I'm up, Mom, he calls back, flinging open the door and moving down the hall. Do you need help with breakfast? No, thank you, sweetie, his mom says as he enters the kitchen. The woman is already setting the table with 2 plates of food, steaming hot with cups of iced water to go with. I got up early this morning to make sure you were ready. You didn't have to, Izuku says, sitting down and picking up a pair of chopsticks. But I did. His mother smiles. Now tell me about this training camp again. I want to know more about it if my boy is going to be gone for 2 weeks. It's technically 2 camps, Izuku informs, mouth half full. Azawa said I could go with both the third and second years, so I said I would. I'm sure you'll have lots of fun, his mother says, poking her breakfast. Just be careful. The pamphlet said something about intensive training, but I don't want you to overdo it. I nearly had a heart attack after hearing about your final. Izuku hums, mouth full. He chews then swallows. The teachers and recovery girl will all be there, so I'll be fine. I just hope I can make some good progress with my quirk. You will, I'm sure of it. Breakfast ends soon after, and the two of them quickly wash the dishes before splitting off to complete their morning routines. Izuku throws on his uniform, sands the blazar, and triple checks his bags. Everything is in place. After one last hug, Izuku walks out of the door, only to turn around and open it again after realizing that he forgot his phone. Mom, he says, passing through. Do you know where? Oh, he reaches out one hand and, deciding that there's no harm in a little bit of fun, points his index finger at the device, which rests on the coffee table. Blackwhip heeds his call. Izuku can feel one for all, or maybe just Blackwhip itself, pulse beneath his skin, wanting to be let out more. He pushes it down and tucks his phone in his pocket. Sorry, Mom, Izuku says, not really expecting an answer. He backs away. Is she is that the part that comes from me? It's very odd. It's what the principal says. Izuku avoids his mother's eyes, guilty. He feels dirty, knowing that she's moved to cry by a lie. Oh, Izuku. She rushes forward, wrapping her son up in a bear cub. I'm so proud of you. Izuku smiles, eyes moist. He doesn't know if it's because he's lying to his mother or because she started crying herself. I know, Mom. I know. Izuku makes it to UA on time, barely stopping to greet the familiar group of people on the train ride over. He walks through the gates and swiftly makes for classroom 1. When he enters, Azawa is already there, nearly folding his yellow sleeping bag. Good morning, sir. The bus is just outside the open door down the hall, Azawa says back in lieu of a greeting. Class 3B has fewer people, so pick that one. I'll be right behind you. Nodding, Izuku turns and walks out of the room and down the hallway. True to Azawa's word, there's a propped open door halfway to the end of the corridor. Izuku steps out of the building and onto the concrete of one of Udate's many courtyards. Noise greets him, lots of it. Third years are lined up in front of a pair of buses separated by a raised divider. All of Izuku's upperclassmen seem at home with their respective side, goofing off with their class and tossing out playful insults to their opposites. The third years are all big, too. While most of them are, and the few that aren't are very clearly heavily muscled or well-toned, something that makes Izuku a touch insecure. He brushes away that feeling easily enough. They're all 18, he's still 15. He'll catch up. Quickly figuring out which bus has the smallest group of students beside it, Izuku moves to the bus furthest from him. He quietly stands at the rear end of the bus, unnoticed by the many older heroes in training. But it doesn't last for long. "Hey, are you that one freshman?" Izuku looks up and then even more up at an absolutely massive boy with deep purple skin and pure black eyes. His face is a bit odd, with a large underbite and a flat nose. Why, yeah, Izuku says, "and nice to meet you." The purple boy smiles as best he can with his weird jaw. "Oi, everyone, this guy over here is the freshman." Izuku flinches at how loud the boy yells, the volume impossible for a normal human to make. Everything goes quiet for a moment, everyone seeming to collectively hold their breath. Then yelling, "You owe the dude that dominated the festival. His hair is so fluffy. I want to fight him." "No way, me first." "No fair, he's in 1A. He should be over here with us." "You snooze, you lose, Class A. We get first dibs." "Not a class solidarity. That's a load of crap. He picked us, so he needs a little correction. We'll still take the little guy. Not if I have anything to say about it. You want to arm wrestle for him? Hell yeah, get over here. I'll take all of you losers on." "That's enough." Aizawa's voice cuts through the shouts, helped along with the flaring of his quirk. "You can fight over my student when we get to camp. For now, get on the bus and try not to fool around too much. You're in your third year. Set a good example." The two classes roll their eyes in uncanny unison but do as the man says. Izuku follows the tall purple boy onto the bus and takes a seat on the back bench. Once he sits down, he notices something. No one but him is wearing a UA uniform. Uniforms weren't required according to the information pamphlet, but they were encouraged in case the buses stopped somewhere and some people got lost. Everyone could find their way back to someone they knew then, and hopefully it would save a headache or two. But the third years don't seem to care. Most are in loose but well-fitting clothes. Sweatpants and leggings make up the majority of bottoms, and everyone has a different top on. "Why is no one in uniform?" Izuku asks the upperclassman to his left. The purple boy from earlier, who's to Izuku's right, laughs, and the person Izuku asked also cracks a smile. "You'll see, freshman," they say, crossing their arms over their black tank top. "You'll see." The teachers and driver load up soon after that, and with one last chaotic roll call, they pull away from the curb. The drive is loud and hectic, with the occasional reprimand from the class rep, a stout girl with no obvious mutations, and the constant reminders from Azawa and 3B's homeroom teacher to stay calm. Izuku switches between looking at his phone and out the window along with chatting with the third years, who are all very nice and love to tease each other but enjoy teasing Izuku even more. About an hour into the trip, the bus pulls over to a small cliff overlooking a lower section of forested land. Everyone gets off and takes turns using the bathroom, which is just a line of cinder block stalls, but no one gets back on the bus. Izuku looks around the area before walking over to the edge of the cliff. There's a railing blocking anyone from reaching past the point where the edge of the cliff is, but it's missing a section. Izuku studies that part of the ground closely. The earth there is loose, much more so than the packed dirt everywhere else. "All right, everyone crowd around," a teacher orders from a few feet behind Izuku. The mob of 40-ish hero students moves to stand in front of the teacher, backs to the edge of the cliff. Izuku copies them. "You know the drill." The teacher continues. "Same rules, same time limit. Don't haze the freshmen too much or there'll be hell to pay from Eraser." There's a chuckle at that last line, and Izuku only has a small moment to be confused before another voice speaks. "Hey there, fellas," a sultry-sounding woman calls. Izuku looks over to see a new figure, clad in a baby blue skirt and jacket. "Do you remember little old Pixie Bob?" "Hey there. Been a while. How's the agency? Had any dates this year?" The third years all greet the hero like it's completely ordinary, but Izuku has to fight to keep himself from gushing because holy shit, she's a member of the Pussycats. "Are you flirting with the trainees again?" a chiding voice says from behind Izuku. The boy turns to see yet another member of the mountain rescue team, dressed in yellow and smiling cheerfully as Ragdoll. Izuku begins to mumble because her search quirk is just so cool. "They're all 18 or older. It's fair game." Pixie Bob defends herself, rolling her shoulders and stretching an arm behind her head. "Besides, summer is the time of excitement." Ragdoll shakes her head with a smile and locks eyes with Izuku, who's still in mid-mutter session. "Don't mind her," she says, walking over to join her teammate. "She's at that marital age. You know how some women are." That makes sense on the surface level, but is it really realistic? If Pixie Bob should be flirting with anyone, it should be a person her age. The only one Izuku knows that's a few years apart from her is Aizawa, and it takes him 2 seconds to realize that he said that out loud, and everyone is now silent. Izuku instantly goes red and starts to apologize, but stops short once he sees that the third years are all fighting back laughter. But whether they're laughing at Izuku is impossible to tell. The green-haired boy looks over to the teachers for help, but he freezes when he sees Aizawa. The man looks absolutely betrayed and horrified for just the barest of moments, but quickly switches to anger. He looks like he wants to strangle someone Izuku thinks, and he's pretty sure it's him. You're not half bad. Have a shave and shower and you could take me out sometime. What do you say?" Pixie Bob shoots over to Mr. Aizawa faster than humanly possible, giving the man a playful poke. "No, aw, come on, don't play hard to get." She grins cattily. "You know, you're pretty good with kids. Just do what we paid you for." Aizawa sighs tiredly. Pixie Bob only shrugs, mouthing over to Ragdoll that she'll try again later. "All right, kittens. Are you ready?" the blue heroine yells, raising her hands over her head. All of the third years call back some form of yes. Pixie Bob smiles. "Poor effect to remember to land on your feet." Izuku barely has any time to register that the third years are throwing themselves off the side of the cliff before Pixie Bob slams her hands into the ground. Then the earth moves and Izuku goes with it, unable to keep upright in the tsunami of dirt. It's only by a miracle that he grabs hold of a piece of the railing, but he does. Panting heavily, Izuku tries to haul himself up. A shadow clouds his vision. He spits a hunk of dirt from his mouth and looks up. "Hello, Mr. Aizawa," Izuku greets, smiling nervously. The man's expression does not look good. "Please help. The forest is full of monsters. We've done the paperwork so you can use your quirk as much as you want. Try to be mindful of other life forms, though." "No, sir, please. You brought this on yourself, problem child." Aizawa rests a boot on the rail, centimeters from Izuku's hand. He moves it and begins to twist. His face screws up in a manic grin with eyes glimmering with satisfaction. Plus ultra. By the crushing force of Aizawa's boot, Izuku is forced to let go and falls all the way down. He hits the ground, rolling with full cowling at 5% to absorb the impact. He pops back up, finding his footing on the soft green grass. All around him, the forest is in chaos. Whoops and shouts of glee mesh with supermoved names and the roaring of something big sounding. Izuku carefully scans his surroundings, fists raised and legs primed to jump. Out of nowhere, a 20-foot-tall beast crashes through a line of trees, roaring loud enough to make his ears ring. It lowers its horned head and paws at the ground a bit, pointed right at Izuku. The boy holds his ground, waiting for the monster to make the first move. Then it charges. Izuku breathes evenly, keeping a firm lid on his fight or flight instincts like Aizawa taught him. The monster, which is parts of it falling off like dirt, draws closer and closer. When Izuku is seconds away from being impaled, he leaps high into the air and shoots back down with a burst from float. He spins, pointed feet first, and slams into the back half of the monster, crippling it. Now missing the back half of its body, the beast crumbles into dust. Izuku lands on the ground, skidding to a halt, heart beating swiftly. He admires the earthen remains of the beast for a short while before looking in the direction of where all the third years went. He expects to see a bunch of teenagers ripping through monsters of their own. Instead, he sees 5 more earth monsters, all looking right at him. His upperclassmen are nowhere to be found. Izuku takes a deep breath and prepares for another fight. It's going to be a long day. Izuku crawls into a clearing, literally crawls, as in dragging his stomach along the ground as his shaky arms claw at the dirt. He's bruised and battered, with splotches of purple and blue dotting his face and neck with the odd scabbed overcut. He's missing both his button-down and the white undershirt, and his pants are torn in multiple places. The sun's going down, and he continues to crawl, the only indicator of where to go the soft light of what must be civilization. He gets maybe 50 feet away from the nearest building before he gets too tired to crawl and flips over onto his back exhausted. He hears footsteps approaching, but he can only close his eyes. Izuku lost track of how long he was fighting, but it was definitely multiple hours, maybe 6. The monsters just wouldn't stop coming. Oh, yeesh, we probably should wait it up for him. An unfamiliar voice says as the footsteps slow to a halt. He looks half dead. Nah, he'll be fine. Another voice says, obviously sarcastic. Just give him a breather and a protein shake, and he'll be back up and ready to go. Really? Hell no, you idiot. Just look at him. There's a rustling of clothes, and Izuku feels a hand wrap around his arm. The little guy needs a 5-course meal and 20-hour power nap. Help me haul the freshman back to base. God knows Eraser isn't gonna be happy about this. The rest of the night passes in a blur for Izuku. He's carried back to a mess hall of... He's too tired to eat it all. He'd feel embarrassed if he had enough energy to. After dinner, he's frog-marked across a dirt clearing to a line of tents. A bedroll is laid out. Gently, he's laid down on the roll with the blanket. The last thing he remembers before he drifts off for good is the pitying look of Eraserhead. Sleep in tomorrow, kid, the man says. We want you good to go for training. 25 sunlight pokes through the crack of a green tent, a line of white light moving across a tangle of blankets and 2 yellow duffel bags before hitting a freckled face. In the distance, violent explosions, cheers of joy, curses of frustration, and the occasional crash of water on something solid echo through the air. Izuku, still halfway between sleep and consciousness, cracks open an eye, wincing at the crust that formed. Groaning, he covers his face with an arm and groans louder because his entire body feels sore. It takes a while for everything to come back, but it does eventually. Realizing that he has to get up and train, Izuku rubs his eyes and props himself up with both arms. His stomach feels like it's on fire, and even if he's yet to move his legs, he knows they feel like jelly. He feels perfectly alert, though, so that's a plus. Izuku untangles himself from the blankets, scrunching up his nose when he notices that they stink of sweat. Clearly, he hadn't showered the previous night, or had a change of clothes, judging by the fact that he's left in nothing but the tattered remains of his uniform bottoms and his red high tops. Standing up, he sways a bit and has to remind himself that he can't touch the walls because they're canvas. He does his usual stretches and then some, starting with his neck and working down to his calves and ankles. Then he peels off his gaudy clothes and changes into something more presentable, exiting the tent in a pair of black shorts and a green tank top. Izuku looks around. Rows and rows of tents are aligned, with a medium-sized building to the east labeled showers and another, larger pavilion to the west. Izuku goes to the showers first, using the bathroom around back before making for the pavilion. He makes it to the structure, having to limp a bit, but it's nothing he can't manage. Looking around, he finds the remnants of a breakfast strewn across the table. Izuku's stomach rumbles. He should probably eat, but where's the food? There are only plates on the tables, with no sign of actual foodstuffs. A massive bang shakes him from his thoughts, and Izuku quickly looks up. In the opposite direction of the tents, there's a large, grassy field. Or maybe it was once grassy. It's hard to tell because it's being absolutely torn up by what must be the third years. They're all fighting each other, not caring for their surroundings or even if they run into another fight. It's hard to tell who's attacking who sometimes, but after a few moments, Izuku hears a sharp whistle and everyone stops. Then they change partners and start fighting again. Impressive, aren't they? Izuku turns around to see Aizawa, who's materialized out of nowhere with a cup of coffee and a massive plate of eggs and bacon. He holds the plate out to Izuku. The food's for you. Take your time and come find me when you're done. I'll be with the old lady and she'll clear you for practice. Thank you, sir, Izuku says, taking the plate of breakfast. Or is recovery girl here? He asks, wanting to make sure. Aizawa grunts. We would not take her unless there was a really good reason for us to leave her behind. Most of the facility is here, actually, watching them and giving pointers. He points to the third years. You won't be doing that today, but if you make enough progress, I might let you at the end of the week. Get to eating. Izuku scarfs down his breakfast, only partly distracted by the fighting third years and all the noise. Once he walks around all the violence, scanning everything in sight. He doesn't see them, but he does get an eyeful of rather ridiculous spars and maneuvers. The third years appear to either not be taking the training seriously or the lot of them are simply unorthodox fighters. Izuku then watches as a petite-looking girl suplexes a boy who easily is half a meter on her and proceeds to tickle him and decides that is probably the former. Among the students in attendance is the UA faculty. Like Aizawa had said, most of them are here supervising fights and giving out pointers every now and then. President Mike in the center of everything, holding a stopwatch and a whistle. Midnight is perched on an old log, filing her nails as she holds a conversation with two boys locked in an even fight. Vlad King instructs a girl with frizzy blue hair on how to properly put someone in a chokehold. After a couple moments of wandering, Izuku spots Aizawa, who's watching two students wrestle and flickering his quirk on and off. To the man's left is recovery girl, dressed down from usual in khakis and a light blue sweater over a simple white tee. Izuku rushes over, gaining the attention of the two adults. Aizawa looks at him with a razor activated for a split second, and the boy feels his stomach churn at the lack of a familiar presence. Nonetheless, he weaves around the two wrestlers and stands by Aizawa. You said to come find you when I was done, Izuku says, half watching the third years and half looking at Aizawa. Here I am. Instead of responding to him, Aizawa looks to recovery girl. Is he good to go? The woman walks over and eyes Izuku critically. She moves closer and pecks the boy on the cheek for a split second. Instantly, Izuku feels tired again, but also much less sore. He'll be all right so long as he gets a good night's rest and enough food. Recovery girl informs Aizawa. Try to make sure I don't have to see him again today. And you, young man. She looks at Izuku sternly. No broken anything. Stay within your safe zone. Understand? Yes, ma'am, Izuku says, dipping his head. The healer huffs and walks off, looking for someone in need of a kiss. Did anyone tell you what you'd be working on here? Aizawa asks, glancing at Izuku before scanning the field for something or someone. No, sir, Izuku says, a little embarrassed. Ned's only said it was intensive training and nothing more. Of course he did, Aizawa mutters, peeved. Anyway, it's not that complicated. There's 3 ways we usually run these camps. The way, he gestures to the third years who are still sparring vigorously, is all combat. We have them fight with as little rules as possible and with as many people as possible to get them used to as many kinds of fights as we can. The second way is called quirk building. You know that our abilities are physical, right? Yet they're just like muscles, Izuku says, echoing a common bit of knowledge. The more we work them, the stronger they grow. Exactly, Aizawa says, nodding in approval. In the second type, we have you work your quirk as hard as you can all day, forcing it to grow. The final way is called precision training. You can guess what that means. What type of training will I be doing? Izuku asks. Quirk building, Aizawa says, raising his hands to cup them around his mouth. Pixie Bob, get over here, he shouts. But I can't build up my quirk, Izuku points out. Doing that would mean using it at 100%, which I can't do without breaking my body. I'm glad you understand that that's a bad thing, Aizawa says dryly. but I've taken that into account. Instead of strengthening your quirk, you'll be strengthening your body, like with weights. Izuku asks, watching as Pixie Bob draws closer, a sly smirk on her face. No, Aizawa says, leaving it at that as the blue pussycat comes within speaking range. My, eraser. Miss me already. The woman's voice is flirty, but Aizawa ignores it. Make a pit for the kid, he says, jerking a thumb over his shoulder, 10 meters deep, 10 in diameter. Only if you go on a date with me. Pixie Bob sings songs. Aizawa gives her a flat stare in return. Kidding, I'm kidding. She laughs, stepping past him and bending down a little more than necessary to put her gloved hands on ten ground. In moments, a pit to the rough dimensions Aizawa ordered opens up on the ground. Come to me if you need anything, the heroine says, grinning at Aizawa and making the call me gesture. Or even if you want something. Bye-bye, she leaves with one last wink and a blown kiss. Aizawa's expression only sours. Why is it always the loud ones? He says to himself. You what, sir? Izuku asks tentatively. Aizawa's gaze snaps to him. Get in the hole. Izuku does as the man says, jumping into the pit and slowing his fall with float. After landing, he looks up to see Aizawa standing over the edge. Your quirk puts a lot of physical strain on your body, the man says. It's not a question in the slightest. Let out as much power as you safely can, including your whips, and try to push past 14%. It's been a while since you've gotten to that level. Izuku nods, reaching out and grabbing one for all. Immediately, his skin lights up, and the familiar warmth of the power surges through him. Full cowling, he mutters to himself, putting his foot on the metaphorical gas pedal. He starts to gradually ramp up the output, pushing past 14% cautiously. T20%, he stutters. Is that your limit? Aizawa asks, pulling a jelly packet out of nowhere. If I go higher than this, I feel like my bones will give out. Izuku calls back, starting to shake a bit. Back off a percent or two if you feel uncomfortable, Aizawa coaches. But either way, you'll need to summon those whips of yours. Let them loose, but try to keep them from doing so much damage to the pit. I don't want to deal with that woman again today. Yes, sir, Izuku says, backing off just a little to around 18 or 18.5%. Then carefully, because he's yet to let Black Whip out at full power since the first night of training it, he gets mad. Doing so is both easier and harder than one would think. There's plenty of things that Izuku doesn't like and even more that gets under his skin. It's just getting the right kind of anger and controlling it that's hard. For Izuku, the right kind of anger that activates Black Whip is a mixture of self-loathing and the frustration he feels from unfairness. So he thinks back to all the teasing and awful things he went through when he was quirkless and the white-hot rage he felt from not getting a fair shot on the final. It works like a charm. Tendrils, Kai black and therefore out of his control, explode from his torso and arms and impale the earthen walls around him. They feed off of his anger, contorting and tangling as they lash out and destroy. Deep within himself, Izuku feels impulses that aren't his own. Cut loose, it seems to whisper. Let it all out and tear this place to shreds. Izuku bites his lip and fights back against the quirk's feelings. Around him, the tentacles start to writhe, scratching at the walls and ground. Pressure builds, and so does the will of the quirk. Izuku can tell that it wants to pull out all of the stops and release the true power of One for All, but he can't let that happen. If not to save his body, then to protect the others around him. He force stops One for All, cutting the bridge between it and his body. Immediately, Izuku slumps over, a large chunk of his energy spent and mentally exhausted from focusing. Why'd you stop? Aizawa asks, though by the way he sounds one would guess he already knows the answer. I could feel myself losing control. Izuku pants, straining up and resting his hands on the back of his head. His shirt is in tatters, which is a whole other thing he'll have to deal with when he gets back to UA. Really, did the quirk have to destroy clothing? Surely it could understand that heroes needed to have good clothes. Don't worry about that. Aizawa says, I'm here to make sure nothing bad happens. If the strain gets to be too much, then you can stop. But don't worry about losing control. We'll worry about that later. Yes, sir. Izuku trains for the rest of the day, stopping once for lunch. He mostly focuses on keeping the power level at a safe 18 perfect and lets Blackwood do its own thing. The pit never has to be rebuilt, but it is a bit deeper and much more unstable looking by the time he's done. Aizawa only has to use his quirk once, when Blackwood decides to attempt to claw its way out, which is horrifying on a whole other level. At the end of the day, Izuku floats out of the pit and slumps to the ground, tired. It's a good tired, though the screaming of his muscles can only mean improvement. Or maybe it means a long week. That option seems pretty likely. Off to the side, Aizawa watches as his student gets to his feet, slurping a jelly pouch. Your quirk is alive, he says monotone. Yeah, Izuku admits. If anything, Nezu had probably told the man, and Aizawa had the right to know, being his teacher and all. Has that always been apparent? Aizawa asks. Not really, Izuku says, working a crick that has worked its way into his shoulder. Looking back, I guess that I've always had a feeling in the back of my mind that wasn't my own. But I never noticed it because I always felt the same way when I used my quirk. What kind of feeling? Freedom? Izuku answers, more than a little wistful. The joy of being able to do anything and the novelty of having a superpower so amazing. It just mixed with how the quirk feels, which is pretty similar, but you're not in complete control. Aizawa adds, why, I'm not sure. This is all new. Izuku sighs, a little frustrated at the fact. It just fights against me. Sometimes it's subtle, and other times it acts like I've caged it. Interesting. Aizawa murmurs. You're actually not the first student I've had with ascension ability. Izuku looks over to his teacher. Really? The man nods. My second year of teaching, I had this girl with a snake companion. They were bound to each other and had a telepathic communication method. But they didn't get along at all. Izuku blinks. But then how did she get into UA? They were bound to each other, but the girl was definitely in control of the relationship. Aizawa grimaces. She could force the snake to do her bidding, and she used it to pass the exam. The girl had a good reason for it, but the snake apparently didn't agree with her being a hero. Her dreams seemed to mean nothing to her quirk. Did she fix it? Izuku asks. Aizawa nods. How'd she ask it what it wanted? He answers. What people are such irrational creatures. They hold petty grudges and do stupid things to fix or deal with their interpersonal issues. Aizawa locks eyes with Izuku. They forget that just sitting down and having a conversation is often the easiest way to work through things. My old student had a long talk with her snake, and when it was all said and done, they understood each other. The girl wanted to help people and make sure that villains couldn't hurt her home city. The snake only wanted her to be safe. A compromise was made. I don't know the exact details, but the girl graduated top of her class, and the snake couldn't have been happier. Oh, Izuku suddenly feels very small. Had he? Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. He mumbles, mind already racing. The man snorts. Don't thank me yet, kid. Work out things between you and your quirk first. That night after dinner, Izuku meditates in his tent. Like before, he reaches out and opens himself up to one for all. The quirk fills his body and mind, and Izuku feels it out, letting it do the same in return. It's difficult having conversation without any words, but he keeps at it. Instead of trying to rush out like before, one for all seems to be distracted by their conversation, which is a good thing. Izuku doesn't want to blow his tent away. Gradually, and over the course of hours, Izuku prods deeper into one for all. What he feels is nothing like the dreamscape he met 5 and 7 in. Instead of being physical and clear-cut, everything is soupy and mist-like. Threads and strands of black interlace with energy, and everything pulses in a perfect rhythm, projecting sensations and emotions. In the early hours of the morning, on an empty stomach and no sleep, Izuku finally understands. Aizawa watches as the sun rises on the second day of camp, enjoying a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Behind him sit his co-workers, all in different levels of alertness and holding matching cups of coffee. It's easy to forget that for all the work the students put in, the teachers put in more scheduling to make sure they didn't burn out or die. A couple of minutes pass, and the mess hall fills up with hero students who eat and talk way too loudly for how early it is. Aizawa spots Midoriya, who's squished between a few of the more outgoing seniors and looks like he's just rolled out of bed. Aizawa sighs. Hopefully, the kid hadn't applied his usual work ethic to the tips he was given yesterday. But Aizawa knows who he's kidding. There's no way Midoriya hadn't stayed up all night trying to have a conversation with a barely alive superpower. Breakfast ends quickly, and the students pair themselves off. Hisashi grabs his whistle and a magazine before heading to his usual spot. Vlad King and Midnight separate some of the more destructive pairs, saving a couple square miles of forest. Recovery Girl double-checks her first aid kit before setting up shop at a clean table. And finally, Midoriya makes his way over to Aizawa. "Same thing as yesterday?" the boy asks. His posture and tone are like yesterday, where he was all timid and unsure. This morning, his shoulders are square, and his chin is pushed out just a bit. His eyes gleam in the way Aizawa likes to see, too. "Yes," Aizawa answers. "The pit is still there. You can start whenever you're ready." He gestures in the vague direction of the hole Pixie Bob dug the previous day. "I'll be right behind you." The boy nods and runs off, Aizawa lagging behind. Midoriya is obviously arrested. The bags under his eyes denote that. But there's no real way to force him to sleep, so Aizawa will have to settle for keeping a close eye on him and hoping he doesn't pass out. Aizawa reaches the pit, cup of coffee still half full. There's a crumpled shirt on the ground by the edge of the hole, and Midoriya is already down in it, stretching and warming up his muscles. Unsurprisingly, the boy is ridiculously well-muscled, especially for his age. Aizawa remembers his first year and how it took him months to get even half as strong as Midoriya is right now. The boy is either really dedicated to his physique or extremely lucky in terms of genetics. Or it's just another benefit of his quirk, that being the simplest answer. "You can start whenever," Aizawa says, looking down. Midoriya looks up and nods, tensing and untensing his leg muscles. He closes his eyes and his expression screws up into something vaguely negative. His skin starts to glow, patterned with red lines, and his face contorts even more into something definitely angry. With a pained grunt, the black tendrils erupt from his skin and attack everything in sight. But it's different from yesterday. The tentacles are still inky black and formless, but they have a glow to them now instead of being a glossy black like before. Midoriya himself seems much more comfortable standing tall and breathing evenly when the day previous he was holding on for dear life and forcing himself to keep still. Something has changed. That much is obvious. Midoriya practices for the rest of the morning, and Aizawa never has to stop him. There's a close call or two, but Midoriya regains control with a flurry of uncharacteristic curses and fury. The whips themselves mostly stay the same shiny black, but occasionally they gain a definite form, becoming straight lines instead of a misshapen mess. When Midoriya finally pulls himself out of the pit for a lunch break, his smile is tired but satisfied. "I think we understand each other now," he says. "It's slow going, but hopefully I won't have to worry about losing control." Aizawa only nods. The rest of training camp 1 passes quickly. Midoriya makes steady growth with his quirk, and on the final day he doesn't lose control once. In the early morning after the last day, the third years pack up and leave for home. They all say goodbye to Midoriya with promises to see him soon. Aizawa begrudgingly admits to himself that it's touching, not that he'd ever say it out loud. Izuku wakes up early the day the second years are due to arrive. He didn't plan on it, but truthfully he knew that there was no way he would have slept when he went to bed the night before. There's just a feeling of giddy excitement that permeates through his sore muscles in the tired haze of the early morning, and Izuku happily walks out of his tent and over to the pavilion. It's a little awkward having to eat breakfast with his teachers, but President Mike and Midnight are easy enough to talk to, and the quiet presence of Racerhead is the opposite of uncomfortable. At about 12, Izuku starts working on various chores with the teachers. 41 tents are washed and dried before being remade. The kitchen is cleaned. Luggage containing the second year's belongings are laid out in a neat row. Izuku even helps Pixie Bob flatten out the mounds and fill in the craters in the field left by the third years. Only after she gets back from throwing the second years off a cliff, though, which is a funny thing to think about when it's not happening to him. Izuku also helps make lunch. Technically, the students are supposed to make their own food, but Izuku is a student and also sorta intruding on the training camp. It's only polite that he helps out right. Or at least that's the excuse he gives to Aizawa when the man asks why he's making a massive amount of rice. When he's done cooking, Izuku sits at a table and waits. Pixie Bob and the other heroes said that the expected time of arrival is about 4 in the afternoon, so he ends up waiting for a fair amount of time. It's not until 3:30 that the first student walks into camp. It's no one Izuku recognizes, but he looks absolutely exhausted and walks with a limp, so Izuku helps them to a table and makes sure they are not severely injured. A few more trickle in after the first, all of them alone and looking worse for wear. Izuku starts to think that it's supposed to be that way so everyone learns that sticking together is easier and safer all around. Not 5 minutes after he thinks that up, he's proven right when Nagata, Hato, and Amajiki walk into camp without a scratch between them. Midoriya. Hato calls, zooming through the air. There's a couple of branches and leaves stuck in her hair, and part of her shoe is missing. She lands to his left and gives him a one-armed hug. Hey, man. Tagata follows. He's missing everything except a pair of briefs, but looks no worse for wear if you ignore how sweaty he is. Hi, guys. Izuku greets, getting up from his spot to meet them halfway. Tagata also goes to give him a hug, but stops short and makes a joke about sweating like a pig. Hello? Amajiki mumbles from just behind his friend. He spits out a leaf. He's also probably the best-looking one of them all, with perfectly intact clothes and only slightly ruffled hair to show he'd been in a fight. It's a little odd to see someone in long sleeves and pants in the summer heat, but no one pays it any mind. How'd it go? Izuku asks, looking them over again and then past their shoulders to see if anyone else is just behind them. No one is, and the edge of the forest is perfectly quiet, not as bad as last year. Tagata starts with a smile, shivering slightly as a cool breeze blows through the air. He rubs his arms to generate some warmth. Hato laughs. Yeah, last time was awful. Amajiki had to drag the both of us back to camp. You wouldn't believe how embarrassing it was. I collapsed halfway through. Izuku chuckles nervously. I think I have a pretty good idea. Wait, really? Hato giggles. Yeah, Izuku says, red in the face. He gestures vaguely to his head. You've got a leaf right there. Oh, she reaches up and feels her blue locks for a moment. She eventually finds the leaf and plucks it out with her fingers. Got it? Thanks, Midoriya. No problem. Izuku smiles. Do you guys want to sit down? Or maybe work on dinner? I already made a pot of rice, but that's not really a meal, so he looks behind him at the pavilion. I think we should make dinner first. Tagata decides, already starting off. Amajiki sighs. Mirio, you should probably put some clothes on before you step in the kitchen. The blond boy's face darkens half a shade. Right. That's a really good idea. Tagata quickly finds a shirt, grabbing his duffel bag from the row of other duffel bags and pulling out some real clothes to put on. Hato swaps out her shoes and socks, and Amajiki checks over his bag to make sure everything is intact. Once everyone's dressed, Izuku leads them to the kitchen, which is really just a large canopy with a couple of counters under it and a fire pit. There's also a large gas stove hooked up to a can of propane and powered with a small generator. It's a rough setup, but definitely enough to make full meals if one is crafty enough. Did someone already make something? Hato immediately zooms over to the stove and pulls the lid off of Izuku's rice, which is still steaming. That'll be good with some curry. Wait, do we have stuff to make curry? Man, it would suck if we didn't, cause I really want curry now. There might be some more stuff in storage, Izuku says, walking over to check on his rice. But I don't think there's anything out here right now other than dried stuff, canned vegetables, and that sack of potatoes. Hato pouts but quickly gets over it. We'll just have to do something with the potatoes and rice. You two get to peeling, she orders, pointing at Tagata and Amajiki, the latter of which is watching his friend attempt to balance a spoon on their nose. The four of them get to cooking, not really knowing what to make until Amajiki suggests potato soup, after which they begin to improvise a recipe for the meal. All sorts of things go in, mostly vegetables and dried herbs. Eventually, more students join them and gradually take over the cooking process, allowing Izuku and his friends to relax while others finish what they started. How was the first week? Tagata asks as the four of them relax under the shade of a tree. I know that the third years are really something and that the training isn't a joke, but what did you do? Izuku sets down his glass of water and swallows the sip he just took. Tough, draining, but also amazing. PFFT, I'm sure it was. Hato says, a humorous tint to her voice. There's no way, mister, I lift weights for 3 hours every morning on top of regular school work. Wouldn't love training for an entire day. It's only an hour and a half, Izuku corrects, which only makes Hato and Nagata laugh. But really, I made a lot of progress. I think I might be up to 23% by the end of this week if I try hard enough. And Black Whip is... You never did show us that weird new ability you got. Amajiki observes, playing with the ends of his sleeves. It sounds dangerous. Yeah, Hato agrees, sounding a little bit miffed. I mean, not the dangerous part because you'd never hurt a fly if it couldn't fight back, but like the way you described it, it sounded so cool. Let us see it. It's not, well, it is kind of dangerous. Izuku relents, holding out a hand and gaining all three of his friends' gazes. But it's not as bad as I made it out to be. I didn't understand it before, but now I do. Carefully, Izuku coaxes One for All to the surface. Then he feeds it just a touch of his anger, enough to make him grimace in distaste. The quirk immediately strains against his will, but Izuku holds firm and very gently lets a little bit of it out. In a flash, a single, tiny strand shoots out of his index finger and latches onto a tree branch above, disturbing a bird. It's unwieldy, Izuku says, a little strange, but that's because my quirk is alive. Alive, Amajiki murmurs. Izuku nods, still keeping a firm hand on One for All, but also projecting his feelings to it. Yeah, I think of it like a dog. It has feelings, but it can't really think. Only want and other simple stuff like that. If it's alive, then why did it go psycho? Hato asks, carefully reaching out to touch the whip. She shivers when she does, but holds on tight anyway. Wouldn't something alive and connected to you understand that you didn't want to destroy the room? It's not that it didn't understand, Izuku says, thinking carefully about how to explain it. The problem was that, oh, my quirk was a bit overeager is probably the best way to put it. Overeager. Tagata cocks his head to the side. That's a funny way of describing that, I guess. Izuku scratches the back of his neck. But it works. My quirk has desires. Or maybe just a desire. It wants to move. He closes his eyes and thinks back to the feelings One for All gives off when it's being used. The freedom, the joy, and the borderline relief. I think it's fine with me using it to fly and get stronger, but then it's like a puppet, you know. I'm pulling all of the strings, and it's just kind of forced to follow because it's my body. But with the whips, it can force its control on them because they're not in your body. Amajiki finishes. Izuku nods. Yeah, that's my best theory anyway. I've only had a week to think about it, and I'll need to talk to some other people. Well, I think it's got merit. Hato encourages. I mean, wave motion is like another muscle for me, and I don't know about the other people in my class, but I know companion quirks exist. Ooh, it must be cool having a friend in your head you can talk to, right? Hato said it's like a dog and that it can't talk. Tagata laughs. But Midoriya, I know that permeation isn't like your superpower. It's like a big array of switches I flick, each one for a different part of my body. When I was a kid, I used to accidentally flick way more switches than I wanted to. I even fell through a bridge once. That sounds scary, Izuku says, thinking back to his own fall at the beginning of the year. Yup, I screamed the whole way down and had to be rescued by a hero. The conversation pauses for a moment, and then everyone turns their attention to Amajiki. The shy boy freezes up for just the barest of seconds before relaxing and leaning a bit into Tagata. My tentacles wiggle a bit sometimes, he says. Then, and not when I control them. I just let them be, and they move around. It's only with octopus, though. Plants and other animals don't. Well, octopi are really smart, Izuku offers. They've got really complex brains and stuff, especially when you compare them to a cow or a chicken. Maybe the intelligence of the animal you eat has to do with it. If it does, then I might stop eating octopus, Amajiki mumbles. Not controlling a part of me just sounds. It's not fun. Izuku sympathizes. But the only real way to prove the theory would be to eat other intelligent creatures. So unless you eat a dolphin or a bit of someone, then there's no real way to know. Amajiki nods slightly, satisfied though a tad uncomfortable. Hato, however, looks very curious. Amaki, she says, eyeing the boy in a strand of her hair. How adventurous are you feeling today? Amajiki blinks slowly. Why, he asks, quiet and unsure. Because I have an ID. Hato reaches up to her hairline and plucks out a short fiber of hair. Eat this. Instantly, Izuku starts to laugh uncontrollably. He laughs so hard he latches onto his stomach and leans on Hato for support, abs aching. He calms down a bit, but he takes another look at Hato, who's still holding the hair out to Amajiki and looking very confused. He loses it again. Sorry, guys. Izuku chokes out, betrayed in the face with tears starting to well up in his eyes. It's an inside J joke. Tagata chuckles and Hato snorts, but the girl still presses on. Come on, she says to the dark-haired boy. Eat it. I want to know what will happen. Amajiki eyes the periwinkle hair with suspicion. It might not be safe, he mumbles. I once ate cat hair and grew a full tail. Who knows what will happen? Mr. Aizawa is like 50 meters away at most. Hato argues. If the worst happens, Midoriya can run and get him. I can. Yep, or someone will notice and get the teachers. Hato moves her hand closer to Amajiki's lips. Pretty please. Amajiki looks to Tagata, who shrugs noncommittally, though his eyes show something slightly protective. Amajiki relents and takes the hair. He pops it onto his tongue and closes his mouth. He swallows once, twice, 3 times, each one looking more and more uncomfortable than the last. Finally, he gets it down and coughs a bit. That was awful. Yeah, I know the feeling. Izuku mumbles. So how does it feel? Hut, hut. Hato floats off the ground slightly, leaning over to closely inspect her friend. Does it feel weird? I need time to digest, Amajiki says, awkwardly looking down at his hands. How long will that take? I don't know. I've never eaten hair before. Well, can you try now? Fine. Amajiki extends an arm out and rolls up the sleeve. A moment later, and without any fanfare, a single blue hair, perhaps 10 centimeters long, grows out of his arm. Whoa, Izuku says to himself, suddenly missing his notebook. Can you do more? Amajiki nods and more hairs grow, enough to cover a square inch of his lower arm in thick blue hair. Izuku can't help but want to take a better look and moves closer until he's on his knees and within breathing distance of Amajiki's arm. That's so cool. Izuku gushes, carefully taking the arm in his hands. He gives the hair a light brush. It feels real. I wonder what the DNA is like. Is it yours or Hato's? Or maybe a mixture of both? Can you move it, or is it just hair? Wait, can you make more body parts? He probably babbles to himself for a full 2 minutes, no one bothering to stop him. Eventually, Izuku realizes that he's been talking to himself and stutters to a stop, a bit embarrassed. Sorry, guys. I kinda got lost in my head. Hey, no sweat, Tagata says, giving a happy thumbs up. It's really cool that you can think that fast, and a lot of what you said was really interesting. T thinks they'd gone through the same conversation a few times before, but Izuku still finds it hard to believe that friends, actual people who chose to stick with him, enjoy hearing his ramblings. It's such a simple thing, yet it makes him so happy. Your quirk really is cool, Amajiki, Izuku says, trying to wrap up whatever he was saying before. And so are Hato's and Nagata's, too. Hey, thanks. Well done it is. Hey, actually, Tagata addresses Izuku, curious about something. You wrote in that notebook of yours about our quirks. What did you put down? Mechanics and rules, firstly, Izuku informs. It's best to start with the basics and work up. Then I did some basic practical applications and stuff before putting down a few ideas for new moves. New moves? Hato asks, becoming even more interested. Yeah, new moves. Izuku instinctively feels around for his notes, but they're back in his tent. I'd show you, but just tell us what's off the top of your head. Tagata says, I'm sure it'll still be good. Okay, well, Hato. Izuku starts. Can you control how tight your spirals are? How tight? The girl asks. like how narrow the overall shape is in the space between layers. Izuku explains. If you don't know, then can you try? Sure, Hato says, holding out a hand and letting a stream of gold emit from her hand. She scrunches up her nose, and the shape of the spiral changes, becoming wider before thinning out. Then it compresses and then dissipates. Izuku watches with a smile. Perfect. If you can do that well enough, you could drastically increase the power of your attacks. The speed may be constant, but a wider and denser object will be stronger. Also, I have a few moves for my burst style that you might like. And even though you're not a melee fighter, you could use the energy to propel your strikes. Cool, Hato exclaims, already toying with the newfound mechanics of her quirk. Do Mirio next. Oh, sure. Izuku nods. You should try phasing into someone completely like we do in spars all the time, but intentionally. Oh, I get it. Tagata's eyes brighten. If I solidify while inside of someone, I could push them off balance. That's sick. Emhem, Izuku beams. Also, in tight spaces, going through walls, the floor, and the ceiling rapidly will really throw people off. Nice. Finally, Izuku turns to Amajiki. You could probably grow gills if you wanted. That opens up a whole new world of heroics for you. You'd be useful in so many more situations. Not to mention how awesome it would be if you figured out how to fly, or even just glide with those wings of yours. You'd be a triple threat: sea, air, and land. I'd have to rework my entire respiratory system, Amajiki mumbles. But you might be able to do it. Izuku cheers. And I've been wondering, have you ever tried manifesting something in your body? Even if it's just a small plant in your mouth, it could still be really useful. Izuku rambles and rambles about the uses of his friend's quirks. He stops eventually, and the conversation turns much more relaxed. They eat dinner with the rest of the students eventually, and they roast marshmallows over a fire after that. Then they head to bed. Hato, however, points out how beautiful the night sky looks and that you can see the Milky Way along with a plethora of other celestial oddities. She argues that it would be a crime to not sleep under the stars, and her three friends are inclined to agree. They roll out their bedding on a soft patch of ground and fall asleep together, looking up at the stars. 26. Izuku wakes up to the strong scent of apples and a tickling sensation on his face. Wrinkling his nose, he reaches up to scratch his cheek. Instead of touching his face, however, his hand meets something much, much softer. Silky smooth hair parts under his fingers, and Izuku freezes. There's only one person he knows with hair long enough to drape over someone. Calmly and with extreme caution, he opens his eyes and blinks away the harsh glare of the early morning sun. As now used to the light, he takes in as much of his surroundings as he can. He's on his side, limbs splayed both in front and behind him. One of his arms is pinned under the sleeping form of Tagata, who's being clung to by Amajiki as the larger boy dozes. Strands of blue hair reach across his body and all the way to the other side of the human pile. One of Izuku's legs is tangled with Hato's, and the other lays atop Amajiki's foot. It's somewhat comfortable, he finds. Not the position. Izuku can already feel cricks forming, but somehow he still feels a quiet kind of content. It's all ruined when he inhales a bit too sharply. The strand of Hato's hair somehow works its way into his nose, and there's no way for him to fight the urge to sneeze. Ah, achoo. It's probably the loudest sneeze ever, or at least loud enough to cause an avalanche in some faraway snowy mountain. Izuku forces himself up, hoping to get away from the mountain of hair. In doing so, he disturbs everyone. Getting out from under a pile of people does that. It's probably for the best because he's not done sneezing. A good morning, someone mumbles. They sound tired, and Izuku can't tell who it is over his incessant sneezing. He quickly settles down, though, and swipes away the tears from his eyes to get a better look at who's up. The answer is everyone. Tagata gently nudges the stubborn Amajiki, who's desperately trying to pretend that he's still asleep, and Hato gently runs her fingers through her long blue hair, probably in search of knots. That was one heck of an alarm clock. Tagata jokes, resorting to hoisting his friend up by the armpits. Sorry. Izuku blushes. He could only imagine what it was like to be woken up by a fit of sneezes. Hato's hair got up my nose, and well, that's actually pretty funny. Hato giggles, stretching out her arms. You didn't get any boogers or spit in my hair, though, right? 'Cause if you did, you're the one who's gonna wash it out, and believe me when I say it's not fun. Her expression turns serious enough to make his stomach churn. I don't think I did, Izuku says, more than a little relieved. Washing 2 feet of thick hair is definitely not in his summer to-do list. Hato nods, satisfied. Good. Now what time is it? Tagata, having managed to convince Amajiki to get up for the day, reaches down by his sleeping mat and grabs his phone. 5:15. We're up a whole half hour early. Thanks, Midoriya. You're welcome, Izuku says, copying Hato and stretching. He definitely didn't have a good resting position the previous night if the pain in his neck and chest is anything to go by. I'm pretty hungry, Hato says, looking over to the dining pavilion, which is already occupied by the teachers and a handful of students. Let's go get breakfast. Their morning meal is a calm and relaxed affair. The general consensus of everyone in the structure seems to be that it's best to enjoy the silence while it lasts. Izuku understands completely. If the second year's training is anything like the third years, then he wants to enjoy the lack of explosions and angry swears for as long as possible. No one got up early enough to make actual breakfast food, but there's leftover soup and gallons of day-old coffee being warmed by fire in a stone, so most people decide to stick with it. Izuku eats a lot, wanting to make sure he doesn't burn out before lunch. Hato and Nagata do the same, but Amajiki is a different story. If I have to do what I did last year, I don't want to start half full, the dark-haired boy says when he catches Izuku eyeing the lack of a plate in front of him. Amajiki had to eat like a metric ton of food at the last one, Hato explains upon seeing Izuku's confused expression. They told him to eat as much as he could, then burn through all of the stuff in his stomach before eating again. It was really interesting to watch, actually. You mean it was awful? Amajiki says, shivering at the memory. I felt like I had to throw up for a week straight, but I never did. But you totally improved, Tagata praises, trying to dwell on the silver lining. By the end of the week, you were so much more efficient with your quirk. Before, one piece of chicken could only make you a wing. Now you get 2 feet and a pair of wings from it, I guess, Amajiki mumbles, looking away from the table and over to the field and the forest beyond. The sun rises a little bit higher in the sky as they eat, and at around 5:40, the teachers have everyone gather around. The homeroom teachers of Class 2 and 2B take the lead. They are both graying and past their prime, but Izuku knows very well how little that can mean. Both Gran Torino and Recovery Girl can be scary after all. And on top of their experience in the real world, the teachers are good enough for UA to hire as something reserved only for top-notch heroes. Last summer, we worked on endurance and overall power. The bigger man starts. He's wearing the bottom half of a brightly colored hero costume and a gray tank top. A scar runs down his left cheek, and he gives off a no-nonsense aura. This time, it'll be different. A hero isn't all flashy attacks and raw power. The other homeroom teacher continues. She's an average-looking woman if you ignore her eyes, which swirl and glow a multitude of colors and shapes. She'd gone with a full hero outfit, which for her meant a loose-fitting blue jumpsuit kitted with lots of belts and pockets. For the following week, you'll be working on aim, judging how much power to use, finding weak points, planning out a fight before it even happens. We're going to work you to the bone, you already know that. The man picks up where she left off. It's necessary, especially with this kind of stuff. Good heroes know their own strength intimately, and they know how to cause minimal collateral damage. Are you ready? There's a rousing cheer and lots of plus ultras, which Izuku can't help but find himself joining in on. Then, before everyone can calm down, teachers grab a handful of students each and lead them off to a portion of the field or back into the forest. Hato and Amajiki are taken over to the edge of the forest by midnight, and Aizawa motions for Izuku and Nagata to come to him. You two will be working together, the tired-looking man says. Awesome. Tagata smiles, casually draping an arm over Izuku's shoulders. The younger boy finds himself agreeing, and a small smile breaks across his face. Follow me, Aizawa says unfazed. He leads them over to the part of the forest across from the field, about 100 meters away from their friends and 20 deep into the tree line. Inside of the forest are two massive tubs and a tarp hung up a good 8 meters away from them. Dodge balls. Izuku asks, picking a green one up out of the tub. They're soft, squishy, and wouldn't hurt to be hit with, unlike the other ones back at school. Midoriya, you will be throwing them, Aizawa explains. He gestures to the tarp, which is hanging from a pole supported by two trees. Tagata, you will be dodging them over there. Got it, Tagata says, already pulling off his shirt and walking over to the tarp, which, now that Izuku gets a closer look at it, appears to be an old happy birthday decoration. Once Tagata is ready, which means buck naked, because his one pair of special undies is in the wash. Izuku doesn't know how to feel about it, but it's training, so who cares, right? Aizawa carefully steps behind his student and slips on his goggles. You may start whenever you're ready. Izuku nods, flicking on one for all at 7% and picking up another dodgeball in his other hand. He cocks his arm back, Ainagata taking care to look above the waist is imperative. Then he throws. But the ball doesn't even go 10 feet. What? Izuku mumbles, the unsettling feeling of his quirk being erased washing over him. He turns around to see Aizawa, hair floating with his hands in his pockets. Not like that, he says, with the whips. Izuku blinks, half tempted to voice why that was a bad idea. But Aizawa wouldn't care if he did and has an erasure quirk, so he turns back around and takes off his shirt. He only brought 7 to camp, and if he loses another one, his mom will have a fit. Now topless and with his quirk back, Izuku holds a hand out over one of the bins. Anger consumes him, straining against his mental barriers. One for all riles up, swimming beneath his skin in the deep pool of his soul. He can feel that it wants to destroy something and its urge to move on its own. But Izuku can't let that happen, so he talks to it. Let me throw these for a while, then you can go, he tells it. I'll let you free if you don't hurt anyone or the forest. One for all goes quiet, and Izuku struggles to maintain the anger necessary to use Black Whip. Then something clicks, and it's back. Back, but more reserved this time, like someone left the keys in the ignition and swapped from the driver's seat to the passenger's. Izuku grins wolfish. He's in control now, and they're both fine with it. Splaying his fingers, 3 whips extend from his right hand. They latch onto a ball each, and Izuku looks forward again. Tagata is waiting patiently, ready to move at any moment. Good, Izuku thinks, one for all echoing his statement. He can't half-ass this. Raising his arm, Izuku makes the balls rise higher in the air. Rocking the limb back, the whips follow. Then he shoots his arm forward, and at the last possible second, when the balls are about to reach the end of the length of whip, Izuku releases. The balls fly true, the whips following his desire to hit Tagata. The other boy doesn't dodge, instead letting the projectiles phase through him. He gives a proud thumbs up. That was great. Let's pick up the pace. One for all purrs in the back of his skull. They can definitely kick it up a notch. Extending both of his arms, 6 whips shoot from his fingers, 3 from each hand. They all pick up 2 balls each. In a split second, the whips all move without his arms, and 12 dodgeballs are launched in a volley right at Tagata. Banned from sinking into the ground for the sake of the exercise, Tagata barely manages to dodge the balls, diving out of the way and letting a few pass through. By the time he regains his footing, Izuku is already throwing more balls. Another volley is released, then another and another. Tagata dodges, using his quirk whenever he needs to, and Izuku tries his best to keep pushing the pace faster and faster. The tendrils of Black Whip obey his whims, throwing and aiming with merely a thought. But that's not the point of the activity. Begrudgingly, Izuku forces more of his will into the whips and starts to focus on every little movement. It's hard, and he has to slow down to continue to throw even somewhat accurate volleys. One for all, however, doesn't share his desire to go along with the spirit of the exercise. The strands go matte black, losing their gloss and gleam, and pressure starts to build in Izuku's chest. Free, free. Free, the quirk demands from its user. Izuku's skin starts to grow hot, and the whips become more stubborn, resisting his will and becoming much more sluggish to respond to him. The pressure continues to build, screaming against his chest and ribs. Izuku has no choice but to vent it. He braces himself, ready for the pain and explosion of power that will inevitably come. But it never does. Instead of letting it all out, One for All pushes 6 whips from the sides of his torso to anchor into the ground, burrowing deep into the earth. The other 4 reach out for more balls and start to throw with him. It's a strange duality. Izuku is in control, but at the same time not. He could force everything to stop at any moment, but One for All would fight back. Neither of them wants that. It's much too tiring and strenuous, so they're in a weird halfway limbo, trusting each other to stick to the plan for the sake of them both. It's exhilarating, truthfully. Adrenaline rushes through his veins, and his smile grows wider. He starts to laugh, feeling free alongside the anger needed to power the quirk. And the quirk itself is also happy, screaming out in joy despite being limited to throwing balls. Then it's all gone in an instant. Nothing but his own feelings fill Izuku's mind. His heart skips a beat, and he feels so alone. He spins around to see Aizawa, eyes glowing red. Izuku feels a wave of anger start to rush through him. "We're out of balls," Aizawa says simply. And true to his words, the tubs are empty and hundreds of dodgeballs are scattered throughout their surroundings. Izuku blushes and starts to walk over to the nearest one. Oops, 10 minutes later, they're back in action, this time with another second year to help them regather the balls with their telekinesis quirk. Izuku returns to his previous state, letting One for All control some whips while he controls a few more himself. That's his default form, allowing him to get a feel for controlling the whips and building up trust in the quirk. He doesn't stick to it, though. He'd be a fool, too. Instead, sometimes he seizes total control, using a couple strands emitting from his arms to improve on fine control and multitasking. Other times he lets One for All have total control. On those occasions, the strain on his body is great, but the speed at which balls are thrown is almost double the normal amount. But the thrill of working with his quirk will never get old. It's like having a good partner in a team battle, but even better because they understand each other completely. There's no way for bad communication to ruin the moment, and it just feels right. They break for lunch at high noon. Tagata slips on a pair of shorts but doesn't bother with a shirt. Izuku does the same, much too sweaty to feel comfortable in a top of any kind. The two of them get a couple of weird looks, but none of them linger, and the meal passes quickly. Hato updates them on what she and Amajiki are doing. Apparently, they're having her practice her aim and how to judge how strong of a blast to use. Amajiki is learning how hard he can hit normal people along with fine motor control with his animal manifestations. After lunch, Aizawa has Izuku change gears. Instead of working with Black Whip to throw balls at Tagata, he's told to practice changing his power levels. This is usually a simple affair. Gran has him do it regularly in specialized spars, but it's different this time. Instead of gradually working up to his max and back down to 1%, Aizawa has another student shout random numbers out loud as they spin around to improve their quirk. Every 7th number is his new percent, and if the number is above his max, he is to shut the quirk off and on until they say a number in the safe zone. It's utter hell in his mind, but One for All seems to like it, and it's good practice. Izuku practices until the sun starts to go down over the treetops of the forest. When the last rays fade away, Aizawa stops him and tells him to rest before eating dinner. Too exhausted to disagree, he walks back over to the pavilion and finds a seat next to his friends. They eat a hearty meal, and since the sky is still clear, they sleep under the stars again. That's how 3 more days pass. Wake up, train Black Whip with Tagata, eat, train percent jumping, eat, talk with his friends for a while, sleep. But then on the second to last day of camp, it changes. A swimming day. Someone asks. All 41 of the students are sitting around the 2 Pussycat members, their teachers scattered throughout the edges of the pavilion. It's early morning, and everyone is already alert and ready for another grueling day of training. That's right, Ragdoll exclaims, happily waving her hands about as she talks. There's this really cool natural waterfall a few kilometers north of here. We thought it would be a great idea for you kittens to take the day off. I thought the fun activities were for the first years only. Dude, shut up. Do you want another 12 consecutive hours of health training? You're right. Pixie Bob cuts off the conversation early. We usually organize something nice for the firsties and make the older kids train all week anyways. But this year, you've got a first year here with you? All eyes look to Izuku, who suddenly feels very cramped in a spot between Hato and Nagata. No one says anything for a short while. If you want, we can go another day, Aizawa says, casually leaning against the support beam as he applies some eye drops. It's not that difficult to do. Nope, a day off sounds great. There's no need for you to go to all the trouble. I knew I brought my swimsuit for a reason. Good. Aizawa slips the bottle of eye drop. Less than an hour later, everyone is either in the water or near it. There's a waterfall, like Ragdoll said, and it's pretty big, enough for 3 or 4 people to stand under comfortably. Under the waterfall is a pool of clear, cool water, which is pretty deep in some places, but shallow enough in others to sit in. The water in the pool drains out through another small stream, which is fast-moving and cold. There's also a large-ish, but still tiny in a geographical sense, cliff on one side of the pool, coincidentally right above the deepest water. It doesn't take long for someone to do the math. Cannonball! A girl screeches as she falls through the air, legs tucked up to her chest and arms wrapped firmly around them. She crashes into the water, causing a sizable splash, and resurfaces a moment later, spitting out water for show. More and more follow her, calling out nonsense or jokes as they fall. Some try to do dives, which the water is deep enough for, and others attempt to do tricks. One boy does 3 backflips. Another girl spins like a top the whole way down. Yet another does a belly flop and swims it off like a champ. Yo, watch this. A large boy takes a running start from the edge of the cliff and jumps. High in the air, he starts to fall, though much more slowly than normally possible. He does a whole dance number in the air, clearly using his quirk, continuing to move even as he submerges. There's laughter, lots of laughter. Then, wait, can we use our quirks? I mean, the school did the paperwork so we could on this bit of land, so yeah. Sweet. And just like that, the line for cliff diving doubles in length. People throw themselves off and do ridiculous tricks in the air, only spurred on by the loud cheers of the other students. Izuku watches all of this from his spot on the opposite end of the pool, smiling. His friends sit nearby, also watching. Tagata and Hato jokingly critique the dives of their classmates, imitating the sports announcers of old and assigning scores as they see fit. Ooh, and here comes Eareyes getting a good running start for her 3rd dive of the day. Will she stick to the same routine or try something new? Judging by that hesitant leap, I'd say something new. Yes, yes, good observation. Eareyes tucks into a nice ball there, and now she's spinning. Will she uncurl in time for a clean entry? Ooh, no, she will not. Minus points. I thought it was golf with the weirdly quiet narrators. Amajiki comments. Weren't Olympic sports like diving a huge deal? Hey, it doesn't really matter, Hato says, watching as the diver swims away from where she landed to make room for the person behind her. It's all for fun. Who cares about historical accuracy? Amajiki is cut off by another boy, someone Izuku doesn't know but has seen around at lunch before. Hey, Tagata, you should have a go, he says, stirring up large amounts of water as he quickly walks over. We want to see what you can pull with your quirk. He points to the line of people on the cliff to demonstrate his point. Actually, all of you should come. All right, Tagata says, already up and climbing out of the water. I'm down. Hato follows, using her quirk to lift herself out of the pool and into the air. Amajiki, Midoriya, you two should definitely come. I'm good. Amajiki mumbles, pointedly looking away from the unfamiliar boy. Aw, come on. The boy prods. You'd be so cool. I know you want to have some fun. And no thanks, Amajiki says. It's clear that he wants to sound firm, but his voice won't cooperate with him. The boy shrugs. Sue yourself. How about you, freshman? Izuku's eyes dart back and forth between Amajiki, who looks really anxious, and then all of the fun being had over on the cliff. He locks eyes with Tagata, and the older boy seems to ask for something silently. I'll stay back for now, Izuku says, catching on. Both Hato and Tagata seem to relax a bit at his decision. I'll go later. My muscles are still sore. I gotcha. The new boy nods. Anyway, I hope you come up with us soon. Hado, Tagata, let's go. The three of them take off, cutting through or over the water over to the cliff, which apparently has a slope on the backside of it. Izuku watches them, wanting to be distracted. It's weird being alone with Amajiki. Not bad, the boy is really nice, but without the loud and brazen Nagata or the bubbly Hado, it just feels awkward. Eventually, though, he forces himself to break the silence, afraid of heights. Izuku asks before immediately mentally kicking himself. He's seen Amajiki get dropped 20 feet off the ground onto solid concrete. The boy definitely isn't afraid of heights. No more than he is of social interaction anyways. I don't like people, the older boy mumbles. His hand reaches up to the crown of his head, reflexively searching for his costume's floppy hood. He curls back into himself when he doesn't find it. Well, I'm a people, Izuku says clumsily. He goes red in the face. A person, I mean person. And a Tagada's a person, and you really like him. Hado, too? She's definitely a person. You seem to like them all right. And maybe me too. Amajiki makes a soft and short hum. You're different. I've known Mirio since elementary school. He was my first friend when we transferred. And Hado is just. Hado, she's not dishonest like other people. Dishonest? Izuku asks gently. They. Amajiki pauses to think. People make fun of me a lot. They say nice words, but I can tell they're being mean. Oh, Izuku leans back. Do you really think that? I'm just so me. Amajiki sighs. Pessimistic, shy, socially awkward. How could it not be true? Izuku holds his tongue. He wants to get this right, wants to help, but he's not sure how. Whatever issues Amajiki has is deeply rooted, and something simple just won't do. Deku, he starts. You know what that means, right? Useless person. Yeah, that's right. Izuku nods. I got that nickname in first grade. I thought that the people who used it instead of my real name were my friends, that they liked me, that it was a funny joke. It wasn't. He continues. The numbness he gets whenever he thinks about his life before meeting All Might washes over his body. I wasn't good at much when I was little. Bottom of the gym class, bad at talking to people, useless at everything. I've told you about that, right? How I picked my hero name. You made it yours. Amajiki whispers. Izuku forces a smile. But that's not important right now. What is this that I know what it's like to be disliked or even hated by everyone? My quirk didn't come in when I was 4. Amajiki remains silent, but it's a focused silent and his eyes never leave Izuku's face. It works with the strength of my body. I couldn't even use 5% until I had a six-pack of abs. Izuku chuckles. You got it in middle school, didn't you? Amajiki says grave. He knows what that means. It's painfully obvious. Yeah. Izuku trails off, remembering. No one liked me. Not my teachers, not my classmates, not the janitors, not the guest speakers. I only had my mom. And they weren't afraid to show it. They'd push me in the halls, rip my notes, steal my homework. Whenever I tried to help someone, they'd spit in my shoes and make me go away. It was horrible. Izuku takes a shaky breath. But the worst was when they were nice to me. Someone would pretend to be my friend for the day. A girl even acted like she liked me for a week once. And I'd fall for it every time. And every time I fell for it, they'd invite me somewhere and never show up. At school the next day, they'd all laugh. I think I knew that they were lying, but I wanted to believe that they liked me, that I was good enough. But I never was. That sounds awful. It was but. Izuku steels himself and looks Amajiki directly in the eye. That boy just now. The other people up there on the cliff. Your teachers. They're not doing to you what my old school did to me. They like you. I can tell. And yeah, maybe they might be a bit put off by your shyness or your pessimism, but they don't hate you for it. They compliment you and say you're great because you are. They want to include you because you're awesome at all sorts of stuff and really nice to be around. Izuku smiles his brightest smile. Amajiki, you're amazing. Tagata calls you Sun Eater for a reason, and if you ever think that someone might be being mean behind your back, ask me. Come to me. I'll help you figure it out. Amajiki says nothing. He's almost frozen, wide-eyed and breathing slowly. Sorry, Izuku mumbles. That I was out of line, I shouldn't have. Midoriya. Izuku snaps to attention. Amajiki looks at him unsure. Then he smiles. It's wobbly and a bit self-conscious, but there's a light in his eyes that makes Izuku's heart skip a beat. Thank you. Izuku gets up to go diving soon after that. Amajiki follows, unsure but happy. The rest of the camp flies by. Izuku connects more with One for All, enjoying the new symbiotic relationship he has with the strange power. His upper limit reaches 20%, something that makes him stop and think. He's almost a quarter of the way there to mastering it. The thought fills him with a strange sort of pride. He can't help but do the mental math and figures out that since it's early June and he got One for All in late December, then he'll be able to use 100% at the end of his second year. He nearly faints at the revelation, the sheer magnitude of it making his head go fuzzy. He pushes that out of the way, though, or tries to. There's no reason to assume that his growth will continue at the same rate. He could slow off or plateau for a couple of months. Or maybe the training needed to reach 100% wouldn't be available to him until he graduated and started hero work. Either way, being almost a quarter of the way there is mind-boggling, and Izuku takes a full 5 hours to process it. Of course, that all pales in comparison to the bombshell Tagada drops on the last day of camp. What do you mean we have the same birthday?
Continue this. More fun. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Page 7 to 30. Okay, maybe I might end this just because I'm going to watch YouTube actually. I will just show you this though. No, that's the wrong one.
A physical
Okay, please like, favorite, share, happy new, goodbye. Oh yeah, if you want to know what I'm using Speechify for this. See, there's a name for it. If you don't mind, I actually YouTube.